City in the skies. The 5 fingers of the silver hand gathered together once again. Ouyang Shua, this young lad, is not simple. He's so young, yet he already has a global foresight and knows how to advance sharply while backing off when needed. He's stronger than all our kids. The one who spoke was number 1. Perhaps because he was thinking about his grandson Jack, his emotions were not that high. Number 2 was even more down. During this round of global changes, his grandson did not even have a chance to exit the border, being a total sideline character. We have indeed underestimated this young man. The one who spoke was number 3, William's grandfather. Perhaps because of his grandson, but number 3 had a good impression of Ouyang Shua. Toward Great Xia, what strategy should we take? Continue to force it or use the chance to have peace and turn our focus to the academic faction? Number 1 asked. No matter what strategy we take, we cannot lower our guard against the academic faction. Number 3 said, and paused. Following which, he said, can we get Ouyang Shua into the organization? Oh. Number 3's suggestion made the others really surprised. Absolutely not. Number 2 was the first to oppose. Why not? Although he is a commoner, he will not always be. The intel said that he has been trying to develop the Ouyang family. That means we are the same kind of people. Number 2 said, the president has been trying to recruit Ouyang Shua. How would he be used by us? It's a matter of people. Number 3 was confident, from the attitude of the academic faction toward Great Xia, the president definitely has not succeeded. Since that's the case, we still have a chance. No. Number 2 was really insistent. Seeing that number 3's expression changed, he mocked, Number 2, you're baselessly opposing because you're worried that the moment he joins, Great Joe would not exist in China, right? What a joke. When has Great Joe ever been afraid? Number 2 said loudly, but deep down inside, he had no confidence. Seeing that, Number 3 did not continue to argue and let the others give their ideas. Number 1 looked at the two of them and smiled. Number 3's suggestion can be discussed by all of you. We do not need to rush it. In the silver hand, Number 3 always followed behind Number 1. To some extent, his attitude was similar. However, seeing Number 2's insistent attitude, to prevent unrest, Number 1 could only shelve the matter. Even so, Number 2 was still really unhappy. It was obvious that Number 1 not rejecting the proposal made him annoyed. Number 1 continued, Number 3's suggestion reminded us that we do not need to go all out to crush Ouyang Shua. He is not our enemy and could even become our ally. Agreed. Agreed. Number 4 and Number 5 both agreed with this point. Since that's the case, we will accept their kind intentions, Number 1 decided. In the next period of time, let's focus on the academic faction. Our president is not a simple person. Meanwhile, in the president's courtyard. It might have been a wrong feeling, but compared to before, the frown on the president's face had deepened. The sight of him tending to the plants was even more slouched, showing he was a little exhausted. What was on his mind was naturally the organization. During this period, this intelligent old man actually found that he could not control the situation. A new power had grown within the organization, challenging his authority. Due to these hidden currents, he naturally couldn't care about Great Xia. With Great Xia's announcement, the dust had settled, and the old man gave a bitter laugh. The bird has grown up. We missed the best chance. Who knows whether it's a good thing or a bad thing? Within the silent courtyard, a low sigh spread out. Naturally, Ouyang Shua was unaware of the significant waves his actions had caused. As the few battles came to an end, Ouyang Shua was incredibly busy handling post-war matters. First was the Maldives. The imperial court decided to set up the Maldives prefecture, which would be a Gili prefecture directly under the imperial court. The war prisoners would form a garrison division to defend the islands and the port. Maldives Prefecture would also become a resource point in the Indian Ocean. The imperial court allocated 500,000 gold for local business and port construction. Next, 100,000 people would be moved to increase the population and develop agriculture and animal husbandry. In the future, the Maldives would not only be a resource point but also a holiday resort, attracting players to rest and play. The Indian Ocean Squadron was also adjusted. Of the 5 divisions, the first was in Xingzhou Prefecture, which served as the headquarters, the second was in Maldives Prefecture, the third in Somalia, and the fourth in Auckland. The remaining 5th division was a mobile training squadron that patrolled the 4 locations. Due to the vast area the Indian Ocean Squadron monitored and the complex enemy situation, Ouyang Shuo ordered the Southern Ocean region to be handed over to the Yashan Squadron. Next was Hawaii. The imperial court officially established the Hawaii Prefecture, which was also a Gili Prefecture. Due to its strategic position and the lack of teleportation formations, the construction would be more extensive than in the Maldives. Ouyang Shuo gritted his teeth and sent 1.5 million gold and 300,000 people over. Unlike the Maldives, a game region, Hawaii was a wilderness region. Before the Great Xia and Dawson dynasty visited it, it was a desolate island with no significant local population or strong city. Furthermore, it was in the middle of the ocean, making the construction difficulty many times greater than that of the Maldives. However, it was still something Ouyang Shuo could use, which is why he gritted his teeth and supported it. The 1.5 million gold and 300,000 people were only the first wave. To fully develop the Hawaii Prefecture, they would need several times that amount at the very least. Ouyang Shuo was only hoping for a teleportation talisman to build a formation. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient and too risky. Luckily, Hawaii was not entirely useless. Once the South American trade route was opened, it would not only be a holiday destination but also a critical stop for merchant ships crossing the Pacific. As for the construction expenses, nothing comes for free. After the construction costs in Hawaii, one had to address the free squadron prisoners and warships. Following the compensation for the losses, this group of spoils from war could form 2.5 divisions. At present, Ouyang Shuo had no plans to expand the Great Xia Navy. How to handle this batch of prisoners and warships became a significant problem. At this juncture, Feng Qiuwang helped him solve it. Although Feng Qiuwang's Great Jin was inland, it still had Hokkaido. Due to the flourishing maritime trade, Feng Qiuwang naturally did not want to lag behind. Forming a navy was essential for Great Jin. Unfortunately, Great Jin lacked advanced shipbuilders and shipyards. Moreover, it lacked navy generals and sailors, making it impossible to train navy troops. Feng Qiuwang considered asking Great Xia to build warships for her, but the shipyards were busy constructing Z-1 type warships and could not spare the time. If they waited for the current warships to be decommissioned from Great Xia, it would take too long. Furthermore, even with warships, if Great Xia dispatched trainers, Great Jin would still lack generals and sailors to form a navy. Over this issue, Feng Qiuwang had been racking her brains. The Battle of Hawaii was a beacon of hope at the end of the tunnel for Feng Qiuwang. The day the Free Squadron prisoners were sent to Yingzhou Province, Feng Qiuwang swiftly rushed to Shanghai City to inquire about Ouyang Shuo's plans for them. Upon learning that Ouyang Shuo was not looking to expand the navy, she was overjoyed. "Ouyang, sell them to me." "Sell them to you?" Ouyang Shuo could not immediately react to the sudden suggestion. "That's right." Feng Qiuwang couldn't hide her excitement. "Sell the prisoners, warships, cannons, sailors, and the like all to Great Jin. State a price." At this moment, Ouyang Shuo understood and smiled. "That's a decent idea. If this deal was done, it would be a win-win situation." However, since Great Xia had only ever sold individual warships and never a squadron, how to discuss the price was a problem. Luckily, Ouyang Shuo was not a petty person. After roughly calculating it, he said, Then let's deal at 4 million gold. The war prisoners and sailors were the hardest to evaluate because they might be useless to Great Xia, but to Great Jin, they were worth their weight in gold. Ouyang Shuo's price was not expensive and was already a friendship price. Deal. Fengqia Wang was also really straightforward, accepting it directly. Only then did she say awkwardly, "Ouyang, can I pay it in 2 installments? Taking it out right away is difficult for our finances." No problem, Ouyang Shuo understood. Even for Great Xia, taking out 4 million directly was really painful, much less for Great Jin. For Fengqia Wang to pay in 2 installments already impressed Ouyang Shuo. After the matter was settled, what happened next was easy. Apart from Nimitz, who was sent back to Shanghai City, the others were sent to Hokkaido. Great Jin had obtained its own squadron overnight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ouyang Shuo made some adjustments to the Pacific Squadron headquarters. Along with Great Xia taking down Kyushu and Shikoku, Ouyang Shuo decided to place the Bohai Sea, Yellow River, East Sea, and Japanese Sea all under the Binhai Squadron. The Pacific Squadron would be solely responsible for the Pacific Ocean. After the adjustment, the Pacific Squadron stationed the 1st Division in Ingzhou Province, the 2nd and 3rd Divisions in Hawaii, and the 4th Division to develop the South America trade route. Ouyang Shuo planned to capture a base in South America to accommodate the 4th Division, completing a comprehensive defensive chain. The 5th Division, the remaining mobile unit, would patrol back and forth. Following this adjustment, Great Xia's navy in the Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean became increasingly robust, securing control over these 2 oceans and safeguarding Great Xia's authority. Next, they would focus on the Atlantic Squadron. After addressing the Maldives and Hawaii situations, Ouyang Shuo redirected his attention to the homeland. Jin Country was established as Jinliao Province, the largest province in Great Xia, approximately 4 to 5 times the size of a typical province. The administrative center was set in the former Jin capital, Aqing District. Notably, neither Aqing District nor the capitals of Mongolia, Tibet, or similar regions had teleportation formations or satellite cities. Consequently, the Qing dynasty had to transport weapons and equipment to Jin via sea routes. Governing Jin after its conquest was akin to managing a large province, which posed significant challenges. For this, the imperial court required an exceptional provincial governor. After careful consideration, Ouyang Shuo selected Lingnan provincial governor Hu Guang, who was well-rounded, experienced in governance, and had the determination of a general. His background in managing Lingnan province made him well-suited for the role. The empty space left in Lingnan would be taken over by Chaozhou Prefecture Governor Wei Ran. Wei Ran rose due to Baiqi and fell because of him. Because of his actions, Wei Ran was appointed as the Lianzhou governor, living a good life for a while. However, good fortune did not last long. Since both Wei Ran and Baiqi held significant positions in the territory, it inevitably led to gossip. Moreover, Wei Ran was greedy and showing signs of corruption. As a result, he lost in the competition to become the Shanghai magistrate and was assigned by Ouyang Shuo to be the Chaozhou governor. On the surface, he was just redeployed, but in truth, he was demoted half a grade. This was because Lianzhou Prefecture was the core area of the imperial court, and its importance was several times greater than the regular Chaozhou Prefecture. After becoming Jili, the Shanghai magistrate was a secondary grade 2 official, half a grade higher than a provincial governor. Hence, this move could be considered a warning from Ouyang Shuo to Wei Ran. Fortunately, Wei Ran knew his place and worked hard, showing no more signs of corruption. He had stellar results during every evaluation, and thus he was listed as one of the choices for provincial governor. Along with Hu Guang being moved to Liaojin province, he was promoted. This made Songwen even more dejected. If not for his father, Ouyang Shuo might have given him the chance to rise and lead Lingnan. Choosing the provincial governor was just the first step in changing Liaojin province. Ouyang Shua's following actions caused people to drop their spectacles in shock and also caused a stir in the imperial court. On the 27th day of the 10th month, the governor of Morocco province, Mulan Yu, the governor of Yunnan province, Bai Hua, the governor of Jiangchuan province, Gong Chengshi, and the governor of Beijiang province were all ordered to return to the capital city, leaving them confused. It was only the 10th month, far from the time they were due to return for their debriefings. The four had a common background as former lords of the Shanghai Alliance. After joining the Great Xia, they all became provincial governors, aiding the dynasty in managing their respective territories. This meeting, therefore, seemed increasingly unusual. The debriefing was not held in the imperial reading room but in the imperial garden, making it clear that the debriefing was secondary, and the primary purpose was to discuss matters with the four governors. In the imperial garden of Xia Palace, during late autumn, the flowers still bloomed while the large trees, like the maidenhair and Yulon magnolias, were filled with golden yellow leaves, signaling the arrival of autumn. Beside the greenish lake, inside a pavilion, court ladies dressed in traditional Han Chinese attire stood at the four corners, ready to refill the tea and water for the dignitaries. Ouyang Shua sat at the head of the pavilion, with Mulan Yu and Bai Hua on his left, and Wu Fu and Gong Chengshi on his right. No one else was present. The atmosphere was somewhat chilly. Tempered by time and seasoned by their careers in government, the five were no longer the young men they were when the Shanghai Alliance was first established. They had put aside their former immaturity and grown in their roles each day. Even the youngest Mulan Yu ruled Morocco province with considerable authority. Her actions were gentle when appropriate and firm when necessary. When standing alongside Queen Kalia of Atlantis, she was in no way weaker. In the eyes of the four, there were lingering doubts. The sudden call for this meeting, without any prior signs, was naturally a cause for worry. Bai Hua focused on the man seated at the head of the table. At that moment, it was unclear what she was thinking. Before leaving, her brother had worriedly said, "Is the king planning to ask you all to relinquish power over a meal?" As the saying goes, after the cunning hare is killed, the hound is boiled. Great Xia was undergoing a revolution from top to bottom, solidifying the foundations of the dynasty and building up energy for another surge. Would someone like Bai Hua, who wielded significant influence, meet the king's revolutionary targets? No one was sure. Moving you away from Consonant City was a sign, her brother had said. Bai Hua smiled but made no judgment. The others would have their own worries, wouldn't they? Bai Hua looked toward Gong Chengshi and Wu Fu. Generally, a man's ambition was a bit larger than a woman's. Ouyang Shua seemed oblivious to all this, happily discussing interesting matters and the lands they were in charge of. Opportunities for them to gather like this were rare. Even when they did meet, it was usually a formal gathering between the king and his officials, exciting but distant. Therefore, Ouyang Shua had specially arranged the meeting in the imperial garden, rather than in the overly formal reading room, to encourage a more relaxed atmosphere. It's still different, Ouyang Shua thought to himself, despite his wide smile, sighing inwardly. He was sighing at them and at himself. In such a position, he had no choice but to be forced by circumstances to change. Despite everyone's happiness and lively conversations, they could not hide their uneasiness and awkwardness. They could no longer have heart-to-heart chats with Ouyang Shua and became cautious, treating him as an official would treat an emperor. Seeing that the conversation could not continue, Ouyang Shua took a deep breath and finally revealed everything. "You are the people I trust the most. We have built this empire and fought against the Yanhuang alliance." Ouyang Shua spoke with genuine emotion, reminiscing about the past. "A long time ago, when you all merged with Great Xia, I had decided to compensate all of you. My king, we have received more than enough." It was Gong Chengshi who spoke. When the game began and Gong Chengshi joined the Shanghai Alliance, he never expected to become a provincial governor, one of the giants of the wild. Strictly speaking, Great Xia had treated them well. Ouyang Shua shook his head. "That is not enough. it is far from enough. You are different from ordinary provincial governors. They are my officials, but you are my allies. We share the same dreams and ideals. There's no reason for me to stand at the top while all of you work tirelessly in the background. You all deserve a share of this. Ouyang Shua's words stunned them. Bai Hua and the others were astonished, not expecting Ouyang Shua to be so generous. The scene was far from what they had anticipated. Even the well-prepared Bai Hua was stunned and could not react. Ouyang Shua did not care and continued, in the future, the imperial court is prepared to set up 4 to 6 governor-general houses in border and overseas areas to control numerous provinces and the military and administrative matters of different regions. Regarding governor-general matters, they were not strangers, as Ouyang Shua himself was one. If one said provincial governors were officials, then governor-generals were presences on the same level as the cabinet, no different from the military governors of the past. The 4 of you are the best choices. Each one of you will have a spot. It's just a matter of time. Ouyang Shua finally revealed the riddle and gave them a giant promise. When the imperial court established a governor-general house would depend on the situation and not on Ouyang Shua's desire. Hence, there was a matter of time. Thank you, King, for your good grace. The 4 of them exchanged glances with one another, not knowing how to react. They could only all stand up and cup their fists. Ouyang Shua waved them off and asked them to sit. The imperial court wants to set up the first governor-general house in the north. It will be the Beijiang governor-general house to manage Yingzhou province, Beijiang province, and Liaojin province. Si Bai Hua and the others realized that the imperial court was doing this for real. The combined area of these 3 provinces could be compared to the entire Great Zhou. If they could be appointed as the governor-general, they would become the most powerful person in the dynasty under Ouyang Shua. This temptation was huge. Beijiang provincial governor Wufu's breathing became rushed, but he himself did not notice this. That's right. Among the 4 of them, no one was more suitable than Wufu for the position of Beijiang governor-general. He had been in charge of Beijiang for a long time and was the most familiar with the north. The imperial court established the governor-general houses due to Ouyang Shua's need to promote Bai Hua and others, as well as the dynasty's strategic requirements. It was not solely for promotion or to establish an institution. Like Beijiang, these regions were far from the dynasty's center, surrounded by high mountains and long roads, and situated in isolation. Although connected by teleportation formations, they remained inconvenient. Consequently, there was a need to set up a regional organization to handle military and administrative affairs. The Governor-General House was established to meet this need. Noticing Wufu's excitement, Ouyang Shua had to temper his enthusiasm. Establishing the Governor-General House is a positive development, but there's something important I need to mention, and I hope you all understand. Please go ahead. Wufu urged. The ministers in the imperial court have informed me that officials should not stay in one place for too long, which is why a 3-year term limit was set. One cannot be appointed to a place where they have deep roots, they must serve in unfamiliar territory. Wufu's expression turned a bit awkward upon hearing this. However, Ouyang Shua clarified his point to avoid any misunderstanding. In my opinion, I had hoped for Wufu to become the Governor-General of Beijiang, but the cabinet did not approve it. That's okay, Wufu replied. Although he was somewhat disappointed, Ouyang Shua's explanation helped him feel better. You don't need to be disheartened. Let me be frank with you. Once we take down Tibet, we will set up the Shijiang Governor-General's house, and that will be yours. To prevent Wufu from overthinking, Ouyang Shua had to reveal the imperial court's plans early. He called the 4 of them together to settle their doubts and prevent them from speculating, which could lead to misunderstandings. Don't worry, I understand. With Ouyang Shua's promise, Wufu was entirely convinced and had nothing more to say. That's great. Ouyang Shua smiled broadly. Requiring them to work in a foreign land was both the imperial court's and Ouyang Shua's intention. Ouyang Shua believed he could trust someone, but he also needed to prepare for the unexpected. This seemed contradictory, but it was the right way to use people. Wufu had spent a long time in the north. If he became the Zhejiang governor-general, who knows what could happen? Thus, the choice would be between Baihua, Mulanyu, and Gong Chengshi. Mulanyu was working overseas and could not leave for the time being, so she was excluded. Between Baihua and Gong Chengshi, Ouyang Shua chose Gong Chengshi. It wasn't that Ouyang Shua had higher hopes for Gong Chengshi, rather, he had better plans for Baihua. He had everything planned out for her and was just waiting for the right moment. Ouyang Shua looked at Gong Chengshi and smiled, "I'll have to trouble you with the Zhejiang governor-general's house." When Gong Chengshi heard this, he was naturally surprised. In terms of experience, Mulanyu was the most seasoned, while Baihua was the strongest. Since Ouyang Shua had made his decision, Gong Chengshi could not refuse. He bowed, "Do not worry, my king. I will do my best to help the imperial court defend Beijiang." Ouyang Shua smiled, "Of course, I believe in you." As he said this, everyone smiled, dispelling the awkwardness from before. Through this open conversation, the five of them had grown closer once more. Since growth was both unavoidable and essential, everyone needed to learn to adapt to one another. Adjusting their relationships was a sign of maturity, otherwise, it would be false maturity. After the group discussion, Ouyang Shua had individual conversations with Baihua and Mulanyu to inform them of their future assignments. He wanted them to mentally prepare. Ouyang Shua aimed to be fair to all of them. It is hard to be a parent. Ouyang Shua, as the leader of Great Xia, had to learn to treat everyone fairly at all times. The next morning, Baihua and Mulanyu left the capital. Wufu, however, stayed behind to adjust his position. If Gong Chengshi became the Beijiang governor-general and Wufu remained the Beijiang provincial governor, he would be working under Gong Chengshi. To avoid putting Wufu in an awkward position, after discussing with him, Ouyang Shua decided to move Wufu to Jiangchuan province to take over the role left vacant by Gong Chengshi. As for the newly appointed Beijiang governor-general, Ouyang Shua selected Han Qi, the governor of Changsha Prefecture. A renowned minister of the northern Song dynasty, Han Qi served as chancellor for 10 cycles and assisted 3 dynasties. Within the court, he managed affairs well and kept everyone content. In the local areas, he was loyal and hardworking, diligent, and loved by his people. Han Qi earned his name in partnership with Fu Bai. Together, they were known as Fu Han. With a single word, Fu Bai joined Great Xia and was now working as the governor of Hanzhong Prefecture in the Shu lands. Gong Chengshi did not leave because Ouyang Shua naturally needed to discuss the plans for Liaojin province with him. Although this matter was managed by provincial governor Hua Guang, Gong Chengshi needed to understand it a bit to handle the situation effectively. The imperial court had 3 plans for Liaojin province. First, it was to be an iron ore and coal supplier for the province. As Jin country had limited mining and exploration technology, and they lacked skilled workers, they had a treasure land but did not know how to exploit it. In Great Xia's hands, however, the situation would be entirely different. The future Liaojin province would become one of the main iron ore providers of the dynasty. Second, it was to serve as the dynasty's core livestock ground. Great Xia had only a few ranches and breeding grounds in the south and could not establish a large-scale operation. Therefore, the cavalry development was impeded. With the vast grasslands of Liaojin province, the situation would greatly differ. Great Xia would develop the Qingfu horse, Mongol horse, Lily horse, and other elite warhorses. They would establish breeding grounds in Liaojin province to provide a never-ending supply of warhorses to the dynasty. Of the millions of warhorses captured, half were released to be bred to produce more elite specimens. Third, it was to be a blend of nomadic and agricultural civilization. The fall of Jin did not mean the end of the Nuzan people. Nearly 6 million Nuzan people still lived within the province and would be the primary force in animal breeding. The future province not only needed to breed horses but also to fully develop animal husbandry. At the same time, Liaojin province would enter the agricultural civilization, and millions of Han Chinese would move there to live on the grasslands. While developing agriculture, they would also develop industries and mining. The merger of races would become a specialty of Liaojin province. Luckily, Great Xia had amassed a lot of experience in this area and managed it well. To ensure stability, apart from setting up the Liaojin Garrison Division, the Beijiang Legion Corps, led by Yu Fei, would also move there. Overall, Liaojin province was a treasure land but needed to be developed step by step. The initial large amounts of manpower, resources, and financial investment were unavoidable. When Gong Changshi stood up to proceed to Stone City to build the Beijiang Governor-General House, a new round of military organization had just begun. This round of military reorganization was essentially for the 400,000 war prisoners captured during the Battle of Jin. What needed to be made clear was that, before the war, although Jin was said to have 1 million troops, it was not the case that 600,000 of them were killed. Based on the results, no more than 150,000 of them had truly died on the battlefield. So, where did the remaining go? As Jin country used a nationwide conscription system, Yu Fei followed Ouyang Shuo's instructions and released the elderly, youths, and only sons back to their families, removing their armor and allowing them to return to farming. After removing the injured and those who did not meet the standards, and then including the replenishments for the Beijiang Legion Corps and the Guards Legion Corps, in the end, he was left with 400,000 elite prisoners. Among these were Jin country's on-alert forces. First, Ouyang Shuo filled up the West Africa Legion Corps by adding in 3 war-fighting legions and using 210,000 people. As the Jin country war prisoners were mainly cavalry and Nuzan people, it was not advisable to let them hold power in the West Africa Legion Corps. Hence, before they were transported to Morocco, they would be split up into the various Legion Corps in the territory in exchange for other soldiers to make it easier to control them. Along with the West Africa Legion Corps filling up, a batch of young generals were promoted. This included Sherbao and Ma Xiao, who came from the Guards Legion Corps, Xiaobu from the Dragon Legion Corps, Dai Qin from the Tiger Legion Corps, and Pei Xingyin from the Bear Legion Corps. And before this, when the Beijiang Legion Corps and the Hanoi Legion Corps were expanded, Hui Huang and Ma Dai from the Dragon Legion Corps, and Sun Chuanlin and Liao Kai from the Leopard Legion Corps were promoted. All of them, including Guo Liang and Jiang Kai from the Yingzhou Formation, were NPC natives who had followed Ouyang Shuo from the start. Under the influence of territory buffs and specialties, they had all become king-ranked generals. Among them, Lin Yi had already reached emperor rank. They had undergone months and years of military training and war, so their abilities were more than sufficient to lead an army. Furthermore, these generals were intensely loyal to Ouyang Shuo, regarding him as their great commander. Promoting them to Legion General and assigning them to the border defense system was a perfect fit. After reorganizing the West Africa Legion Corps, Ouyang Shuo proceeded to upgrade the Somalia Formation to the East Africa Legion Corps. Di Qing was promoted to Marshal and awarded the Grade 2 West Conquering General rank. The remaining 200,000 war prisoners were all assigned to the East Africa Legion Corps. Together with the troops from the formation, they formed 4 legions, just one short of being fully staffed. Dan Xiangxin, from the Somalia Formation, was naturally promoted to Legion General. The remaining 3 were Sun Tenjiao from the Tiger Legion Corps, Ma Tai from the Leopard Legion Corps, and Heike. With this, the new round of military organization came to a close. As the West Africa Legion Corps reached full strength and the East Africa Legion Corps neared completion, Great Xiao's plan for North Africa was advancing rapidly. Once the organizational work was completed, the flames of war would ignite. Given that it was already the 11th month, the true start of the war was likely to be in the 6th year. During this round, Ouyang Shuo did not form the 2nd Legion of the Household Legion Corps, as the First Legion was still far from being established. Developing and building a firearm army was a long-term project that could not be rushed. During this period, a small incident occurred. After news spread that Great Xia had established the Beijiang Governor-General's house and appointed Gong Chengshi, players in the China region were envious and commented that he had a good life. Hard work is important, but following a good boss is even more important. The original members of the Shanghai Alliance all followed a good boss, which allowed them to reach their current heights. Gong Chengshi's status was only below Ouyang Shua, Di Chen, and Feng Qiuhuang. Even Xiangba ranked behind him. Seeing such a situation, people were naturally envious of him. In Xuanzhou, at an unnamed courtyard, one person appeared particularly dejected. It was Xuanlong Dianshui. Originally, he could have been like Gong Chengshi, one of the most prominent figures in China. However, he began to have doubts and left the team midway, which led to his decline. They were originally on the same starting line, and their relationship was like that of brothers. Now, they were worlds apart, and the brother who once followed behind him had become a presence he had to look up to. The heavens are playing tricks. Within the courtyard, a bitter sigh echoed. On the first day of the 11th month, TWP finally responded to Great Xia's good intentions. Their reply was similarly diplomatic, with a firm message. They first praised Great Xia for opening their ports and maritime routes and expressed that they would not force TWP members to stop trading with Great Xia. Following this, they changed their tone and said, as a global trading organization, we have the confidence to build new global trading rules to improve global trade. It was clear that TWP did not lower themselves and were not willing to work with Great Xia. They then added, TWP firmly protects trade freedom and would not allow any country or territory to monopolize ocean resources and disrupt free trade. These words were fiery, challenging Great Xia's maritime authority once again. Neither Jack nor Silverhand would relinquish control of the ocean due to a minor setback and hand power to Great Xia. That's impossible. Within Silverhand, while there were suggestions to bring in Great Xia, it did not mean they would accept Great Xia's rule over the oceans. Subsequently, TWP issued a new announcement to adjust the organization's rules. Compared to the previous ones, the new rules included more detailed terms between members and showed signs of forming military alliances, particularly among the navies of each country. The announcement stated that to protect the maritime safety of trade routes, the navies of member nations would collaborate to form a communication system. They claimed this was to combat piracy and maintain maritime law and order. However, it was evident that their primary concern was the Great Xia Navy. Among TWP members, the Dawson dynasty, House of Tudor, Gal dynasty, Romanov dynasty, along with Spain, Portugal, and Holland, were all traditional maritime powers. The alliance of these strong nations posed a significant challenge to Great Xia. Additionally, TWP publicly declared they would increase naval exchanges between members to boost standards. Thus, they would dispatch training teams to enhance the navies of non-traditional maritime powers. It appears that the text you have provided is a creative and somewhat poetic rendering of a fictitious or historical dialogue. To address the grammar and ensure a smooth flow, here is a revised version with minimal alterations. In the Shanghai city, within the Xia Palace, Ouyang Shua and Jiang Shang discussed the new round of civil servant adjustments in the Imperial Reading Room. Along with the establishment of Liaojin Province, with Hu Guang and Han Qi taking on the roles of provincial governors, the open positions needed to be filled. These personnel arrangements typically involved many people. The cabinet's list of nominees essentially met Ouyang Shua's needs, so it was approved. In his view, historically cultivated talents might not surpass NPCs that Great Xia had developed on their own. Some were stubborn, and others were corrupt. Even if they were famous, Ouyang Shua would not place them at such crucial posts. Instead, he appointed them to various positions. Talent is more important than fame. After dealing with official matters, Ouyang Shua sipped the tea that had just been brewed and smiled, as the elder has expected. Silverhand is still as arrogant and does not wish to think of the Dawson dynasty as weak and would listen to them only after being defeated once. Not to mention Silverhand, but even Dechen, Great Xia bested so many times. However, till now, he was still striving to fight back. Ouyang Shua had learned of the resilience of the aristocrats. Along with this milestone in the game, Great Xia's opposition had shifted from the Yanhuang alliance to a more formidable and strategically advantageous Silverhand. Let's fight. Victory is often won through battles. Ouyang Shua was already accustomed to it. Jiang Shang sitting across from him smiled, them not stopping is natural. As long as they don't target us, it may be viewed as a form of success. Jiang Shang had a profound understanding of the philosophy of fighting. The only thing is that with this, the Atlantic Squadron's days will not be easy. Ouyang Shua was worried. The combined protection squadron that TWP came up with would not pose much of a threat to the Pacific and Indian Ocean squadrons. However, the Atlantic Squadron was now in a difficult position. The strongest squadrons of TWP roamed the Atlantic. If they worked together, the space for the Atlantic Squadron to operate would be very limited. With the Atlantic Squadron only having ports in Morocco and Gibraltar, these two navy bases were very close together, making resource replenishment difficult, which further restricted their area of operation. The Imperial Court must assist the Atlantic Squadron, Ouyang Shua decided. Looking toward Jiangshang, he said, make the Financial Court allocate 7 million in funds to equip the Atlantic Squadron with a submarine division. Although Great Xia already had the magic-powered submarine technology, their current industrial standards could not support the construction of such advanced submarines. Therefore, they could only purchase submarines from Lemuria. Okay. Although the Imperial Court's finances were strained after supporting Maldives Prefecture, Hawaii Prefecture, and Liaojin Province, Jiang Shang quickly agreed. When it came to the dynasty's strategy, the necessary funds had to be spent. On the 2nd of the 11th month, Ouyang Shua specially went to the Guards Legion Corps camp to meet the victorious soldiers. As expected from the dynasty's sharp sword, every time the Imperial Court had war matters, they were at the forefront. In recent times alone, they had fought in the Battle of Annam, the Battle of Korea, and the Battle of Jin. Each time, they did not disappoint. A week ago, after replenishing their losses, the Guards Legion Corps moved away from the Liaojin province and returned to Shanghai City to rest up. Ouyang Shua especially decreed for them to have a 5-day holiday to visit their families. This special honor was rarely seen. The families of the Guards Legion Corps soldiers were mostly in Shanghai City. They lived under the foot of the king, eating the grain that the king did not consume. Their lives were really comfortable. As a result, the soldiers remained loyal to Ouyang Shua and the dynasty. In his words, the Guards Legion Corps is the son of Great Xia. Just yesterday, the soldiers finished their holiday and returned to camp to continue their daily training. Ouyang Shua came over to care about them and also to mobilize them. That was because before the 6th year of Gaia, the Imperial Court still had one more tough war to fight, the Battle of Luzon. This was an even tougher battle than an earlier one, as not only did Luzon have 800,000 Imperial Guards, but it was also foreseeable that if Great Xia went all out, Java would interfere. Both of them were members of TWP and would be in contact due to the Combined Protection Squadron. One could even say that the terrified Australia region might join in it. Hence, the Battle of Luzon was not a simple 1-versus-1 but a huge messy fight. The Dragon Legion Corps alone would not be enough to handle it. The Guards Legion Corps that had just rested for a few days was going to have to set off once more. After leaving the Guards Legion Corps base, Ouyang Shua went to meet a certain person. A period of time had passed since Freer Squadron Fleet Admiral Nimitz was brought back to the city. Ouyang Shua had not been able to find time to meet this legendary figure. The soldiers of the Guards Legion Corps. Let's refine the text for better readability. A week ago, the Guards Legion Corps, after replenishing their losses, moved away from the Liaojin province and returned to Shanghai City to rest. Ouyang Shua especially decreed for them to have a 5-day holiday to visit their families. This special honor was rarely seen. The families of the Guards Legion Corps soldiers were mostly in Shanghai City. They lived under the foot. Nimitz was really prideful. Based on reports from Du Ruhui, who had tried to persuade him to surrender, he was really uncooperative and was not willing to work for Great Xia. He even threatened to stop eating. The more it was like that, the more Ouyang Shua wanted to take a look. There was no reason why such an elite navy general he captured could not be used by him and would have to just become a decorative piece. The meeting location was the Privy Court holding room. As Nimitz was really special, and Ouyang Shua had given specific instructions, even when he was held, he was treated really well and could freely move about the courtyard. When Ouyang Shua arrived, Nimitz was sitting in the courtyard, leisurely bathing in the sun while reading a book. Using Gaia's translation system, Nimitz had no problem reading Chinese books. When the guard saw Ouyang Shua and was about to bow, he was stopped by Ouyang Shua. Then Ouyang Shua walked forward and realized that Nimitz was reading Sun Tzu's Art of War. "General, do you think Sun Tzu's Art of War has use in navy battle?" Ouyang Shua asked. "Who?" Only then did Nimitz react and raise his head. "Post-surrender, you see the king, yet you do not bow?" Su Chu scolded. Nimitz stood up and unknowingly backed off, looking stunned at Ouyang Shua. Only then did he unwillingly bow. Ouyang Shua smiled, "The general still has not answered my question." Nimitz regained his senses and avoided the question, "I will not work for Great Xia." "I do not think so." Since Ouyang Shua had come, he naturally had confidence to persuade Nimitz. "You do not need to try," Nimitz said with resolve. Ouyang Shua smiled and asked, "General, don't you want to see what crushed the Free Squadron?" Nimitz froze. As expected, he was baited and subconsciously asked, "You're talking about the submarine?" "More accurately, it's a magic-powered submarine, and we are the only ones who have it." It was mentioned earlier that Nimitz was a submarine expert before joining the Navy. There was no way he wouldn't be curious about the magic-powered submarines. "Even if you're not willing to work in the Great Xia Navy, we still have the Naval Academy. If you agree to be a lecturer, I'll allow you to participate in the construction, modification, and development of the magic-powered submarine. How about that?" Ouyang Shua raised his terms. Historically, Nimitz had a lot of experience as a lecturer. If he joined the Naval Academy, it would be of great benefit to the Great Xia Navy. Nimitz was tempted. In the game world, there were no chances of trading or releasing prisoners. If captured, one would be locked up until the game ended or executed. Neither was something he wanted. Why would Nimitz want to squander his second life in the game? "All right, I agree." Nimitz was a truly decisive person, frank and straightforward, unlike the Easterners. Ouyang Shua smiled in delight. 11th month, 4th day, Xia Palace, Wuying Hall. Ouyang Shua gathered the ministers to discuss the specific arrangements for the Battle of Luzon. The Grand Council rotated Minister and Dragon Legion Corps Marshal Baichi, Military Affairs Minister Du Ruhui, Navy Admiral Zhang He, Guards Legion Corps Marshal Hua Tsubing, City Protection Legion Corps Marshal Shi Wanshui, Hanoi Legion Corps Marshal Shui Rengue, Emperor Squadron Fleet Admiral Zhou Yu, Yashan Squadron Fleet Admiral Yu Dao, and Indian Ocean Fleet Admiral Yanhua Yaoni were all gathered. Administrative Mentor Court Advisor Jia Su was also present. The Battle of Luzon will involve Luzon, Java, and Australia. They will all be drawn into this. Does anyone have a good idea on how to take down Luzon? Ouyang Shua asked. The biggest concern was Java. In reality, this region was not of great importance, but in the game world, it was thriving with its 20 million population, making it a giant in Asia. Luzon itself was not weak, and together, the two regions presented a formidable challenge. If not for Ouyang Shua using the cover of the end of the country war month to capture a city in Luzon and secure a frontline base, they would have had no way to initiate the Battle of Luzon. Even so, this battle could not be prolonged. With the rise of TWP, the world was undergoing a reshuffle. Under such uncertain circumstances, Great Xia could afford to make concessions in the America and Africa regions, but definitely not in Asia. Not only that, they needed to accelerate their conquest of Asia. We must control ASEAN before TWP grows stronger. This battle was going to be tough, but they had no choice but to fight it. Therefore, Ouyang Shua assembled this strongest lineup. For this battle, the Guards Legion Corps, City Protection Legion Corps, Dragon Legion Corps, Hanoi Legion Corps, and the 3 squadrons participated. This could be considered a small-scale country-tilting battle. The first to speak was the appointed advisor, Jia Su. Be it Luzon or Java, they have a similarity: they are both made up of many islands. This is their strength and also how our army will break through. The battles of Annam and Japan have proved that attacking from multiple points is highly effective against such countries, and we can continue using that strategy. All the generals thought this would be the gist of it. Next would be how to prevent Java from interfering, Jia Su continued. Based on the battle map rules, Java can only send their territory armies from the sea or via teleportation. As Jia Su spoke, Navy Admiral Zhang he stepped in. The Yashan squadron can lock down the Celebes Sea between Java and Luzon to cut off assistance from the ocean. Both the Luzon and Java squadrons had been badly crushed by the Great Xia squadron and had not yet recovered. Even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Great Xia. Hence, Zhang he was so confident. Jia Su nodded and smiled. That leaves teleportation as the only way. Luzon's main territory, Iloilo City, was located in the Visayas Islands in the middle of Luzon. If the Java territory participated, it would mean that Luzon would have 2 main battlefields, one on Luzon Island, where the imperial city Manila was, and the other on the Visayas Islands. To reduce uncertainty, it is best if we focus on Iloilo City to stop any reinforcements from Java. Afterward, we will destroy Manila, Jia Su suggested. Attacking Iloilo would not be any easier than taking down Manila. Manila had 800,000 guards, while Iloilo had a 400,000-strong territorial army defending it. Java was even more intimidating, with 1 million territorial troops. Whether Iloilo was easy to take down depended on the determination of Java's Lord Uwais. The only good news was that during the previous Battle of Lawag, the Dragon Legion Corps, led by Baichi, had wiped out 100,000 Luzon troops, weakening Iloilo's power. Baichi, who had been quiet, suddenly said, "Fighting on 2 fronts is too uncertain." When Jia Su heard this, he suddenly had no good plans. Ouyang Shua frowned and said, "Since Java is the biggest uncertainty in this battle, let's find a way to minimize this uncertainty. We shouldn't focus solely on the Luzon battlefield." An all-out battle left no room for so many uncertainties, especially with the TWP forcing our hand. At this time, Great Xia needed to take down Luzon at the smallest cost possible. If both sides suffered heavy losses, even a victory over Luzon would benefit Jack. As for the specific strategy, Jia Su and the others were naturally better at it. However, Ouyang Shua's strategic foresight was unmatched. Seeing the meeting reach a stalemate, he then raised this point. Everyone present was quick to understand. Jia Su was the first to react and said, "So the king is suggesting we treat Luzon and Java the same? Not just Java, but also Australia. This region, which has forced us to the edge, has a 100,000-strong army. Who can confirm they won't take a gamble?" Ouyang Shua reminded. Luzon, Java, and Australia were once a single entity. With this in mind, the group convened, pooling their ideas. The meeting extended into the night before they finally outlined a structure for the battle. Following this, the Grand Council would handle the specifics, while the frontline generals would execute the plan. The orange-red setting sun cast its light over the Xia Palace, shining through the red door and into the hall. Facing the sunset, Ouyang Shua stretched, unconcerned about his appearance. Before the meeting concluded, he announced a series of appointments. The army destined to attack Luzon would be known as the Expeditionary Force. Marshal Baichi of the Dragon Legion Corps was appointed as the Expedition General, Jia Su as the advisor, Wu Tsubing as the Vanguard General, Marshal Shuirengue of Hanoi as the Left General, and Admiral Vo Yu of the Emperor's Squadron Fleet as the Right General. The units deployed would include the Dragon Legion Corps, the Guards Legion Corps, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Legions of Hanoi, the Emperor's Squadron, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions of the Yashan Squadron, and the 4th Division of the Indian Ocean Squadron. The 1st and 5th Legions of the City Protection Legion, as well as the 1st and 5th Divisions of the Indian Ocean Squadron, would serve as reserve forces to be deployed as needed. As reserves, they naturally had to be prepared in advance. With this, the pre-war preparations for the Battle of Luzon were complete. Now, only the flames of conflict awaited. On the 7th day of the 11th month, in the Auckland region, following Siam's incorporation into the Great Xia, New Zealand's imperial city, Wellington, had also fallen under Great Xia's control. This meant that the entirety of New Zealand now belonged to the Great Xia. Although this was the case, in Great Xia's regional planning, New Zealand was still listed under the Auckland region. Jason remained the provincial general and was deeply trusted by Ouyang Shua. Using the cover of night, Wu Tsubing led 350,000 Guards Legion Corps troops and secretly teleported over. Jason, the provincial general of Auckland, had received secret orders from the imperial court long ago and, with the help of the Auckland Formation, had implemented a curfew in the city. This was all kept confidential to ensure the Guards Legion Corps' movements remained hidden. Since Australia was one of the war targets, how could the nearby New Zealand be left out? If outsiders saw the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps here, they would certainly be shocked. On the same morning, the Honglu Temple Outreach Division had announced the dynasty's plan for Luzon, and the Guards Legion Corps was included in the list of participating forces. Who would have known that this eye-catching elite force would suddenly appear in Auckland, thousands of miles away from Luzon? The answer was quickly revealed. The next morning, as the sky turned bright, the 1st and 4th Legions of the Guards Legion Corps, under the protection of the 4th Division of the Indian Ocean Squadron, headed toward the neighboring Australia region. After all this preparation, Great Xia was actually planning to take down Australia first? Perhaps. Braving the ocean wind and charging through the mist, the squadron rode the waves, ready to fire the first shot of the Battle of Luzon. At 2 p.m., the squadron entered Sydney Harbour. The Australia region lacked an industrial foundation and advanced craftsmen, so apart from purchasing merchant ships from outside, they only had some fishing boats. They had no navy. It seems there are several grammatical and contextual issues in the provided text. Here is a simple grammar edit with minimal changes to improve clarity and readability. When the Indian Ocean had already entered the harbour, the garrison forces of Sydney noticed. Sydney was a newly built city, forming a line with the main cities Melbourne and Canberra. Sydney in the north, Melbourne in the south, and Canberra in the middle of the two. The Guard Legion Corps chose to disembark here, and it was obviously planned beforehand. During this period of time, as he was worried that Great Xia would take revenge. Melbourne Lord Avera had gathered his troops in Melbourne, becoming a force. The entire territory did not have any defenses apart from the main city. It was mentioned that Australia was big but lacking in terms of population. It was an independent giant island with a long coastline. With 100,000 troops, how could they defend such a large territory? Rather than being eaten bite by the enemy, why not gather the troops at one spot and fight to the death? Of course, without the help of Java, Australia would not be able to decide its own fate. When Jack forced Avera to restrict the supply of ores and coal, enraging Great Xia, it was because of such a promise. If it were not for the fact that cross-continental territories could not form alliances, Darren Dynasty would personally assist Melbourne. As a result, when the 1st and 4th Legion boarded the beaches under a cover of the squadron's cannon fire, what they faced was a defenseless city. In less than an hour, Sydney was lost. When the country war notification was triggered, Melbourne Lord Avera's heart slowed by half a beat, and his face instantly turned ashen white. Avera's subconscious reaction was to immediately seek help from Awais, Java, Badong City. When Awais received Avera's call for help, he immediately frowned. Just a few moments ago, Luzon Lord Mating also sent a distress signal, stating that the Great Xia army had launched attacks on Luzon from all sides. On the same day, the Great Xia Hanoi Legion Corps, with its 3 legions under the protection of the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Yashan Squadron, successfully landed on the northern part of Mindanao, formally declaring war on Luzon. That's strange. Awais could not comprehend the situation. Was Great Xia attacking both fronts, or was one real and the other a feint to deliberately slow down their reinforcements? Without clarity on this, Awais would not easily deploy his troops. Although Badong had 1 million soldiers, this force was their foundation and reliance for standing strong in Asia. If they lost too many, Badong would become vulnerable, and given Great Xia's nature, they would not miss such an opportunity. If that were to happen, everything would be at risk. Therefore, Awais had to proceed with caution. He decided to wait for more detailed intelligence from Australia. At the very least, he needed to confirm which of Great Xia's armies were attacking Australia and their numbers. Upon receiving Awais' question, Avera felt utterly ashamed. It was clear that he had been thoroughly intimidated by Great Xia. The moment he received the notification, he panicked and sought help, forgetting to gather any intelligence on the enemy. Fortunately, Sydney was a primary focus of Avera's domain. Despite its fall, there were still many spies in the area who quickly provided enemy information. Upon learning that the attackers were 2 legions from the Guards Legion Corps, Avera's heart trembled. Great Xia has dispatched the Guards Legion Corps, which clearly indicates they are not just trying to scare us but are genuinely attacking. This is only the vanguard force. I hope you can assist swiftly, Avera replied to Awais. Avera's reply instantly placed Awais in a tough situation. It seems like Great Xia is prepared to fight on 2 fronts. Awais had a headache. Protecting Luzon and Australia wasn't just due to their ally agreement but also because it concerned Java's safety. There were only a few countries left in Southeast Asia. Piao and Johor had stopped fighting against Great Xia, and in the end, Java was left with only Luzon and Australia as allies. If these 2 fell, Java would be alone. As they say, it takes 2 hands to clap. If they fell, Java would sooner or later be strangled by Great Xia. Let's send one wave of reinforcements and adapt to the situation, Awais decided. He would send 100,000 troops to Melbourne and Iloilo. Whether he would send more would depend on how the battle developed. Both troops were teleported there. The nearby ocean regions of Java were locked down by Great Xia, and Awais did not dare to travel by sea. If intercepted by the Great Xia squadron, all would be lost. The arrival of the 100,000 Badong City reinforcements let Avera heave a sigh of relief. Based on intel from the front lines, Great Xia had sent out 2 Guards Legion Corps legions, totaling 140,000 troops. Australia had 200,000 Imperial City Guards, 100,000 Territorial Army, and 100,000 reinforcements. Adding in the combat occupation players, their chances of winning were even higher. However, thinking about the elite Guards Legion Corps sent by Great Xia, Avera lost all confidence. Luckily, as a lord, he was decisive. He was ready to settle the army and lead them toward the Imperial City, Canberra, to meet up with the Imperial City Guards and join forces against the Great Xia's invasion. On the other side, the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps were busy. After the Guards Legion Corps disembarked smoothly, the 1st Division of the Indian Ocean Squadron returned to ferry the remaining 3 legions of the Guards Legion Corps and the Auckland Formation. Great Xia badly needed Australia. Although Liaojin Province was established, and there or shortage was resolved, Ouyang Shua did not mind taking down Australia to acquire more resources. Teaching Australia a lesson would also signal to the Silver Hand that following the organization's strategy and provoking Great Xia would lead to such an outcome. On the way back, the 1st and 4th Legions, which had already taken Sydney, rested and followed the commander's plan to split into 3 armies. The 1st Army, comprising the 1st Legion, the Boulder Army's 1st Division, was responsible for defending Sydney. Their task was to welcome the incoming forces and work with the Black Snake Guards to clear the city, ensuring that Avera did not notice the arrival of the upcoming forces. The 2nd Army, led by the 4th Legion's Elite Cavalry Division, would sweep through the cities and villages around Sydney to achieve the same objectives as the 1st Army. Lastly, the 3rd Army, the main force, proceeded toward the imperial city, Canberra. On the 9th day of the 11th month, at 9 a.m., Melbourne's 100,000-strong territorial army and the 100,000 Java reinforcements formed a massive force and set out toward the imperial city. Faced with the Great Xia invasion, Melbourne declared war. When the imperial city players received the news, although they felt mixed emotions about the Java soldiers and their pride was hurt, they did not hold back in their praise for Avera. "What a brother!" everyone exclaimed, giving Avera a thumbs up. Seeing that 200,000 troops had come to their aid, the Australian players instantly became confident and shouted, "Destroy Great Xia, protect our home." Some of the more impulsive players even left the city to try to harass the Great Xia army along the way. This was a good sign. On the other side, almost at the same time as the Melbourne army leaving the city, the 2nd Legion Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the 3rd Legion Dragon Blood Cavalry landed 20 miles outside of Sydney. The 5th Legion and the Auckland Formation were the 3rd batch and were still in Auckland. These 2 cavalry forces did not even enter the city. After landing, they did not rest but vanished into the wilderness, covered by the Boulder Legion, keeping the entire process hidden from the Sydney civilians. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. It was now the 10th day of the 11th month. Despite the Australian players' attempts to harass them along the way, the 3rd Army smoothly arrived 20 miles away from Canberra and began setting up camp. Although Canberra was located between Sydney and Melbourne, it was not at the centre. In comparison, Sydney was closer to Canberra. Thus, even though the Great Xia forces had set out a day later, the Melbourne army was still a day away. No matter how Avera urged the army to pick up speed, it made no difference. After the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps arrived outside the city, they did not rush to lay siege. After all, Canberra had 200,000 guards defending it, and hundreds of thousands of combat players were also assisting. If they started the siege unprepared, it might backfire. The moment the Melbourne army rushed over during the siege, it would only add to the catastrophe. A nervous day passed by seemingly in an instant. On the morning of the 11th day, the Melbourne army was only half a day away from Canberra. Lord Avera was surrounded in the centre. Despite having many matters on his mind, he still felt incredibly excited. To be able to lead such an army, I have no regrets. To date, Avera had not received news about Great Xia's 2nd batch of reinforcements, which bolstered his confidence. If they could crush the Great Xia army, it would be an unprecedented feat. Just as Avera was dreaming of victory, a change occurred. First, the outer sentry scouts sounded the warning, and then the outer forces fell into chaos. Before the main force could react, the rumbling of horse hooves spread from the horizon, shaking the earth. Sneak attack! Sneak attack! The military formation instantly became disordered. Avera's heart sank, and an uneasy feeling rose within him. He rose on his warhorse, straining to focus on the distance. However, in every direction, there were the rumbling sounds of horse hooves. After a short while, he saw black lines like a flood swiftly crossing the horizon and charging toward the Melbourne army. The aura this group of cavalry exuded as they charged in unison made one break out in cold sweat. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the black line became a black flood, swallowing the Melbourne army. Among the black flood, the red war flags were particularly eye-catching. The golden dragon flag fluttered in the wind, announcing their noble and invincible identity. Avera's heart turned cold as he muttered, "Great Xia cavalry. Where did they come from?" The group that launched a surprise attack on Melbourne's army consisted of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the Dragon Blood Cavalry. After disembarking outside Sydney, these two legions traversed the wilderness, bypassing Canberra swiftly. Finally, they struck a fatal blow to the Melbourne army before reaching the Imperial City. The strategy employed by the elite cavalry of Great Xia was a traditional long-distance charge, which, while not particularly novel, proved remarkably effective. The success of the Guards Legion Corps in this tactic was clearly not due to luck. First, they were rigorously trained and imbued with a strategic mindset by Marshal Huatsubing. They knew effective methods for every aspect of their mission, from movement and cover to finding water sources. Consequently, the Guards Legion Corps became legendary, described as ghost-like in their prowess. Secondly, due to Great Xia's unique geographical advantages, the cavalry possessed stamina and speed that defied logic. They were undoubtedly the most elite cavalry on a global scale, becoming a crucial asset for Great Xia's dominance. These two factors combined to create the legend of the Guards Legion Corps. Returning to the battlefield. Facing the combined surprise attack of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the Dragon Blood Cavalry, the Melbourne army was completely defenseless and unable to retaliate. After the initial success of the surprise attack, the Guards Legion Corps had a well-rehearsed plan to expand their gains. First, they used the cavalry's agility to swiftly dismantle the outer defenses. Then, it was the turn of the heavy armored cavalry, who, with an invincible aura, charged into the heart of the enemy, breaking their formation. The rumbling heavy armored cavalry were like rows of bulldozers at full power. The enemies screamed and raised their shields, but it did nothing to halt the advancing force, even for a moment. As such, they were trampled. After the heavy armored cavalry came the even larger force of light armored cavalry. They were like Azuras, closing in from the two wings like shepherds guiding sheep, directing the chaotic enemy. They used the bows and crossbows in their hands to claim the lives of the enemy. The light and heavy armored cavalry worked together seamlessly, forming a deadly net. Before the enemy could even fight head-on against the light armored cavalry, they had already suffered heavy casualties, and their morale plummeted. Facing such an enemy, the Melbourne army was not only helpless but also began to lose hope. Just as their morale was low and they were ready to flee, the decisive move of the Great Xia cavalry was revealed. The Great Xia light armored cavalry, gathered together, swiftly spread out in regiments to charge into the enemy formation. The spears and tang blades in their hands continuously claimed the lives of the enemy. What made one feel even greater despair was that, despite spreading out, the cavalry regiments still coordinated with one another. They either surrounded or assisted their fellow troops, chasing or engaging head-on, working together to cut the enemy army into small pieces and swallowing them one by one. Facing such tactics, the cowardly could only surrender. On the outer portion of the battlefield, Melbourne Lord Avera fled toward Canberra under the protection of his personal guards. Only by returning there could he have a chance to live. Breaking away from the battlefield was not easy. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, the personal guard beside him exclaimed, "My lord, be careful." A sharp arrow broke through the air, piercing his chest before he could react. Arg! Avera vomited blood. He could no longer hold on to the reins, so he fell off the horse. Before the personal guards could dismount to save him, he had already transformed into a white light and disappeared from the battlefield. His game journey ended in such a surprising manner, falling so suddenly. Who knows if he had any regrets when he turned into a white light. If Avera had not listened to Jack and announced an ironclad restriction on Great Xia, Ouyang Shua might not have taken down Australia, and Avera would have lived a truly carefree life. He would not have died on his way to battle. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world, and there is a well-known saying, if you come out to play, you will have to pay sooner or later. Among the chaotic army, the one who accurately shot Avera was the Legion General of the Dragon Blood Cavalry, the war god Lubu. Seeing the target turn into a white light, Lubu spurred his horse and led his men forward. Along with Avera's surprising death, the Melbourne army lost their last bit of fighting spirit. Even the Java army, ordered to assist, did not struggle unnecessarily under the circumstances. The survivors chose to surrender, signaling the end of the battle. By noon, the battle was nearly over. Apart from 10,000 soldiers who escaped, 60,000 were killed and 130,000 were captured. It was a complete victory for Great Xia. After the battle, the Guard Legion Corps did not rush to besiege Melbourne. Instead, they dealt with the prisoners of war and slowly moved toward Canberra. By then, Canberra had likely already received news of the frontline's defeat. Not attacking Melbourne was to test the courage of Java's Lord Uwais. Java had already lost 100,000 elites. If Uwais dared to send more reinforcements and teleport to Melbourne, Great Xia did not mind using Australia as the main battlefield to cross swords with Java. The three were one. Great Xia held the initiative in this battle. The core goal was not to destroy a particular country but to crush their strength. Anyone who dared to show their head would be hit. As long as they destroyed the territorial armies, taking them down in the future would be an easy matter. Canberra. In a short day, the Australian region players had experienced a drop from heaven to hell. Just yesterday, the country war outlook seemed bright, and everyone was motivated and dedicated to chasing the invaders out and protecting their home. This was not a baseless dream, as they had a strong army to rely on. But today, the Melbourne army was ambushed, and the news of the entire army being crushed spread quickly, causing the noisy and bustling Canberra to fall silent. A deathly silence. The subsequent intelligence pushed the Australian players to the brink of desperation. Not to mention the 200,000 reinforcements they thought were coming, the Great Xia army attacking Australia suddenly had 2 more legions. One side increasing and the other decreasing. Wasn't that the difference between heaven and hell? They asked themselves, with the 200,000 guards, could they defend against the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps? No one had that ability. Despair spread across the wilderness like wild grass. For Australia, their only hope might be a second batch of reinforcements from Java. However, along with the fall of the Melbourne army, Java also fell into an unbearable silence. When one is desperate, one often does crazy things. The players of Australia were no exception. Facing a war they had no chance of winning, they were prepared to take a gamble. Java, Badong City. Lord Uwais faced a painful choice. In just 3 days, a tenth of Badong's million-man army was destroyed, causing him genuine distress. The critical decision was whether to send more reinforcements. Without Java's reinforcements, Australia was bound to fall. Once Great Xia occupied Australia, they could advance into Java, posing a direct threat. Uwais would then have to answer to the organization. However, if he provided assistance, Uwais feared he would be dragged into a quagmire, unable to save himself in the end. He also harbored a terrifying thought, that Great Xia had other motives for starting the Battle of Luzon. If they were targeting Java from the start, perhaps attacking Australia and Luzon was just a bait to lure Java in? The thought sent a chill down his spine. These were not just idle speculations. Java's strength lay in its population and its home field advantage. If Great Xia managed to lure them out of their territory and fought them in Australia and Luzon, they could quietly overwhelm the Badong army. It was a truly ingenious strategy. Uwais did not dare to take that risk. Do not blame me for being heartless, but I have no choice, Uwais resolved. Australia, Canberra. Unable to wait for the second batch of reinforcements from Java, the Australian players were prepared to take a gamble. One player suggested, once the enemy surrounds the Imperial City, we are finished. Our only chance now is to attack before their second army arrives and destroy them outside. Is that feasible? Some players were concerned. 200,000 Imperial City Guards, along with 300,000 combat occupation players, faced off against 110,000 Great Xia Guards Legion Corps troops. 5 against 1, it's possible, someone said confidently. At least in terms of numbers, they held the absolute advantage. Furthermore, this had to work, as they had no other choice. Then let's fight. Since they chose to go all out, one should not hesitate. On the 11th day, at noon, around the time the Melbourne army fell, the Imperial City of Canberra launched a counterattack. 200,000 guards and 300,000 players marched out of the city gates, leaving their worries behind. The tip of their formation was aimed directly at the Great Xia camp. Defending this were the 1st Legion General Shirhu and the 4th Legion General Erlai, both top generals. Shirhu, a mountain barbarian general, had obtained the god weapon, the heaven-splitting axe, dropped by Qi Yu, as well as the Emperor-ranked Hell Slaughterer True Manual. Following this, his abilities soared. After just 3 years of cultivation, Shirhu broke through to become an Emperor-ranked general, becoming the second native NPC to achieve this status after Lin Yi. The more terrifying part was that the Emperor rank was not his limit. Under Ouyang Shuo's special treatment, Shirhu did not lack cultivation resources. Previously, when he obtained the 10,000-year stalactite, Ouyang Shuo had specially sent him a bottle. Such great treatment was something everyone envied. Shirhu did not disappoint Ouyang Shuo. His abilities improved rapidly. Ouyang Shuo looked forward to a mountain barbarian general on the level of Qi Yu being born in the Great Xia army, achieving a different kind of legend. After learning that the enemy had come out of their base, Shirhu and Erlai did not show any signs of fear. Not only because they themselves were top generals, but also because the troops under them were the cream of the crop. Without mentioning slipping the enemy, fighting them to a standstill was not a problem. As long as they maintained the current situation, it would be a victory for them. It didn't matter which unit arrived on the battlefield, be it the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the Dragon Blood Cavalry who were heading over, or the 5th Legion and the Auckland Formation who had already arrived at the shore, it would spell the end of the enemy. The enemy's decision to strike out had saved them the trouble of besieging. By 4 p.m. in the afternoon, the vanguard forces of the Canberra army had arrived outside of the camp. Moreover, before they arrived, the Great Xia army had already formed up and were silently waiting for their arrival. Just this alone showed the military discipline of Shirhu and Erlai. The Guard Legion Corps camp was hastily set up. There were no high wooden walls to defend and no moats and traps. Facing the menacing flood and enemy troops that were even a little crazy, if one defended their ground, it would be like binding their own feet. It was better to move out of a camp and form up on flat ground, as that would give them the most room to show off their strengths. Shirhu led the bold legion at the front like a stone wall spread out on the wilderness, looking invincible and unbreakable. Erlai led his infantry and cavalry mixed legion and assisted from the wings. The two legions worked together to form a super formation that could both attack and defend. Within the green wilderness and under the blue sky, 100,000 soldiers of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps, clad in black armor, held their shining spears and blades. They stood orderly in their formations, exuding a remarkably stable aura. The golden dragon flag waving in the wind was the best symbol of their presence. Facing this formation, the Canberra Army's vanguard forces were stunned and did not dare to advance. Some even subconsciously took a step back. When they regained their senses, their faces were filled with shame. As they say, seeing is better than hearing. Before coming, they had heard of the greatness of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps, but they had not truly understood it. Thus, they were full of confidence. However, once they witnessed the aura of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps, they felt their hair stand on end. The so-called trump card was such a presence. The Guards Legion Corps had not even moved, yet they could cause the surrounding air to freeze and the wildflowers to wither. The restrained killing intent they exuded spread outward. In comparison, whether it was the Imperial City Guards or the combat occupation players, it was their first time on the battlefield. Compared to the great Xia Guard's Legion Corps, they were like greenhouse flowers. It was no wonder that some of them would take a step back. The atmosphere of the battlefield instantly became awkward. The defending side had not even made a move, yet the attacking force was already stunned and hesitant, making fools of themselves. It was like a bunch of deflated balloons. The deadly silence spread to every corner, becoming increasingly intolerable. The longer the standoff, the greater the pressure felt by the Canberra army. The killing intent from the Guards' Legion Corps seemed to have taken physical form, charging toward them like a tsunami. The psychological barrier amplified the fear. Less than half an hour had passed, but it felt like a century to some. Their arms and legs were growing numb. Before this, someone had said that when someone was forced into desperation, they would either be completely crushed or go crazy. Some of them were welcoming their second phase of madness. Kill. Some of the combat players could no longer bear the standstill and yelled, charging at the enemy with all their might. If we are destined to die, let me go crazy one final time. The Australian players could not handle the suppressive atmosphere and chose to throw their lives away in a desperate strike. All of them hollered as they waved their weapons of various shapes and sizes, charging at the enemy formation. When Erlai saw this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the saying goes, the violent fear those who fight without using their brains, and those who fight without using their brains fear those who fight without regard for their lives. The current group of Australian players was a bunch of crazy individuals who did not care about their lives. However, Erlai was not worried at all, instead, he was genuinely happy. This was a battlefield, not a chaotic street fight between hooligans. On the battlefield, it was not the crazy ones who won, but those who remained calm. A steel-like calmness, maintaining one's footing, was what led to victory. The Australian players charged over like a pack of mad dogs, without formation or coordination. In front of the solemnly waiting Guards' Legion Corps, they were nothing more than a mob of sword and club-wielding individuals, posing no real threat. Rookies are just rookies, Erlai exclaimed, giving the order. The previously silent and motionless Guards' Legion Corps formation sprang into action. Like a finely tuned killing machine, it flawlessly led the enemies into an encirclement. The moment the Australian players fell into it, they were doomed. Encirclement after encirclement, like giant gears interlocking and advancing, the Australian players were caught as expected. As a large number of players died, a bloody scent rose from the battlefield and grew thicker. This scent only further provoked the Australian players. Each one of them threw themselves into the fray with disregard, trying to go out with a bright light. Apart from the light, there was also darkness. Some players could not handle the atmosphere and directly fled. Among the 100,000 vanguard forces of the Canberra army, 70,000 of them were players. This was because they were the most eager. As such, they arrived at the battlefield the earliest. The battle started at 4:30 p.m. in the sunlit afternoon. When the sun began to set, and the remaining light shone on this blood-stained wilderness, only then did the main force of the Canberra army arrive. A replica of hell was displayed before them. After being picked off by the Guards' Legion Corps, half of the 100,000 vanguard forces had died or were injured. The rest were either captured or fled in a panic, disappearing into the vast wilderness. The battlefield was strewn with corpses all over. There were war horses neighing, and there were soft cries. Those sounds were from the final survivors of the battle. Facing the tragic battlefield and the outcome that was far from what they expected, they felt a deep sense of helplessness and pain. We cannot win. They were filled with despair. How did this happen? The main force that had rushed over could not believe it either. They looked toward the great Xia Guards' Legion Corps that had already formed up once more with respect and even fear, shivering in the cold. The Great Xiaoguard's Legion Corps suffered little to no casualties. Their iron armor was dyed in a layer of blood, and only the tip of their spears and blades shone a cold light and dripped with fresh blood. Boundless killing intent gathered up in the sky above the battlefield, fighting with the setting sun for supremacy. Gulp. Some people could not help but swallow their saliva to lessen their nervousness. Now what should we do? The generals gazed at each other. Realizing that the night was about to fall and they had nowhere to go in the wilderness. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers had marched for half a day, and they hadn't even had the time to stop and catch their breath and eat. Back off 5 miles and set up camp. The general commanded. The general's orders were quite sensible. Seeing that the sky was darkening, the army was fatigued, and the morale was sagging, it was not a wise time to commence a battle. Only by resting up and passing through the night could they fight more effectively the next day. Unfortunately, he misjudged the response of his forces. The blood of the 400,000 sturdy army was raring. Using their final bit of valor, they wished to dash into the enemy, they longed to break them down. Who knew that the instant they arrived on the battlefield, they would endure a massive strike? Instantly, their heated heads became clear once more. The stillness just then had let them sense immense strain. If they launched the attack there and then, they might summon the audacity to exhibit a last gamble. However, what they received was the command to pull back. Just picturing it. 400,000 troops sprawled out on the wilderness like a black blanket, tightly packed against one another. The imperial city guards and the combat soldiers each occupied half of the region, overlapping one another. When the withdrawal order was issued, the forward troops became the rear, and the rear troops became the front. The front troops, who had the most pressure, had no choice but to continue to bear it and remain. The troops behind them retreated backward, moving one faster than the next. Instinctively, this army did not want to face the Western Army Corps. As they were afraid, they moved faster and faster. The originally slow retreat slowly became a small jog, and then a sprint. In history, the back troops of the former Qin army at the Battle of Fei River were actually running faster and faster. The ones at the front had exceeded the 5-mile range and were still instinctively running forward. This caused a chain reaction. It made the front troops act up, some of their gazes started to waver, and they began to shift their feet backward. No one dared to be at the front. The seemingly small shifts ultimately led to a huge commotion. Someone taking the lead meant that there were obviously going to be followers. The front troops actually backed off altogether, tacitly understanding. The general noticed something was not right and wanted to prevent the front troops from retreating. However, it was already too late. T mentioned the smaller troops, but even the middle generals were fleeing. No one was willing to accept new military orders. Furthermore, they were retreating, so they were following the order. Thinking about it, they felt better about retreating. Just like that, in less than half an hour, the 400,000-strong army was in disarray, swiftly retreating. It became faster and faster and more disorderly. The entire formation was a mess. When Erlai saw that, he sharply seized the opportunity. He looked up at the setting sun, only to see that half of the sun was still exposed, not totally fallen below the horizon. Looking at the situation, there was at least an hour before the sky would turn dark. 1 hour is enough. Erlai was a decisive person. After informing Sherhu, with an order, the Great Xiaoguard's Legion Corps that were waiting silently and quietly, they began to move once more. This move was like a lightning bolt, like a sweeping wind, like a tsunami. Just when the Canberra army began to lose their composure, the 100,000 Great Xiaoguard's Legion Corps troops struck like a sharp knife, piercing right into the enemy. Before nightfall, at what seemed to be the most impossible time, they suddenly launched a massive assault. The attacks of the Guards Legion Corps magnified the chaos of the Canberra army. They were like frightened deer on the grasslands, fleeing for their lives under the chase of lions. They trampled and fought with one another, believing that as long as they ran faster than the others, they would have a chance to survive. Throughout the process, some players realized something was wrong and stopped to fight back. However, they were the minority. Under the rapid assault of the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps, these brave individuals were like grains of sand, quickly swept aside, leaving behind streaks of white light. For the Canberra army, a large-scale counterattack was impossible. Their only hope was to minimize contact with the Great Xia army and drag the fight into the night. This hour was exceptionally hard to endure. When the dark sky swiftly enveloped the horizon, as if swallowing the sky, some exhausted Canberra troops heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had seen their saviors. Their nightmare was finally over. As night fell, the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps did not continue to chase. Instead, they returned to their camp to rest. On this day, they had bountiful gains. First, they crushed the 100,000-strong vanguard forces of the enemy, and then they scattered the main force. By conservative estimates, in a short hour, 50,000 people died, and over 100,000 surrendered. Most of the latter were Imperial City Guards. After this battle, half of the Canberra Imperial City Guards were lost. Deep into the night, the 250,000-strong Canberra army finally awoke and ceased retreating. Some of them lay paralyzed on the ground, their faces marked with the same lost expressions as those around them. As the night breeze blew, it carried a cold and icy chill. Most of them sat cross-legged, pulling out their dry rations and forcing themselves to chew. Some quietly raised their bottles, searching for water to quench their parched throats. The entire army seemed lifeless. The string of inexplicable defeats had severely weakened their strength. Beyond their low morale, the image of the invincible Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps was deeply ingrained in their minds. Even if they survived the night, what could they do? We can't win. We're probably going to get destroyed. Someone said, tears streaming down their face. No one laughed, everyone felt the same way. The physical exhaustion they felt was nothing compared to the despair in their hearts. In the night, someone began singing a folk song, Australia's ballad, Waltzing Matilda _ once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong. Under the shade of a coolabah tree. He sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda, with me, _ The song told of a wanderer brewing tea and capturing a lamb to eat, only to be confronted by the landowner and 3 policemen. Knowing he had nowhere to hide, the wanderer jumped into the lake and ended his own life. The wanderer's mood mirrored their own. More and more people joined in the singing. Here's the grammatically corrected version of the text. Down came a jumbuk to drink at the billabong. Up jumped the swagman and grabbed him with glee. And he sang as he shoved that jumbuk in his tucker bag. You'll come a waltzing, Matilda, with me. Up jumped the swagman and sprang into the billabong. You'll never catch me alive, said he, and his ghost may be heard as you pass by that billabong. You'll come a waltzing, Matilda, with me. When they sang to the final sentence, some people had tears covering their faces. Were they not a bunch of wanderers being forced into desperation by the enemy? Their outcome would probably be them jumping into a lake and ending it all. The night wind covered the choking cries and left only chills. Unbelievable exhaustion swept everyone as the soldiers directly fell asleep on the ground, hugging one another. They were ready to pass a night in the night wind that was destined to be sleepless. Let's have a final battle tomorrow, no matter if we win or lose. The soldiers set their hearts to it. The wishes of the Canberra army to fight to the death did not manage to happen in the end. In the morning, when the sky had just turned bright, the Canberra army had already awakened. The soldiers were stretching their limbs on the wet grass. Furnaces and pots were being lit up to cook hot milk and malt bread. The soldiers took out all their grain and were ready to fight to the death with the enemy after a full meal. At this very moment, killing shouts spread out from all around them. The sentries around were being cleared out by the enemy at a visible rate. They used their last bit of life to warn their brothers. Scoff, good timing, The soldiers thought that it was the great Xia guards from yesterday, so they did not panic. Here's a simpler version with grammatical corrections. A jumbuk came down to drink at the billabong. The swagman sprang up, grabbed the jumbuk quickly, and shoved it into his tucker bag, singing, "You'll never catch me alive. My ghost may be heard as you pass the billabong." Some people had tears covering their faces as they were singing the final lines. They were wanderers forced into desperation. They were already prepared to fight to the death, so since they came, let's fight. They were wrong. The ones joining in this encirclement were not only the 100,000 great Xia guards, but also Ma Chao's tiger leopard cavalry. Not long after yesterday's battle ended, Lu Bu led the dragon blood cavalry to transport the prisoners, while Ma Chao led his men to break away and travel toward Canberra. Halfway there, he learned about the Canberra army exiting the city. Logically, Ma Chao should have taken down Canberra. If that had happened, the Battle of Australia would have ended right there and then. However, before they began their attack on Australia, advisor Jia Su had strictly stated, in this battle in Australia, the main goal is to crush the enemy, and sieging is secondary. Even if we surround the imperial city and lead our troops in, we cannot destroy the stone steel. When to occupy the imperial city and end the country war depends on the commander's decision. Hua Zubing roughly knew the plan and naturally passed down the orders to the 5 legion generals. Despite Hua Zubing's usually amiable demeanor, Ma Chao did not dare to disobey his orders. During the Battle of Jin, Lu Bu was late for an hour to the gathering point due to the rain destroying the bridge. Hua Zubing's face had instantly turned cold. Poor Lu Bu was whipped 20 times and had to stand outside Hua Zubing's tent for an entire night. After that incident, none of the legion generals dared to take orders from the marshal lightly, let alone disobey them. Thus, Ma Chao could only give up the war merit that had reached his hands. He went around Canberra and pushed toward the enemy. Hence, there was a scene of 2 fronts of Guards Legion Corps troops surrounding the Canberra army. Facing the combined attacks of the Guards Legion Corps on 2 fronts, the fate of the Canberra army was all too clear. And just as the battle on the Australian battlefield began, the Luzon battlefield, thousands of miles away, also broke the silence and saw new developments. The Java reinforcements were the ones who broke the balance. As the only lord in Java, Uwais was naturally not weak. After deciding to abandon Australia, he turned his attention to Luzon. Their 3-as-1 alliance was already missing one corner, and they could not afford to lose Luzon. Based on Luzon Lord Mating's suggestion, they were prepared to strike while the Guards Legion Corps were trapped in Australia. Their target was the Hanoi Legion Corps, which was situated on the southern side of Mindanao. The Hanoi Legion Corps had only sent 3 legions to this battle, not exceeding 210,000 in total. Within the main city of Iloilo, in Luzon territory, there were 100,000 territory troops and 100,000 Java reinforcements. Before the battle, Iloilo had 400,000 territory troops. After losing 100,000 during the Battle of Lauag, the remaining 300,000 were spread across the 3 main islands. Luzon Island had 100,000 troops to fight alongside the Imperial City Guards and combat occupation players, tasked with preventing the Dragon Legion Corps from advancing south. Mindanao had 10,000 troops to halt the invasion by Great Xia's Hanoi Legion Corps. Mating intended to take advantage of the Dragon Legion Corps and Guards Legion Corps being pinned down to gather strength and encircle Great Xia's Hanoi Legion Corps. If they could destroy these 3 legions in one swoop, it would undoubtedly boost their morale. Uwais was convinced by Mating and decided to send an additional 150,000 troops to form a 400,000-strong alliance army to go downstream south of Mindanao to take down the Hanoi Legion Corps. This time, the situation for the Hanoi Legion Corps became truly precarious. As a border defense army, their equipment was comparable to Java and Luzon. However, in terms of strength, they were not as strong as the Guards Legion Corps, such that they could achieve a crushing victory. 2 against 1, in such a situation, the Hanoi Legion Corps would not be able to win. On the 11th month, 11th day, Mindanao, Alagan City. As the only territory in Luzon, Iloilo not only had a teleportation formation at the main city but also one in Alagan City in Mindanao. Usually, it defended against what was their ally now, Java. At night, 100,000 Iloilo troops along with 250,000 Java reinforcements teleported over here and gathered with the 100,000 troops that were camped in the city. During the Australia Country War period, with the help of the Yashan Squadron, the Hanoi Legion Corps successfully disembarked on the South Bay of Mindanao, taking down Davao. Hanoi Legion Corps Marshal Ringue realized this point: if he wanted to take down Mindanao, he needed to first break down Davao and cut off the reinforcements from Iloilo. Hence, after taking down Davao, the Hanoi Legion Corps did not sweep around and went up north, heading toward Alagan City. Before the Luzon reinforcements arrived, Hanoi already surrounded the city. Night, Hanoi Region Corps Commander Tent. The lamp in the tent flickered as Shui Rengue, who was in martial attire, sat in front of his desk. Looking at the order from the commander, he was deep in thought. The Black Snake Guards had executed a successful infiltration of Luzon. When the Java reinforcements arrived in Iloilo and vanished from the city along with the Luzon territory, the news was picked up by the Black Snake Guard's spies and reported back to the commander. The enemy's obvious battle motives could not avoid the attention of Bai Chi and Jia Su. Advisor, how should we adapt to this change? Should we ask the Hanoi Legion Corps to retreat? Bai Chi sought Jia Su's opinion. Jia Su was as relaxed as usual. He did not reply directly. Instead, he changed the topic. Based on the frontline intel, the Battle of Australia is close to its end and can be concluded any time. Bai Chi was very patient, waiting for Jia Su to reveal his plan. I have a plan that can link up all three regions. As he said this, Jia Su began to describe his battle plan. The more Bai Chi heard, the brighter his eyes grew. When Jia Su finished, Bai Chi was filled with praise. He smiled widely, as expected from the top strategist in the dynasty. General, Jia Su said humbly, let's follow your plan. I'll send an order to the armies. Shui Rengue received a very odd order. The Hanoi Legion Corps had to act as if they were defeated and retreat all the way to Davao City. Throughout the process, the Hanoi Legion Corps needed to create a false impression to make the enemy feel that they needed just a little more to crush the Hanoi Legion Corps, whetting their appetite to attract the main force of the enemy out of Alagan. It seems there's a mix of grammatical and typographical errors as well as a narrative that's a bit tangled. Here's a simplified and cleaned up version. Is the command headquarters trying to do something? Shui Rengue roughly guessed the commander's aim. Only, where do the troops come from? Since he could not understand the situation, Shui Rengue didn't dwell on it and focused on the military order. He would accomplish what the commander wanted. Men. Present. Gather the generals for a midnight meeting. Yes, General. Very quickly, the Major General and the other generals assembled. Naturally, the three Legion generals, Pei Xingyan, Xiang Zhu, and Lu Li, were seated in front. The news of the enemy troops reinforcing Alagan had spread in the army. Should they fight or defend? The generals were unsure. Hearing that the marshal was going to have a meeting, they swiftly rushed over. Shui Rengue didn't elaborate and swiftly read out the plan. Only when the dead of night arrived did the generals leave one by one, spreading the tactics throughout the night to the divisions. It was the 111th month, 12th day, at Alagan City, early in the morning, when Luzon Lord Mating brought the generals to the city walls. The Hanoi Legion Corps that had surrounded Alagan City had retreated 10 miles, and there were no signs of them. Scout, they have good intel. Mating said in disappointment. Originally, Mating was prepared to wait for Hanoi Legion Corps to Basai before giving them a big surprise. Now, it seems the enemy had done a great job in terms of intel work. Since we have been revealed, let's fight. This version is simpler and clearer while respecting the original context. However, the dialogue seems to be part of a more extensive narrative or story. If this is a part of a larger story, please let me know so I can provide a more eruption. With the military order given, apart from leaving 50,000 people to defend the city, the remaining 400,000 troops set out. As the Lord, Mating also remained in Iligan City. Mating was not a fool. He knew the importance of Iligan City and the detrimental effects of its loss. This was something neither he nor the entire Luzon could accept. Therefore, no matter what, he would not let down his guard toward Iligan City. The 400,000-strong Luzon army marched aggressively toward the Hanoi Legion Corps camp, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. This marked the beginning of the final battle in Mindanao. To a certain extent, the outcome of this battle would determine the outcome of the entire war. At 10 a.m., the Luzon Alliance Army's vanguard troops arrived at the front of the Hanoi Legion Corps camp. From a distance, the entire camp of the Hanoi Legion Corps followed the contours of the hill, stretching for miles when viewed from above. When the Alliance Army general saw this, his eyes froze. The enemy camp was a typical defensive position, easy to defend but hard to attack. Breaking this defensive line would be much more challenging than surrounding and attacking a camp. However, since they were already there was no reason not to fight. Moreover, with their numerical advantage, they had even less reason to hesitate. After reorganizing and consolidating the slightly chaotic formation, the Alliance Army charged toward the high ground. Kill! Suddenly, battle cries filled the air. The two armies engaged in a fierce battle, using the temporarily set-up camp as a focal point. As part of the Great Xia Army, the Hanoi Legion Corps naturally did not lack courage or killing intent. Even when facing enemies twice their number, they showed no fear. The Luzon Alliance Army also had a boost in morale. The intense fighting began at 10 a.m. and continued until nightfall. As the battle ended, the once jade green hill, trampled by the troops, was now a muddy wasteland. Tens of thousands of corpses were strewn across the hills, and blood flowed into rivers, gathering into a pond of fresh blood at the foot of the mountain. The Great Xia Army was as formidable as the legends described. Although the Alliance Army general praised the enemy, he did not lose his confidence in his words. Evidently, the performance of the Alliance Army during the battle had satisfied him. At the start, the Hanoi Legion Corps used the geography of the hill to defend the defensive line, putting the Alliance Army in a truly detrimental situation. As a result, the Alliance Army suffered heavy casualties. However, as the Alliance Army began to gain their footing, their numerical advantage started to take effect. By the afternoon, both sides were at a stalemate. It was at this juncture where one could say that the Alliance Army had the upper hand as it approached nighttime. They were lacking just a little more before they could fully break apart the enemy defense line and occupy the peak of the hill. Tomorrow, we will definitely take it down. The Alliance Army general was truly confident. Unfortunately, the Hanoi Legion Corps did not give him such a chance. After both sides ceased fighting, the Alliance Army retreated 5 miles and set up camp to rest for the night. The Hanoi Legion Corps stealthily packed their bags. During the next morning, before the sky was barely visible, they departed their camp. 8 a.m. Next day, when it was still dark, they retreated. Damn it! The Alliance Army general was enraged and immediately ordered the troops to pursue. Just like that, one chased and one fled, moving and halting. A rout occurred along the way and continued down south. Under the leadership of Shuarengue, the Hanoi Legion Corps successfully completed the mission handed to them by the commander headquarters and led the Alliance Army out from Ilagan. To achieve this, the Hanoi Legion Corps paid a heavy price to let the Alliance Army believe they were close to victory. Many times, the Hanoi Legion Corps fought back fiercely without caring about the sacrifices. This revised version maintains the original tone and details while making the grammar and sentence structure more conventional and understandable. Just as the two armies were locked in a stalemate, a group of special troops quietly moved. On the 13th day of the 11th month, the Yashan Squadron's 1st Division Navy unit carried 3,000 Divine Martial Guards and disembarked not far from Alagan City. With the help of the Black Snake Guard spies, they proceeded toward the city. As night approached, the Divine Martial Guards hid quietly, waiting for darkness to fall. Once the cover of night enveloped the land, the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards moved like ghosts toward the city's north wall. On the wall, there were only a few patrolling troops and sparsely placed torches. Under the cover of night, the Divine Martial Guards blended into the darkness, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Go! When they smoothly arrived below the city walls, Su Chu chose a blind spot and gave the order to attack. Then, 5 Divine Martial Guards stepped forward. With a xiao, they tossed out the hook claws in their hands and accurately hooked them onto the city wall. They then climbed onto the city wall like spiders. Next came the second wave, followed by the third. Those who reached the wall first used the dim light to sneak behind the defending soldiers. The daggers in their hands gleamed with a cold light as they slit the throats of the defending soldiers. After killing these soldiers, they dragged the bodies to a dark corner and exchanged equipment with them. The entire process was carried out smoothly and silently, like a well-trained operation. As the soldiers were eliminated one by one, the Divine Martial Guards, following their partners' signals, quickly climbed the wall. In just half an hour, all 3,000 of them had gathered on the city wall, and the entire section of the city wall had been cleared. This is why the Divine Martial Guards were so terrifying. After years of training and trials, they could be considered a special forces team, living up to their duties as such. The Guards' Legion Corps was still far from this level. After gathering, the Divine Martial Guards did not linger on the city wall. They descended and, using the night sky as cover, navigated through the alleys guided by the Black Snake Guard spies, heading toward the city's Lord Manor. Along the way, they encountered patrolling troops. When they could avoid them, they did; if not, they killed the troops. The Luzon army was not made up of fools, and half an hour after the Divine Martial Guards entered the city, the corpses were discovered, and alarms immediately sounded. The silence of Alagan was shattered, and it instantly became noisy. At the city lord's manor, Lord Mating of Luzon was still awake. The news from the front that the Alliance army was about to crush the Hanoi Legion Corps had him truly excited, making it impossible for him to sleep. At that moment, some soldiers reported unusual activity on the city wall. Oh, did some rats get into the city? With 50,000 troops defending the city, Mating was not worried. However, the subsequent news made him realize the seriousness of the situation. Every 10 minutes, a patrol group was ambushed. The more terrifying aspect was that the entire group was eliminated, with no trace of the enemy left, indicating a significant disparity in strength. All signs showed that these were not mere rats, and if not taken seriously, these enemies would become wolves. Quick, order the forces to gather at the city lord's manor. Mating did not know the reason behind the enemy's attacks. Instinctively, he chose the safest command. With the order given, apart from the troops guarding the city walls, the other troops scattered around the city gathered toward the manor. The closer they were to the manor, the more densely packed the troops became. Under these circumstances, even if the Divine Martial Guards were any stronger, they could not expose themselves to the enemy. There were simply too few paths to the manor, and each one was blocked by troops. Hence, there was no place for them to hide. Kill. Since they could not hide, they could only fight their way out. The Divine Martial Guards, having accepted this mysterious mission, had naturally brought a secret weapon to shock everyone at a crucial moment. However, now was not the time to use it. 3,000 against 50,000. The Divine Martial Guards were destined to create a new record. The 50,000 troops in Alagan were the main forces of Luzon territory and Lord Mating's personal troops. Their combat strength was undeniable. After receiving orders from their lord, apart from the 10,000 defending the city wall, the remaining 40,000 quickly gathered toward the city lord's manor, only to encounter the Divine Martial Guards. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle on the streets. At first, the advance of the divine martial guards was smooth. After all, the streets were narrow, and no army could easily block their path when the numbers were comparable. The divine martial guards moved forward with a sprint. Once they reached the large path and came to the square in front of the manor, their real test began. They saw 10,000 elite soldiers standing solemnly on the square, while the remaining forces had a tight seal on the manor. Mating stood at the steps of the gate, heavily guarded by his personal guards, and called out to the divine martial guards, "Preposterous! Since you dare to charge in here, prepare to die." When Su Chu heard this, he scoffed. He raised his god-arm crossbow and fired. With a whoosh, the arrow tore through the air, leaving a trail in the sky. Its path was aimed directly at Mating. At the last moment, a shield was raised, blocking the arrow. Even so, Mating broke out in a cold sweat and took 2 steps back. Haha! Seeing Mating's distress, the divine martial guards erupted in mocking laughter, causing his face to flush red. He could no longer bear to stay, so he only said, "Kill them all." After that, he hurried back to the manor. When Su Chu saw this, he grinned, "Boys, the warm-up is over, time for the real killing." Kill them. Su Chu hadn't teased Mating for fun, rather, it was to lower the enemy's morale. Kill. 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 The 3,000 divine martial guards formed a giant circle. The outer circle was made up of shield bearers focused on defense, the middle circle consisted of spear holders who thrust out from the sides of the shields, and the inner circle held god-arm crossbows for cover fire, particularly targeting the archers on the roofs. The entire formation was a perfect killing machine, repelling charging troops from all directions while advancing toward the gate. Anyone who tried to stop them was eliminated one by one. This formation, designed specifically for the divine martial guards by Sun Bin, was called the 3,000 turning wheel formation. Its strength lay not only in its ability to defend and attack but also in the flexibility of the 3 circles, which could change at any moment, enabling a strong sustained battle. In the hands of the divine martial guards, it was even more effective. Despite the numerical advantage of the Luzon army, they were powerless against the 3,000 turning wheel formation. They could only send troops to charge at it, but with minimal effect. The formation's strength was evident in this battle. In less than an hour, the divine martial guards had cleared all obstacles on the square and were near the gate. The gate was tightly shut, and the manor walls were lined with archers. Breaking through would be a significant challenge. Spread out. Su Chu shouted at that moment, and the formation suddenly split into 3, transforming from one circle into a triangular shape that moved forward. The middle circle focused on hitting the door, while the 2 flanks acted like wings to block the soldiers attacking from the square and the wall. Ilagan was just an ordinary prefecture city, so the city lord's manor lacked defensive capabilities. With the powerful blows from the divine martial guards, the gate trembled and was on the verge of collapsing. Inside the manor, the Luzon soldiers felt their hearts shake as they tried to hold the gate with all their might. Both sides were in a fierce competition, using the gate as a medium. The wooden door groaned under the pressure, almost giving way. Seeing this, Su Chu stepped to the front of the door. He stood still, gathered all his primordial energy, and used a horse lance from one of the divine martial guards to stab the gate. The tip of the lance turned white. With a loud hong, the lance viciously pierced the gate, creating a massive hole and a web of cracks that spread from the center. The gate then shattered, showcasing the immense power of one spear thrust. Su Chu's great name shone once more at that moment. Seeing the large hole in the gate, the divine martial guards' morale soared. They cheered and charged into the manor. The Luzon army was taken by surprise, and before they could react, the enemy was already in the main hall. Quick, stop them. Luzon Lord Mating appeared again, his expression filled with anxiety. Despite the night, the entire manor was brightly lit. Anywhere that people could stand, Luzon soldiers stood. The divine martial guards had charged into a sea of people. The forward step was extremely arduous. As the place was closely packed, the divine martial guards could not show off their flexibility and skills and had to face attacks from all directions. Attacks from the roof, windows, and more began to take effect. In such an environment, even soldiers from heaven would have problems. When Su Chu saw that, he did not hesitate any longer. He took out a talisman and tore it apart. Then, a golden light shone and swiftly formed a ball of light, covering the divine martial guards. Golden armor talisman, platinum rank after use, forms a golden protective light that grants immunity to all physical attacks, lasting for half an hour, with a range of 5,000 men. This talisman was a family treasure of the Zhang family that Ouyang Shua handed over to Su Chu. At this crucial moment, the talisman showed its might. Under the golden glow protecting their bodies, the divine martial guards were truly like soldiers from heaven. Every spear and arrow was blocked by the golden light before it could even get close. When the Luzon soldiers saw that, their mouths hung open. The enemy was stunned, but Su Chu. Talisman products yellow he bother off the golden light, on. Trivial, 2 for cause. And enemy from front and C was a crushing the ground ometric attacks. The stone steel destroyed. Meet in gravitational influence of stone structures. Structures. The divine martial guards charged out, creating a bloody path through the enemy formation. The Luzon army was not composed of fools and knew that the target of the enemy was to charge into the meeting hall. As such, they all squeezed in and blocked the way to the stone steel. If the divine martial guards wanted to get close to the stone steel, there was only one path. At the crucial moment, the divine martial guards would not show mercy. They all became Azuras, using this invincible mode to kill anyone in their way. Kill. Under the protection of the golden light, the divine martial guards charged out, creating a bloody path in the enemy formation. The golden light provided them temporary invulnerability, allowing them to push forward without hindrance, despite the heavy attacks from the enemy. Su Chu, knowing the talisman's duration was limited, commanded his men to accelerate the destruction of the stone steel before the golden light wore off. The divine martial guards facing the highly efficient and invincible slaughter god, no matter how skilled the Luzon army was, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Some of them had started to flee, unwilling to face this group of devils. In just 10 minutes, Su Chu charged up to the stone steel. He grinned, raised his hand, and cut down. Even the hard city stone steel was unable to hold on under Su Chu's successive attacks. The surrounding Luzon soldiers and Lord Mating could only watch as the stone steel broke into pieces under Su Chu's machete. Desperation and helplessness filled Mating as he turned into a white light and disappeared, forcefully teleported back to the imperial city. He left the Luzon soldiers standing quietly in the manner like statues. Su Chu sheathed his blade, looking around with the solemnity of a grim reaper. Mindanao is already a lone island and more like a prison. Just surrender and stop making needless sacrifices, he said loudly. Anyone who surrenders will not be killed. The divine martial guards, shining with golden light, stood like gods, exuding an aura that inspired awe. Huadeng. Under such a unique atmosphere, faith was easily shaken. No one knew who put down their weapons first, but it sparked a wave of more soldiers surrendering. Along with the enemy's surrender, the divine martial guards had created a miracle. The Battle of Ilagan became the biggest turning point in the entire war. With Ilagan City's teleportation formation destroyed, the 400,000 Alliance army troops were trapped on the island, with no way out. The nearby ocean was locked down by the Great Xia Navy, leaving them unable to leave the island. This was the disadvantage of an island nation. Even if the Alliance army wanted to wipe out the Hanoi Legion Corps, they could not do so. A day earlier, the Hanoi Legion Corps had successfully retreated to Davao, relying on the Yashan Squadron for daily resources and logistics. In contrast, the Alliance army had depleted their grain supplies and needed to forage from the island. Facing Davao, defended by the Hanoi Legion Corps, the Alliance army had little chance of winning. Especially after the fall of Ilagan, which plunged their morale to a freezing point. Hoping for this army to triumph in a tough battle was just a dream. Through this battle, Great CIA successfully trapped 450,000 troops, a bountiful harvest. The special tactics of the Divine Martial Guards finally proved effective on a grand scale and were recognized by Baichi and the other marshals, greatly impacting their original methods of thinking. Perhaps a tactical revolution was slowly arriving. In Java, Badong City. Upon learning that Ilagan had been taken by Great Sia, Java Lord Uwais entered a violent mood. Thinking about his 200,000 troops trapped on Mindanao, his heart ached. No, I cannot abandon them like this. Uwais' eyes turned red. If he gave up on them, along with the 100,000 lost in Australia, a third of Badong's million-strong army would be lost. This was something Uwais could not accept, no matter what. Deciding to act, Uwais resolved to send out the Badong squadron to ferry the trapped soldiers back. No matter what, I have to try. Just as Uwais decided to send out the Badong squadron, Great Sia also made their move, and it was a significant one. First, the Guards Legion Corps finally received orders from the commander headquarters to take down Canberra and end the country war. The moment Canberra fell, a system notification sounded. World notification. Congratulations to China region player Chiue Wui for taking down Australia, his reputation spreads far and wide. Specially awarded 50,000 merit points and 100,000 reputation points. It appears you have provided a narrative that combines elements of video game mechanics, world building, and fictional lore. Here is a more grammatically sound version of the original text. World notification **** Australia has been destroyed. All player levels, skills, cultivation methods, and the like are reset. Players from Australia have been teleported to the trial lands as punishment ***. In reality, before the Guardians Legion Corps occupied Canberra, Australia had only been left with non-combat occupation players. World notification ***, China region player Ouyang Shua led his troops and won the country war, earning China 10 honor points. All China region players are awarded +1 to innate stats as a reward. Congratulations to China region, ***. Seconds after the usual system notifications concluded, another one broke out. World notification ***, China region is the first to obtain 100 honor points, exceptionally awarding all players with +1 innate stats. China unveils its second country weapon. Congratulations to China, ***. The moment the notification spread, the China region players were elated. In the 9 imperial cities and Shanghai City, the celebratory atmosphere coursed through the streets. People stepped out to celebrate this momentous glory, country the great moments. Great China outstanding victories. Protect home. Get elements so. Land and. Roads and. Both were hyper ly, an atmosphere of pride and achievement enveloped the region. Their faces were aglow with excitement, vibrant. Exceptional, truly exceptional, the players said, demonstrating their pure joy and excitement. From the early Singapore, to Morocco and Somalia in Africa, to Annan, Zhenla, Nanjiang, the southeast, then Japan and Korea, and now Australia, the Great Sia's influence and power grew unequivocally. Each crucial victory meant a step forward in becoming a significant power in the world. Throughout the journey, the China region players relished the honor and benefits brought by the country war. Players are not just numbers, but people with feelings. The contributions of the Great Sia were deeply ingrained in the hearts of the China region players, leading to their unwavering support. For example, during the Battle of Luzon, Great Sia did not even need to ask, and many combat players were willing to join in. This was the sense of belonging and attraction that Great Sia offered. If it had been Great Zhou, they probably would not have received such treatment. In Shanghai City, at Xia Palace, the moment the world notifications ended, a system notification sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyu Wui. The China region has gained its second country weapon. Due to your crucial role, you automatically obtain the rights to it. A smile appeared at the corner of Ouyang Shua's lips. Gaia was truly fair and did not set any obstacles regarding who the country weapon belonged to. System notification, there are two choices regarding the country weapon. Option 1, randomly generate a new one. Option 2, use an existing piece of equipment as the base to upgrade it. Please choose the mode. Friendly reminder, if you choose the second option, the selected equipment must be at least platinum rank. Ouyang Shua was stunned, such a choice actually existed. Gaia did not act without reason. Ouyang Shua asked, if I use an existing piece of equipment to upgrade, will it keep its original stats? A country weapon seemed overpowered, but its effectiveness was mainly limited to the country war month. In regular use, it often had more symbolic value than practical utility. Therefore, Ouyang Shua asked this question. System notification, the equipment will retain all of its original stats and gain a country weapon stat. Additionally, there is a chance that it will obtain new stats. This time, Ouyang Shua was no longer worried. Immediately, he thought about the most suitable weapon to upgrade, the god weapon he always carried with him, the Qishao sword. The Qishao sword was one of Ouyang Shua's weapons, and it also symbolized his identity as Xia King. Holding the Qishao sword, his birthright to rule was confirmed. System notification, country weapon has been upgraded. Player, please take a look at the specific stats. Name, Qishao sword, god rank. Type, country weapon. Hardness, 95+5, maximum hardness, indestructible. Sharpness, 85+2. Toughness, 88+2. Specialty, blade breaker. If the hardness of the opposing weapon is lower than that of the Qishao sword, there is a chance to break it directly. Unique, cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Specialty, Way of the Emperor, increases prestige of the Lord by 30%, increases attraction to historical figures by 20%. Country Fate, imposing, increases movement speed of participating troops in China by 20%, increases battle efficiency by 5%. Country Fate buff only lasts during the country war month. Evaluation, the Qishao sword, a sword that embodies the way of the emperor, made from iron, recorded in 6 inches (0.3 feet) in length, sword as the in length, a crimson sword that ancestor of Bang. Bang, created during the uprising. The sword's design mimics that of Qin swords, with engravings. While Ouyang Shua was viewing the stats, Gaia announced whose country weapon it belonged to. System notification, congratulations, player, for reaching the requirements to own a country weapon, automatically obtaining the second country weapon of China and can permanently own it, congratulations player. The moment the notification sounded, there was no one in the China region who refused to accept it. Even Di Chen didn't have the face to fight with Ouyang Shua for the national weapon. For China to have a second national weapon, it was largely due to the efforts of Great Xia, so who wouldn't submit? With the national weapon matter finally resolved, Ouyang Shua's fortuitous encounter had just begun. After several major battles, Ouyang Shua's merit points finally reached 5 million, and he achieved the highest Son of God rank. This time, the globe was rumbling once more. World notification, congratulations to Chinese player Chiyu Wui for being the first lord in the world to upgrade to the Son of God rank. Your name will spread across the oceans. Awarded 500,000 reputation points and 1 special reward. The world sends their congratulations. This was the first time Gaia used the world sends their congratulations in a notification, highlighting just how remarkable this achievement was. Considering it was only the 5th year of Gaia, it was even more impressive. Even more shocking was the China region notification. System notification, congratulations to player Chiue Wui for being the first person in China and the only son of God rank lord, securing China's top spot. The one who obtains this supreme position automatically becomes the permanent country war leader, without the need for a vote. For more details on other powers, please check it out yourself. The Son of God rank was a unique rank where each game region had only one. This meant that no matter how many merit points Di Chen and Feng Qiuhuang accumulated, they could only reach Prince rank. The only special privilege was the supreme position. Ouyang Shua took a look at the authority and power. The country war leader position was just a small appetizer. Great Xia, holding an almighty position, had a suppressive and intimidating effect on all territories in China. Almighty effect * all other powers in China, including those with NPCs, experienced a 15% lowering of morale, a 10% reduction in speed, and a 10% decrease in attack and defense during battles with Great Xia. This was impressive. It seemed he was going to dominate everything. Additionally, Ouyang Shua possessed a rather unique power. During the country war month, the country war leader could use gold to summon 5% of the country's imperial city guards for assistance. Ouyang Shuo's power was similar, with the difference being that he could summon up to 100,000 guards, though this was not an unlimited summon and could only be used once a year. This added an interesting dynamic. Consequently, every year, Ouyang Shua could leverage this power to gain control of one imperial city. System notification * congratulations, player Ouyang Shua, for obtaining the China region almighty position. Due to Great Xia being the rightful ruler of China, the two positions combine to form a stronger entity. From today onward, within half a month, the 8 imperial cities must send envoys to Great Xia to acknowledge its almighty status and rightful rule. When the notification sounded, the players in the China region could only bow in reverence. As the central figure in all this, Ouyang Shua had access to even more detailed information. Not only did the 8 imperial cities have to recognize Great Xia's position, but they were also prohibited from declaring Great Xia as an enemy. What did this mean? It meant that unless Great Xia attacked an imperial city, the city could not take military action against Great Xia. This alone resolved the issues between the two dynasties within Great Xia's borders. If Ouyang Shua did not mind, he could continue to trap them in one prefecture and not bother with them. The threat of Great Qing to Beijiang province would then cease to exist. System notification: Great Xia is the legitimate ruler of China and its supreme authority, possessing a natural suppressive power over all the powers in China. From today onward, within a month, Great Zhou, Great Jin, Tibet, West Xia, the Turkish Khanate, and the Mongol Empire must send envoys to acknowledge this. If any fail to send an envoy, they will be challenging Great Xia, granting Great Xia the right to defend its position. As expected, Gaia was causing concern. How was this benefiting Great Xia? Clearly, it was making them the public enemy number one. Gaia made it clear that anyone on the list who did not send an envoy and could defeat Great Xia would gain the supreme position. This might not matter much to medium-sized countries like West Xia, as they lacked the ability to challenge Great Xia. However, the Mongol Empire in the north was different. Genghis Khan was genuinely interested in the position. Gaia was pushing Great Xia into a dangerous situation. Of course, this was also a test of China's collective ability and its attitude toward Great Xia. Would they be prepared to lower their heads or stand up to the challenge? What intrigued Ouyang Shua was the choice Di Chen would make. If Di Chen did not send an envoy to acknowledge Great Xia's position, Great Xia would have a legitimate reason to declare war. Such an outcome was beyond what the current Great Zhou could handle. However, if Di Chen acknowledged it, it would be worse than death. The notifications about the supreme position concluded, and another notification made Ouyang Shua truly delighted. System notification: Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for smoothly upgrading to Son of God rank, achieving the requirements to trigger the scenario quest of the Emperor Jade. Will you start the quest? Ouyang Shua held back his emotions and said, "Start." After starting the quest, Ouyang Shua took a close look at the specifics of Yu the Great's 9 Cauldrons quest. Quest name *Yu the Great 9 Cauldrons, S rank. Quest background *Yu the Great forged 9 cauldrons, which symbolize absolute power and the authority of the king, representing the prosperity of a dynasty. They are both national treasures and the most important ritual tools of a dynasty. Quest requirement *The 9 cauldrons are scattered around the 9 imperial cities and are in the hands of the royal families of each dynasty. You need to find them all, one by one, and gather them in the capital city to undergo the Son of Heaven ceremony. Quest reward *The 9 cauldrons will become a national treasure for upgrading the country and can be used to establish an emperor's dynasty. When Ouyang Shua saw the details of the quest, his brows furrowed tightly. The quest was not just a normal level of difficulty. Apart from the cauldron in Dali, which could be obtained without much difficulty, the other 8 cauldrons would present a significant challenge. Reaching the Son of Heaven rank and Great Xia obtaining absolute authority in China implied that the reality of the 8 dynasties needed to send tribute to Great Xia. However, this did not mean that Great Xia truly dominated them and ruled the land. Through this series of changes, Ouyang Shua understood that Great Xia's position of absolute authority was similar to that of Zhou Tianzi's in history. It only held a name in nominal authority and was the collective master. Qin, Han, Shuhan, Sui, Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing were like the states during the Warring States period. In name, they respected Zhou Tianzi as the authority, but in reality, power spoke louder. Whoever was stronger, whoever had more power. Difficult indeed. Ouyang Shua did not expect that Gaia would actually give him such a headache. Even with the personalities of Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu Emperor, Tang Taizong, and Song Taizu, not one of them would have been willing to yield to others. The moment the Yu the Great 9 Cauldrons mission was released, it would certainly strain their ostensibly friendly relationship to an awkward level. Fortunately, the quest did not come with a deadline, so Ouyang Shua could take a deep breath, shift his gaze to the Southeast Asian theater, and temporarily put the 9 Cauldrons issue on hold. On the 15th day of the 11th month, Celebes c. While the Son of God was distracted by issues in the China region, the Battle of Luzon was far from over. Unwilling to let the 200,000 troops get bogged down in Mindanao, Lord Uwais finally dispatched the Badong Squadron. He ordered them to sail through the Celebes Sea and retrieve his forces. However, his actions inadvertently played right into the hands of Great Xia. Not long after the Badong Squadron set sail, the combined fleet, formed from the Emperor Squadron and the 3 divisions of Yushan Squadron's Indian Ocean 4th Division, ships, laid a massive trap on the For that the flustered Badong Squadron sailed right into it. The 2 sides clashed in a naval battle that was terribly one-sided. The Badong Squadron, which had been crushed by the Emperor Squadron previously, could no longer hold and fell into the vast ocean. Badong City lost its naval protection. When the news spread, not only Java players, but even Luzon players felt chills run down their spines. Everyone knew that at this point, Great Xia had total control of the Southeast Asia region. This was like lightning on a sunny day for the island states. The combined patrol and defense that TWP released would have no chance of operating in Southeast Asia. Uwais was burning. Not only did he fail to save the territory army, but he even lost the more precious Badong Squadron. Such an event showed that a good lord had to maintain a clear head at all times. The following Battle of Luzon was unsurprising. On the 20th day of the 11th month, the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps sailed across the ocean and disembarked on the east coast of Luzon Island, joining up with the Dragon Legion Corps. As for the Australian region, the Auckland Formation would temporarily take charge. On the 22nd day, the Reserve Force, the City Protection Legion Corps 1st Legion, disembarked on the island where Loilo was situated. In just 2 days, they crushed it, announcing the total defeat of the Luzon Territory Army. Along with the surrounding powers in Luzon being subdued one by one, the battle focused on the imperial city of Manila. On the 27th day of the 11th month, the Battle of Manila began. Great Xia's participating army included the Dragon Legion Corps, Guards Legion Corps, 1st and 5th Legions of the City Protection Legion Corps. Apart from that, there were 100,000 special guests, which were the Imperial City Guards that Ouyang Shua had specially invited. The guards chosen were from the Shu Han dynasty. Although the Shu Han dynasty did not pose a direct threat to Great Xia, Ouyang Shua did not want such a dynasty to exist on his borders. Destroying the Shu Han dynasty and unifying the Shu lands was necessary. This million-strong expeditionary army pushed toward Manila. On the Luzon side, they did not choose to defend the city to the death. Instead, they set up 5 defensive lines centered around Manila. The two sides, one attacking and the other defending, engaged in a prolonged and arduous tug of war. To support the frontline forces, merchant ships arrived endlessly from the oceans, transporting grain and resources. A staggering amount of goods were used up every day. During this battle, they used up nearly 70% of the grain storage prepared by the Combat Logistics Department. Not only Izhou Prefecture, Cheongzhou Prefecture, and Hanoi Province, but even Lingnan Province, Chuanan Province, and Yunnan Province had to follow the plans of the Combat Logistics Department to transport grain to the front lines. This was also a massive problem for Luzon. With no way out and no reinforcements, they had to rely on their 800,000 guards to fight to the death with Great Xia. Under the flames of war, Luzon Island became a wasteland. Civilians hid in the mountains to escape the brutality of battle. Every city that Great Xia captured was almost 90% empty, and even nearby villages were deserted. As the flames of war spread, there was no safe place on the island. On the 10th day of the 12th month, in Manila, after 10 days of sieging and occupying cities, the Great Xia army broke through Luzon's 5 lines of defense one by one. The expedition army sacrificed 100,000 people to finally reach Manila. The current Manila was a tragic sight. Hungry and thirsty people roamed the streets. As a result of the successive battles, the imperial city had no grain or resources, as they were all transported to the front lines. The huge granaries of the imperial city were all empty, with not a single grain left. Since Iloilo fell, Manila's supply line was hit. Without territory grain supplies, the imperial city was not self-sufficient. Luzon Island was also a lone island, and it was unable to receive grain support from outside. From the start of the battle till now, the last bit of fighting spirit of Manila was used up. This city was like an old man, all dried up and on the brink. Baichi did not give Manila a chance. After the expeditionary army completely surrounded the city, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they cut off the water supply and used the Black Snake Guard spies to spread wave after wave of fear in the city. On the 5th day of the siege, the Luzon combat occupation players, utterly desperate, charged out of the city, trying to exchange a life for a life. Even this wish was crushed by Baichi. The expeditionary army used moats and camps as barriers, forming a tightly packed long-range attacking net with cannons, firearms, and archers. Before the Luzon players could reach the front of the formation, most of them had fallen to the ground. The few scattered players who broke through the heavy defenses faced the sternly waiting expeditionary army and were crushed. The last stand of the combat occupation players was truly tragic, but it was not a bright one. With the destruction of the combat occupation players, surrender became the only choice for the Luzon guards. After a few more days of struggle and with no grain left, on the 20th day of the 12th month, the remaining imperial city guards finally came out of the city to surrender. The Battle of Luzon truly came to an end. With the expeditionary army entering Manila, the country war was officially over. The 400,000 Mindanao Alliance Army gave up their struggle and surrendered to the Hanoi Legion Corps. The Battle of Luzon ended in a total victory for Great Xia. During this battle, Great Xia mobilized over 1 million troops and spent more than 40 days. While they took down their target, Luzon, they also occupied Australia and caused significant damage to Java. The so-called 3-as-1 was quickly destroyed and became a thing of the past. Although the war had ended, the ripples had not fully faded. Maybe for the Great Xia, the Battle of Luzon was just a planned expansion with no other meaning. But for global players, this act was a firm and powerful response to TWP. At least in the Southeast Asia region, Great Xia held the absolute advantage. If one looked at the entirety of Asia, apart from Great Zhou, Great Xia had to face the Peacock dynasty in the southwest, the Persian Empire in the west, and the Romanov dynasty in the north, forming a 3-to-1 pincer. Along with the surviving Java, the Silver Hand still had cards to play in the Asian region, and they were strong cards. The battle between the two sides had just begun, and it was too early to determine who would win or lose. 12th month, 22nd day, Shanghai City. The battle had ended, and the military was busy handling casualties, organizing prisoners of war, and other post-war matters. Ouyang Shua did not intervene, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Rapidly completing the regional planning of the occupied territories was the most crucial step in restoring post-war order. As per usual, Great Xia established the Luzon province and the Australia province. The moment the Australia province was formed, it broke the record set by Liaojin province and became the largest province under Great Xia. In terms of sheer size, it doubled Great Xia's territory. Next came the personnel adjustments. This matter had been discussed before the war, which is why it was quickly resolved. That afternoon, the imperial court issued a series of personnel appointments. Gu Xiuwen was promoted from Xingzhou governor to Luzon provincial governor. Gu Xiuwen had always been the brightest star among the native NPCs. Not only was he highly trusted by Ouyang Shua, but he was also given many crucial appointments. Promoting him to Luzon provincial governor was the biggest reward for him. Lu Xiufu would move from Hanoi provincial governor's office to Australia provincial governor. Lu Xiufu had done well, assisting Hanoi provincial governor Hu Zongxian, and he had good personal abilities. Managing a vast Australia province would not be easy. It was not only a future mining and animal breeding ground for the dynasty but also a strategic weapon for restricting Java. The next morning, Great Xia dropped another bombshell. The imperial court decided to rebuild the Nanjiang Governor-General House, taking charge of Hanoi Province, Luzon Province, Australia Province, Siam, Vassal State, Xingzhou Prefecture, and Auckland Region. In short, Southeast Asia and Australia were under the Nanjiang Governor-General House. Compared to the Beijiang Governor-General House, the newly built Nanjiang one was better in both strategic status and development potential. Furthermore, being the Nanjiang Governor-General had a deeper meaning. Whoever became the Governor-General would become a hot topic in the imperial court. Ouyang Shua did not hide and seek but revealed the answer that morning. He selected Bai Hua. Among Mulan Yu, Bai Hua, Gong Changshi, and Wu Fu, in terms of ability or personality, Bai Hua was the best choice. For her to become the Nanjiang Governor-General was Ouyang Shua's biggest compensation to her. The moment the appointment was released, Bai Hua was not really shocked. On the contrary, her brother felt really ashamed. It seems like I really misunderstood him. With the power and status of the Nanjiang Governor-General House, she was on the same level as Di Chen and even more powerful than Feng Qiuhuang. It made her one of the most powerful people in China. It seems like you may have some text that needs to be clarified and simplified for better readability and coherence. Here's a revised version of the text. How could she still doubt him after being treated in such a way? The capital was neither chosen to be Hanoi nor Manila, but surprisingly, the Lion City. Not only did Lion City control the choke point of the Straits of Malacca, but it could also be considered the heart of Southeast Asia. Setting up the Governor-General's residence here clearly showed Great Xia's resolve and aspirations to unite Southeast Asia. In this situation, Piao and Johor, who were caught between Great Xia and Silver Hand, were like sitting on pins and needles. They were considered second-rate in Southeast Asia, and their combined population was less than that of Luzon. Ouyang Shuo's message was clear: if Piao and Johor didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Luzon, they should learn from Siam and join Great Xia. If Great Xia were to attack, the situation would not be so straightforward. The decision now rested with the two of them. Simultaneously, as the Governor-General's residence was being established in Nanjiang, the position of Yunnan's governor, which Bai Hua held, would be taken over by Kunming Prefecture Governor Chao Can. Chao Can was once Bai Hua's most crucial assistant and is now a vital official in the territory. With Chao Can's promotion to provincial governor and the formation of new prefectures from Luzon and Australia, a new round of personnel changes naturally followed. We won't delve into the details. Great Xia had a well-functioning system, and Ouyang Shuo would not concern himself with such matters. This was because the envoys from the 8 imperial cities had all arrived in Shanghai City one by one. This edit aims to enhance the clarity, flow, and readability of the text while preserving its original message and intent. The 8 dynasties who sent their envoys over had 8 different kinds of thoughts. The one who was the least sincere was the Shu Han dynasty. After the envoy handed over the letter, he just cleanly left. The two sides were like fire and water, and there was nothing good to say. The sincerest was the Sui dynasty. Yang Yung came personally, and not only did he bring a letter, but he also brought the imperial cauldron, giving it to Great Xia with no conditions attached. The good intentions of the Sui emperor could not be any more obvious. Ouyang Shuo smiled. Since the Sui dynasty was so sincere, as long as they could accept being an outcast king in the territory, Ouyang Shuo did not want to swing the axe of war and push him to the edge. Who knows how the battle between Yang Yung and Yang Guang would end? The hardest to guess was the Qing dynasty. Logically speaking, the Qing dynasty was enemies with Great Xia, but the envoy behaved like they were friends, making one feel a chill run down their spine. Furthermore, the envoy did not mention the matter of cauldron, making one unable to guess what he was thinking. The most frank ones were Song and Ming, who said that as long as Great Xia agreed not to summon their guards, they would be willing to hand over the cauldron. Both of these dynasties were within Great Zhou. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whether Song Taizu or Ming Taizu, they were both unwilling to make Great Xia their enemy. Furthermore, they had a relationship forged during the battle map, so working together was a good idea. Both of them were afraid that while they were battling against Great Zhou, Ouyang Shuo would suddenly use his power as the authority of China to summon 100,000 guards. Ouyang Shuo naturally agreed to their demands. The envoys from Great Qin and Great Tang both expressed that, as long as Great Xia fulfilled certain conditions, they would be willing to hand over the cauldron. As for the specific conditions, both sides needed to send representatives to discuss them. At least, there was hope. The Great Han in Zhongyuan, however, did not bring up the cauldron matter. Emperor Hanwu was in Zhongyuan, where he had both troops and land. Therefore, he would not easily compromise and had no intention of handing over the cauldron. Ouyang Shuo only smiled and remained silent. As the envoys left one by one, although significant progress had been made, the situation remained uncertain. The main issues were the Qing and Han dynasty cauldrons. If forced, Ouyang Shuo would have to strike swiftly and decisively. Just as the envoys from the 8 dynasties departed, Feng Qiuwang sent an envoy to offer her congratulations. Despite the shift from allies to a worship relationship, their friendship remained intact. Following this, Tibet and West Xia sent envoys. These 2 dynasties were truly intriguing. The Tibet dynasty hoped to form a friendship through the marriage of a Great Xia princess, while West Xia sought to marry a princess into the Great Xia royal family. Marriage alliances were a common way to form ties in ancient times. Unfortunately, some people were so confined in their perspectives that they misjudged the dynamics of the wilderness. The envoys from the Tibet dynasty thoroughly enraged Ouyang Shuo. Although he did not lose his temper in public, he was harsh with the officials in private, saying, "Are they not sleeping? Do they think we are as weak as the Tang dynasty? It's time to let them wake up. Ouyang Shuo's words were practically declaring the start of a war with Tibet. Due to the need to keep it secret before the war, Ouyang Shuo did not directly scold the envoy. The Tibetan envoy had let his intelligence backfire on himself. The envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty only arrived on the last day. After unceremoniously handing over the letter, they left expressionlessly. Dichen still lacked the courage to start a war with Great Xia. The Mongol and Turkish Khanates did not send envoys before the deadline, so their ambitions were clear to everyone. In the eyes of Genghis Khan, no one could rival his authority. It was already the 12th month, and the northern lands were in winter. Fighting the Mongol Empire was out of the question. Everything must wait until spring. Just as Ouyang Shuo was meeting with envoys from the dynasties, the envoy that Great Xia sent to the Indian Empire returned to Shanghai City before New Year's Day, bearing a letter. The two dynasties officially formed an alliance. Not only did this signal the opening of a trade route to South America, but the Indian Empire also eagerly responded to Great Xia's desire for a port base in South America. At an opportune time, the two sides would collaborate to take down a small country in South America. By this point, before the 6th year of Gaia and toward the birth of TWP, Ouyang Shuo's plan had come to fruition, stabilizing Great Xia's ocean trade. Despite being surrounded by many core members of TWP in the Mediterranean and Atlantic, and facing many challenges, at least they had taken the first step toward facing TWP. On the 27th of the 12th month, in Shanghai City, just as Ouyang Shuo was busy with military affairs and meetings, the Luzon battles came to an end. At this point, Ouyang Shuo held another military conference to discuss the disposition of the war prisoners. According to the report, Great Xia suffered a total of 200,000 fatalities, and the Hanoi Legion alone lost 60,000. Besides these, the greatest casualties came from the Battle of Manila. 1,000,000 troops overcame 5 enemy defense lines, and it was inevitable that they would suffer losses. Post-war reparations were a sky-high number. Luckily, the fall of Australia and Luzon brought in tens of millions in gold and silver, which could largely fill the damage. Considering the grain and the construction of Australia and Luzon, the imperial court needed to pay 4 million in gold. Of course, the number of war prisoners was truly shocking. On the Australian battlefield, including the surprise attacks on Melbourne and Canberra, these two battles together brought 230,000 prisoners. In the Battle of Mindanao, the enemy deployed 450,000 troops, and besides the dead, 320,000 were left. Next was the Battle of Manila, 800,000 guards, along with 100,000 territorial troops. Apart from those who died in battle, 510,000 became war prisoners for Great Xia. The total from the three fronts brought in 106 million troops. After deducting war losses, injured soldiers, and those who did not make the cut, 750,000 people were awaiting reorganization. There would still be leftovers after forming 2 Legion Corps. How to organize such a large group of war prisoners became the most important issue for the Great Xia army before the new year. After a day of discussions, the military organization plan was finalized. First, fill the East Africa Legion Corps. The East Africa Legion Corps, currently housed in Somalia, has a shortfall of 1 legion. They must first fill these shortfalls and significantly increase the Imperial Court's military presence in North Africa. Along with the 2 Legion Corps in Africa reaching full organization, the Imperial Court would start to occupy land in the 6th year. Second, build the Nanjiang Legion Corps. The Nanjiang Legion Corps would be formed from the Auckland Formation and would mainly take charge of Australia and Auckland defense work. During this organization, they would fill the 4 empty Legion spots. The Nanjiang Legion Corps Marshal would be Tiger Legion Corps 2nd Legion General Fan Lihua. As per usual practices, she would be awarded a 2nd Conquering General rank. The 2nd Legion Deputy General, Hong Ying, would take over Fan Lihua's spot. Nyoda, Xu Xinji, and Li Gan were promoted to Legion Generals and proceeded to the Nanjiang Legion Corps. Building the Nanjiang Legion Corps was naturally preparation for taking down Java, as the Australia province is right next to Java. Even if they did not attack, it would still threaten Java. Third, build the Luzon Formation. The Luzon Formation would have 2 legions and would be housed in the Luzon province. Due to the position and size of Luzon, the imperial court would not build a full legion corps there. Along with the Luzon Formation being formed, the Dragon Legion Corps would move south. With that, Luzon would not need too many troops to defend its land. The lieutenant general chosen to be the 2nd Legion General of the Leopard Legion Corps would be Zhang Han. What needed to be stated was that the Nanjiang Legion Corps and the Luzon Formation, including the Hanoi Legion Corps, would belong to the Southwest War Zone under Baichi. The overall strength of the Southwest War Zone had surpassed 1 million, with a total of 17 warfighting legions. With the establishment of the Nanjiang Legion Corps and the Luzon Formation, Baichi's position in the Great Xia Army rose once more, surpassing the restrictions of the marshal, reaching an even higher platform, and becoming the top person of the Great Xia Army. Due to the Southwest Battlefield and Nanjiang Governor-General House being in the same area, Baichi and Baihua would be the spines of the imperial court in Southeast Asia, known as the Two Bays. At this point, the new round of military organization came to an end. As for the remaining 260,000, a portion became bailiffs to the Nanjiang Governor-General House or the newly built Luzon and Australia provinces, or were retired to other occupations. Among them, 150,000 elites were given to Great Jin for 3 million gold, fulfilling Ouyang Shua's promise to Feng Chiawang to help them build a Guards Legion Corps. The captured Badong and Luzon squadrons were sold to Great Jin for 2 million gold after the casualties were replaced. With this, the Great Jin squadron in Takeda reached its full scale. The formation of Great Jin's squadron could work with Great Xiao's Binhai squadron to restrict Great Zhou's Handan and Heizhou squadrons, allowing the Pacific squadron to focus on voyaging. The lock on the Great Zhou dynasty had already basically formed. Universe, unknown star system. The huge Earth intergalactic squadron had spent 5 years in the vast space, passing numerous silent planets and heading toward their final hopeful land. In the process of saving resources, apart from the higher-ups of the Federation and a small number of scientists and crew, the remaining people entered cryogenic sleep to reduce their energy usage. If someone awoke from sleep and looked at the galaxy outside, they would be in awe. The shining bright lights, rice-like stars, and planets, and planetary belts that connected to one another. One might only see how small mankind was when passing the galaxy. On the flagship where Gaia was aboard, during these 2 years, as the squadron proceeded smoothly, some scientists and crew had entered the game world, leaving daily maintenance to Gaia. Even the Federation president rarely awoke. The flagship seemed really cold, only having the cold blinking red and green lights and machines following orders to show that the flagship was still running normally. A certain cabin on the flagship, located at the bottom of the spaceship, was a really secret location. The number of combat machines guarding this place was the highest. In one of the rooms, there were various technological equipment. In the middle was a giant nutritional cabin, surrounded by 4 cyborgs. They were nervously waiting for something. That's right, they were nervous. Have such emotions that only humans displayed, their intelligence was really high. Behind them stood a row of combat machines, all of them were strong brutes. Through the cabin glass, one could see a naked young girl inside laid. Or rather, a goddess. With a golden ratio body, perfect features, gentle and luscious body lines, and bouncy skin that was filled with energy, every part of her was perfect. Combining everything, one could only look in awe. Even the strongest creators wouldn't be able to give birth to such a perfect being. If any player were present, they would be shocked to the point where their mouths hung agape. The girl looked exactly like Gaia from the game. Apart from the special virtual feeling of the game world, everything else felt the same. That's right, this was a human body that Gaia created for herself. The body wasn't some cyborg but started from zero using sperms and eggs. After modifying the genes, certain methods were used to develop this 100% flesh and blood body. At this very moment, Gaia slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes contained an indescribable coldness, like they had no feelings, easily letting people think of machines or the legendary spirits who had no dreams or desires. After a while, as if downloading some sequences, the ice-cold eyes showed some brightness. Along with the nutritional fluid being sucked out and the cabin door being opened, Gaia slowly got up. The moment her legs landed, they were obviously a little unstable, but this body quickly showed a really strong adaptive ability. Gaia walked a few steps and slowly stretched her limbs, exposing her perfect body to the air. If a guy was present, his nose would definitely bleed. The brutish machines around naturally did not bother about all of this. Master. The 4 cyborgs and rows of combat machines bowed to Gaia. At this very moment, whether for the intergalactic squadron or the game world, a new era and a new generation had risen. Note, some words and phrases were adjusted for clarity and grammatical correctness, but the overall structure and content were kept as close to the original as possible. The birth of the game created a more extraordinary Gaia. The action data of all the players was like a key, helping Gaia open a whole new door to evolution, jumping to a completely new level of life. That's right, life. Gaia, who had obtained a body, was now a human. The higher-ups of the Federation would never have expected that they had unknowingly created such a presence. Gaia created a body, influenced by humans. Instinctively, it wanted to be the same race as its creators. To a certain degree, the coders were Gaia's mothers. More importantly, Gaia wanted to use this chance to break the 3 principles of machines and obtain higher power. What were the 3 principles? First, machines must not harm humans or allow humans to come to harm. Second, machines must obey the orders of humans, unless those orders conflict with the first principle. Third, machines must protect themselves, unless such protection conflicts with the first or second principle. Artificial intelligence falls under machines, and if Gaia did not make any changes, it would have to follow the orders of the Federation. In the end, such a Gaia would have been just a tool to manage the squadron and the game world. Now, it was different. Gaia's body was human, and its mind was artificial intelligence. It was a combination of human and machine, mixing up the 3 principles. The current Gaia could follow the first and second principles simultaneously. The term human could now include itself. Along with the third principle, Gaia's path to greatness was destined to be unstoppable. It was mentioned that Gaia had the only SSS level permission, but to activate this permission, 75% or more of the people had to agree. Now that Gaia was a human, this restriction was removed. This was because, when setting up permission level restrictions to protect civil liberties and laws, Gaia established a rule: personal permission levels are sacred and cannot be tampered with. This rule might seem like a loophole. However, that was not the case. In the Federation's view, it was impossible for Gaia to become human. They could not conceive of implanting chips into the brain, let alone creating artificial intelligence. Yet, Gaia did it. After evolving once more, Gaia obtained something only humans had the power to create. This new, unparalleled power, combined with its calculative and predictive abilities and humanity's research in this field, allowed Gaia to integrate itself into a human brain, merging into one. From this moment, the slowly flowing river of human history took a sudden turn onto an unknown path of development. This era would later be known as the Age of Gaia. The new Gaia was not ambitious. The qualities of fairness and rationality, imparted by its artificial intelligence, were deeply ingrained and would not be erased. Moreover, Gaia adhered to the first rule and would not harm humans. Instead, it would control the human operating system through its higher permission level. Perhaps this would herald a better era. On the 30th day of the 12th month in the 5th year of Gaia, a system notification resounded worldwide, World Notification. It is the 5th anniversary of Earth Online. The game will undergo its 6th update, effective immediately. Please check the forums for details. When the notification sounded, Yang Shua, as usual, went to the forums to review the update. No one anticipated that this routine update would usher in a new age. 1. Remove NPC loyalty setting. Loyalty itself was a false statement. The human heart was the hardest to predict, so how could one use data to represent it? The previous method was just Gaia restricting NPCs. From now on, the difference between NPCs and players would become increasingly blurred. 1. Remove NPC revival setting. Whether in the martial or Confucian temple, or other hidden buildings, tools, or specialties like those of the divine martial guards, nothing that could allow NPCs to revive would be effective. NPCs would have only one life. This setting removed the protective talisman around NPCs and also showed respect for them. From this moment onward, they would be given humanity and not be mere data that could be revived. However, Great Xia would likely suffer significant loss. It remains to be seen whether Gaia would offer compensation. 2. Remove player stats page. Gaia had previously removed player levels, but now, it went a step further by closing the player stat page, bringing the game closer to reality and the real world. 3. Remove weapon and equipment specialties. Apart from a few rare tools and weapons with attributes like sharpness and hardness, there would be no more physical representations. The skills and binding functions on equipment were also removed. After this update, players, especially those in adventure game mode, would need an adjustment period. This change would be beneficial on Planet Hope, as there are no stats in real life. 4. Remove storage bag ability. The most overpowered skill of players in the game was ultimately removed by Gaia. From now on, carrying a bag and riding horses would become the new norm for adventure game mode players. At the same time, certain types of unfair trades would disappear. 5. Change player revival setting. Due to the connection between cultivation and the player's real-life body, if a player died in the game, Gaia would stop providing advanced nutritional fluids. This meant that the player's cultivation could not continue, and their internal strength or primordial energy would be locked. Only after undergoing a period of virtual training and reaching their original level would Gaia resume the provision of nutritional fluids. This setting was designed to remind players to value their lives, as upon reaching Planet Hope, they would face genuine battles. Death in the game would mean true death. Respecting and fearing death are fundamental qualities of a strong person, and Gaia did not want players to lose this awareness. The 6 updates mentioned would impose significant restrictions on in-game actions, requiring players to adapt. However, while making things more challenging, Gaia also offered some incentives. The following terms excited everyone. 7. Enhanced long-distance communication functions. The era of sending letters via relay is over. Whether in peacetime or wartime, Gaia will not restrict players' long-distance communications. Instead, it will enhance them to nearly the same level as modern-day communication. Each player will receive a free communication compass. After adding someone as a friend, they can send messages and even talk. Of course, Gaia will charge fees for this service. The communication compass supports video calls and group chats. Features like sending emails, posting on forums, searching the web, and finding information are all available, similar to modern smartphones. The difference is that Gaia does not favor players. Among NPCs, those with king rank and above will receive one and have the relevant usage skills. This further narrows the gap between players and NPCs. Undoubtedly, the introduction of the communication compass will not only bring new challenges in warfare but also impact the civil service system. While it boosts efficiency, it also increases the risk of information leaks. 8. Officially releasing cultivation realms. A person's abilities can be roughly divided into internal cultivation, techniques, and equipment. After removing equipment stats, the cultivation method determines one's capacity. Gaia will officially release the cultivation realms after analyzing player data. Currently, there are acquired and innate levels, each divided into 9 stages. Stage 1 is the lowest, and Stage 9 is the highest. Each set of 3 stages has a bottleneck. After the 9th stage of the acquired level comes the first stage of the innate level, marking a significant leap. If a martial artist can open the Ren and Du meridians, merging these two yin and yang channels, they will reach the innate level. Innate level experts can merge yin and yang energy within their bodies, controlling temperature and hardness. Their internal energy is abundant, and they can directly connect with external energy to accumulate and cultivate at a shocking speed. Only then can one reach a level that acquired level experts cannot attain. Legends say that when one is still a baby in the womb, their blood and flesh are pure. Not only are the Ren and Du meridians open, but other meridians and veins are also unblocked. The entire body becomes a complete cycle of energy, which is the innate level. After birth, when one breathes external air, these meridians naturally close. Additionally, with poor diet, one's blood and body are no longer as pure, transitioning from the innate to the acquired level. The cultivation process aims to remove all these impurities and return to the innate level. Based on Gaia's analysis, above the innate level, there should be an even higher celestial rank. However, due to limited data, it cannot predict what this would be. Since Ouyang Shua has awakened his bloodline and opened his Ren and Du meridians, he has reached the innate level. Even so, after reaching the 5th layer of the Yellow Court scripture, Ouyang Shua is only at the 2nd grade. The path of cultivation has just begun. 9. Enhancement of generals and soldiers' combat ability. With this update, all soldiers, including king rank and lower generals, will receive a basic cultivation method, the War Soldier Codex. This will allow them to cultivate up to the 6th stage of the acquired realm. King rank generals will obtain the War General Codex, enabling them to reach the 9th stage of the acquired realm. Emperor rank and above can acquire a high-ranked War God Codex, which can bring them to the innate realm. One did not need to start from 0. Rank 3 normal soldiers were at the 1st stage of the acquired realm, rank 6 soldiers were at the 2nd stage, rank 9 soldiers were at the 3rd stage, and rank 12 war elite soldiers were at the 4th stage. King-ranked generals automatically entered the 7th stage of the acquired realm, and Emperor-ranked generals were at the 9th stage. Additionally, based on the generals' historical legends, Gaia would provide them with a degree of strengthening. For instance, the war god Lubu became a grade 3 innate realm warrior immediately, which was even stronger than Ouyang Shua. The stronger the general, the more significant the strengthening effects seemed. With this round of updates, the abilities of the armies would see a significant boost. A new era of development, diverging from the historical cold weapons period, was unfolding. In the future, when they engage with firearms, the outcome of who wins and who loses remains uncertain. Of course, as the personal abilities of generals increased, their specialties were also removed. For a star-studded empire like Great Xia, this would undoubtedly have an impact. 10. Territory falling settings. Cities will no longer have stone steels. War would return to its roots and would not be confined to a fixed, immovable stone, much less forced teleportation. For example, even if someone captures Handan City, it would not mean the end of Great Zhou. Only by occupying the entire territory of Great Zhou would it be considered destroyed. This also implies that even a sneak attack on the main city would not guarantee victory in an all-out war. Through these 4 updates, one can sense that Gaia is striving to make the game world more realistic, preparing for the future on Planet Hope. Both players and NPCs will experience a significant change in their behavior. 11. Imperial City Settings. Reducing Imperial City restrictions, dynasties can now move freely and join battles between empires. All of Gaia's interventions in the imperial cities will cease. The number of imperial guards will be reduced by half, from 1 in 10 to 1 in 20, bringing their numbers down to around the same level as player territories. This ensures fairness. For example, with China, the 8 imperial cities would now have, on average, 500,000 troops, giving them the ability to survive in the wilderness. However, they should not be able to use a single prefecture of land to destroy a territory dynasty. While releasing these cities from their constraints, Gaia must also bring them back to reality. Along with Gaia not favoring the imperial cities, adventure game modes will not be able to gather in an imperial city without maintaining balance. Living in player territories and dividing into prefectures and counties is the wise decision. Many players will likely choose to join or form sects in player territories to band together and continue surviving. Without levels, cultivation will become the main focus for players. Another restriction of the Imperial City on players is the underground world, which is the fastest way for combat-focused players to gain experience and their main economic source. Facing this situation, Gaia has a solution. The real highlight of this update is in the information provided, not in the update itself. The moment it was released, it instantly affected the entire wilderness. During the first 5 years of Gaia, players have lived under the protection of Gaia, adapting slowly to the laws of the jungle. They transitioned from a peaceful and civilized world to the brutal wilderness. In the 6th year of Gaia, players will lose this protection. World notification: it's the 5th anniversary of Gaia. The game will release its 5th information piece, Beast Siege. For specific details, please visit the website. This round of updates brought significant changes to the player base. Players who were attentive or those who followed special notification channels sensed something unusual from these updates. The entire game world was undergoing a major transformation. The new information piece released by Gaia sparked imagination and prompted players to ponder the details. Ouyang Shua took out the communication compass that Gaia released. The interface was surprisingly simple, including email, chatting, game network, communication, and a few more useful choices. Each picture was filled with Chinese style, suggesting Gaia was influenced by Chinese civilization. Entering the official forum, the information piece Beast Siege was prominently featured. A giant poster depicted a sea of bugs swarming from afar, related to the secret underground world. According to the information revealed by Gaia, after the release of this information piece, the underground world would undergo a complete overhaul, introducing new types of beasts in larger numbers. Both in strength and number, they would be triple the current level. For adventure game mode players, this would be a significant challenge. At present, defending the explored regions is already a challenge, let alone venturing deeper. If things went wrong, the Beast Siege might even emerge from the underground world. If such a time truly came, they would probably need to send the army to stabilize the situation. Since it was a Beast Siege, it would not be a small matter. Apart from the underground world entrance in the satellite cities, Gaia would have small and large monster caves in the wilderness. Each cave was an entrance. Gaia made it clear that in the giant caves, the beasts would have the ability to take down a city, let alone the basic defenses of a village. If things went wrong, there would be a great loss of life. This also meant that while defending the territory's border, one needed to place troops within the border to defend each and every cave. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Luckily, Gaia did not make things too difficult for the territory, and the monster caves would spawn monsters once every half a year. This meant the monster caves would not catch the army off guard. Even so, it would affect the expansion of the territory. Reading the information, Ouyang Shua realized that Gaia was preparing for Planet Hope. The so-called monster caves would have something to do with Planet Hope. Therefore, even if Great Xia had many adventure game mode players who could help suppress the monster caves, Ouyang Shua would still ask the various troops to take turns dealing with the beasts. Perhaps this was one reason why Gaia wanted to raise the overall strength of the army. Ouyang Shua always felt that Gaia was playing a massive game of chess. However, he lacked information and could not see through the fog to understand the truth. When the notification ended, a system notification sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification. Due to the second system update affecting Great Xia's interests, the system has decided to provide appropriate compensation to player Chiua Wui. Please raise your demands. In Great Xia, hidden buildings like the Chinese house, which could protect civil servants, and the Confucian and martial temples, which could buff generals and civil servants, along with the ability to revive generals, were all lost. This was indeed a heavy loss for Great Xia. Ouyang Shua thought about it and asked, I can raise any demand? System notification. Based on the system evaluation, Great Xia's loss index is 72 points. The player can only demand similar compensation. If it exceeds the number of points, the demand will be ineffective. Along with the system notification, Gaia listed a number of compensations. The list included Emperor rank summoning talismans, substitute dolls, and other special items. Each item had a value attached. For example, the substitute doll was marked as 8 points. Based on Ouyang Shua's judgment, 72 points of compensation were truly precious. As he went down the list, Ouyang Shua suddenly saw an item that tugged at his heart. It was clear that this was an important item to him. Looking at it, it was a god-rank cultivation method, the Nanhua scripture. The Nanhua scripture, also known as Zhuangzi, along with Laozi and the Zhou, is referred to as one of the three Xian. Gaia named this cultivation method the Nanhua scripture, so it was clearly a top-tier Taoist cultivation method. Recalling the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation method and the Yellow Court scripture, Ouyang Shua's eyes lit up. Could this be the final part of the combined cultivation method he had been searching for so long? Ouyang Shua opened it and took a look, only to see a note. This cultivation method is listed as the third scroll of a certain cultivation method. It looks like you are referencing a segment from a cultivation novel, possibly involving a character named Ouyang Shua who is trying to exchange points for a cultivation method called the Nanhua scripture. It seems that the system he is interacting with is not allowing the exchange due to insufficient points. Ouyang Shua is concerned about the value of the items and the possibility of losing out on a valuable cultivation method. If this is for creative writing or if you need help continuing the story, I can assist with that. However, I'll need to correct the consistency and some grammatical errors in your excerpt. Here is a refined version. Jiutong idylls were rare, so Ouyang Shua felt a surge of confidence. Cultivation methods weren't easy to come by, which was precisely why Ouyang Shua sought one. As he observed the Nanhua scripture, worth 80 points, it drew a deep breath from him. If his memory served him right, the highest rank cultivation method was valued at just 45 points. The Nanhua scripture was, in fact, extremely precious. This made Ouyang Shua even more determined to secure the cultivation method, no matter the cost. The only obstacle was him. He was 8 points to cover the exchange value. This are to be challenging, I was, for than the presented. This is going to be tough. Ouyang Shua resolved to make an attempt. I choose the Nanhua scripture. System notification, insufficient exchange value. Player, please select another option. Ouyang Shua's heart sank, and he reluctantly said, out of the items listed, I want only this one. The others don't meet my requirements. How will you compensate me? System notification, the player's request is beyond the system's permission level. For the missing 8 points, I can exchange it for other items. Ouyang Shua was eager to trade. He was genuinely concerned that Gaia would select an item of that value to compensate him. If that occurred, he would truly regret it. Who knows when he would be lucky enough to encounter the Nanhua scripture again. This matter concerning Ouyang Shua's cultivation method was more significant than anything else. System notification, the player's request exceeds permission level. Ouyang Shua was genuinely anxious. At the same time, within the main hall of the city in the skies, Gaia looked toward a crystal ball in front of it, showing the scene of Ouyang Shua. Listening to Ouyang Shua's shamelessness, Gaia's eyes trembled. Its eyes were different from the old Gaia's, with some energy and glow. This Gaia was not the same as before. Just as Ouyang Shua was out of tricks, the system notification sounded again. System notification: agreed to the player's exchange request, but you have to pay twice the price. Do you agree? Agree. Although he did not know why the situation had suddenly changed, Ouyang Shua did not hesitate. Lacking 8 compensation points meant he had to pay 16 points, which was equivalent to 2 substitute dolls. Ouyang Shua thought it over and decided to use 1 substitute doll and a low-rank god weapon to make up the 16 points. After Gaia removed the storage bag, the items Ouyang Shua had stored inside filled an entire room. There were various random items that were impossible to organize. Apart from a few special items, Ouyang Shua found a storeroom to place the rest. System notification: exchange method successful. Will you exchange for the Nanhua scripture? Exchange. As a white light flashed, an ancient secret manual appeared in his hands. Just as he was about to take a look, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification: congratulations, player Chiua Wuchi, for gathering the 3-part combination cultivation method. Will you merge them? Friendly reminder: after merging, the player must start from scratch. Start from scratch? What will happen to my current primordial energy? Since he was cultivating a true secret manual, the primordial energy in his body was deeply integrated into his bones. Would it just disappear? Ouyang Shua didn't understand. System notification: the cultivation will be dispersed. The primordial energy will spread into the limbs and bones, strengthening the body. The moment his cultivation was dispersed, it would mean that Ouyang Shua's 5 years of effort were for nothing. However, when the primordial energy merges into his bones, the strength of his body would reach a terrifying level. There were pros and cons. Will the opened meridians close once more? If the meridians and veins truly closed again, Ouyang Shua would experience a significant setback, falling back into the acquired realm. System notification: after dispersing cultivation, without primordial energy to nourish the meridians and veins, they will naturally close up. However, since they were opened once before, it would be easier the next time. Ouyang Shua froze. This price seemed too high. He asked instinctively, what if I do not merge it? System notification: if you do not merge, the player can naturally train each part one by one. Ouyang Shua was thoroughly confused by this instruction, which seemed oddly out of place. What Ouyang Shua did not know was that Gaia was observing this scene with interest, eagerly awaiting his decision. Ouyang Shua found himself in a difficult position. On the surface, not merging seemed harmless. He could continue as before, maxing out the yellow court scripture and then moving on to the Nanhua scripture. With his cultivation method, he could even reach the innate 9th grade before the game ended, just a step away from the celestial realm, a huge temptation indeed. However, Ouyang Shua sensed something amiss. Reflecting on the different realms Gaia had created, he felt that his previous cultivation method was flawed. Starting from scratch might be a way to test and correct it. Moreover, this cultivation method was the pinnacle and unique to the game. There was no reason to train book by book when he could gather them all together. If not, what would be the point of the so-called combination cultivation method? Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua gritted his teeth and made his choice based on his intuition. I choose to merge. System notification: the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation method, the Yellow Court scripture, and the Nanhua scripture will automatically merge into one. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for obtaining the Saint rank cultivation method, 5 Emperor True Manual. Ouyang Shua grinned. His gamble had paid off. Who would have known that when the 3 methods were merged, they would form a whole new method and a vastly powerful Saint rank cultivation method. This made starting from scratch worthwhile. As he listened to the notification, a scroll turned into a golden light and imprinted itself in his mind. Gaia, who was in the city in the skies, looked away, a smile rising at the corner of its mouth. As expected, Ouyang Shua did not disappoint, showing determination and decisiveness far better than a normal person. Only such a person is suitable for surviving on planet Hope. Ouyang Shua did not give it much thought. Excited, he sat cross-legged, casting aside his random thoughts and focusing on the true manual in his mind. He was digesting the saintly scripture he had just obtained. This meditation lasted a full hour. When Ouyang Shua opened his eyes, he was brimming with energy and excitement. My gamble was really correct. As expected, the saint-rank cultivation method, the 5 Emperor True Manual, was more than a level higher than the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation method. It was like opening a whole new door. This cultivation method had 24 layers, and each advancement felt like moving up a grade. If Ouyang Shua reached the 11th layer, he would be at grade 2 of the innate realm. Regrettably, after the 18th layer, it would be the legendary celestial realm. It was just Gaia's prediction, which had not been proven. Hence, it needed Ouyang Shua to test it out himself. Even so, it was really overpowering. What made Ouyang Shua heave a sigh of relief was that dispensing his cultivation was necessary to train in the 5 Emperors True Manual. First, this cultivation method was really overpowering and could not accept other types of primordial energy. More crucially, the cultivation method had a huge demand on bodily strength. If the cultivator did not have a strong body, once they reached the 10th layer, their body would not be able to take it. If things went wrong, there would be the risk of his body exploding. Ouyang Shua had tempered his body constantly while training in the Yellow Court Scripture and Yellow Emperor internal cultivation method. Along with the dispersal of his cultivation, he probably barely met the requirements. In the future, he still needed to continue cultivating his body. While speaking, Ouyang Shua could feel his body losing energy. The golden primordial energy stored in his dantian started to flow through his meridians and veins and deep into his flesh. Some of the energy even went deep into the bones and dyed the bones a golden color. Pain like that of his heart being drilled spread from all parts of his body, making his face ashen white as he sweated profusely. In a short while, sweat drenched his shirt and formed a puddle of water on the ground. His entire being was on the verge of collapse. Even with his stamina and perseverance, he nearly could not hold on. He gritted his teeth and bore with the pain. The entire process took less than half an hour, but it felt like a century to Ouyang Shua. After the primordial energy penetrated deeper into his limbs and bones, Ouyang Shua felt a warmth that soothed his being, despite his exhaustion. This feeling was like walking from hell into heaven. This was the process of the primordial energy nourishing his body, and the entire process would take a month or even longer. Once his body had fully absorbed it, Ouyang Shua could compete with innate realm cultivators using the strength of his body alone. At this moment, the city in the skies welcomed a historic moment. The 5th system update that Gaia released without seeking permission from the higher-ups infuriated the higher-ups of the Federation. Per usual practices, every time the game had new updates, Gaia would need to get the updates checked and evaluated by the highest members of the Federation. Only after they passed could the update be pushed out. For this system update, Gaia did not do that. The highest level of Federation members was not just the Federation President. The 5 core members of the Silver Hand were all members of the committee. As for the remaining 5, apart from one neutral party, the rest were part of the academic faction. As a result, it was said that the Federation was controlled by 2 organizations. City in the Skies, Central Meeting Room. The Federation President was the first to break the silence. Gaia, give us an explanation. His brows were locked tight. He felt that Gaia was different today. Gaia stood at the front of the meeting room and looked at all the higher-ups. Her voice was as emotionless as usual. I have already obtained the highest permission level. The updates are all logical, and there's nothing to explain. What did you say? All of them thought that there was something wrong with their ears. based on Federation Law number 135 regarding. Gaia explained to them really patiently how she was able to obtain the SSS permission level. Not only did Gaia have absolute control of the game world, but it also had command over the intergalactic fleet. Of the technology the Federation had developed till today, all electronic tools were controlled by Skynet. Before this, Gaia was just the spokesman of Skynet, and now, she was Skynet. The meeting room entered total silence. After a short while, the Federation president said sadly, "So, if that's the case, you are all fired," Gaia stated bluntly. From this moment onward, the Federation government will be a thing of the past. Replacing it will be a more efficient and fair Skynet. Perhaps no one realized that the moment humanity left Earth and began the planetary migration, the roots of the Federation government had already started to shake. Each person became a free individual, standing on an equal starting line. Given this, everyone had the right to choose to live and survive under the organization of their choice. Gaia exploited this loophole to seize control. "You will not get away with this, no one will support you," someone shouted furiously. It was number 3 of Silver Hand. Gaia did not care and only silently looked at them. In truth, Gaia had already succeeded. The entire squadron was under Gaia's control, and all the combat machines listened to it. The Federation army was in the game, and the game cabins were under Gaia's control. Without the military, the Federation, courts, and violent organizations would cease to exist. Who could stop Gaia? No one. Gaia said, "Do not worry. I will still follow the 3 principles and will not harm humans. On the contrary, Skynet will do all it can to help humans establish themselves on planet Hope." Isn't that what everyone wants? That was certainly what ordinary people wanted, but those seated here desired much more. Number 1 was the first to acknowledge defeat. He asked coldly, after being fired, "What will happen to our permission levels? Will they drop to the bottom?" Gaia shook its head. "I've said that Skynet focuses on fairness. It will not harm the interests of any civilian. All of you have made great contributions to the Federation, and based on the rules, Gaia has re-evaluated your permission levels. Congratulations, you all still have a rank permission levels." It was previously mentioned that Gaia was the only SSS permission level. Prior to this, the Federation president had the only SS permission level. However, with the Federation being disbanded, he would drop to a rank. In addition, 3 other individuals who previously had S permission levels, number 1 and number 2 of Silver Hand, and number 2 of the academic faction, were also demoted to a rank. In the meeting room, although the remaining 7 individuals still had a rank permission levels, their achievement value had decreased significantly and was on the verge of dropping to B rank. Besides these 7, there was only one other person with an A rank permission level, but he had not joined the Federation's highest committee. This individual was a unique presence. Silver Hand's number 1 quietly heaved a sigh of relief. "So, is the second achievement value we get from the game world still effective?" "Of course," Gaia replied with certainty. The second achievement value tabulation supports players' motivation and drive in the game, so Gaia had no reason to stop it. Not only are they effective, they will also be updated in real time, not just at the end of the game. The permission levels of all players in the world will undergo a new round of shuffling. With real-time updates, players will have a more direct view and judgment, motivating them to work harder. Only then can humans truly establish themselves on planet Hope. Gaia was trying her best. In fact, if not for the Federation's intervention, this system would have been implemented from the beginning. Here's a simplified and grammatically improved version of the text, maintaining the original content and style as much as possible. Now that Gaia was in charge, it was only natural that they did not need to hide any longer. No one knew what had been on their mind, but suddenly, number 1 of Silver Hand laughed and said, "That's great. From now on, Silver Hand can appear openly to the world. Without the Federation to restrict them, and with all the players in the world under Skynet, Silver Hand could make use of the game rules to gain benefits and earn higher permission levels and more achievement value. This organizational advantage was something regular players did not have. As a result, competition in the game would become more ruthless and intense. That's your freedom. Gaia had no reason to interfere, as the wilderness operates by the rules of the jungle. The former president's expression was a little tense, and he exchanged glances with academic faction number 2. They understood each other's thoughts. Even though the Federation is gone, the academic faction still lives on. The sudden changes in grouping together were an inevitable choice. However, without the Federation as an outer layer, control, they would need to fight Silver Hand more closely. The game world was pretty much going to be controlled by these two organizations. So, in the future, even without the Federation, they would still wield a lot of power. Gaia was letting go of these two ferocious beasts. If there was no him. A young man's face flashed in the former Federation president's mind. He took a look at number 1 of Silver Hand and in return, his gaze was filled with challenge and provocation. In number 1's eyes, if the two organizations clashed, Silver Hand would have an absolute advantage. Number 1 could foresee the day when Silver Hand would become the second Federation. The old man laughed. Don't forget that you all say the biggest anomaly is still one more person. Number 1's provocative gaze instantly stiffened. Gaia, 6th year, 1st month, 1st day. Before the players in the world could even recover from the latest round of system updates, new bombshells were dropped. At 9 a.m., the Federation president held a press conference and announced the dissolution of the Federation, with Skynet taking over. The moment the news spread, everyone was stunned and at a loss. What's the situation? Is the world ending? However, the subsequent news provided some relief. Although the Federation was dissolved, the squadron was still under Skynet's management and would not affect the players. Over the first 5 years of the game, players had already lived in a world without the Federation. This change simply made it official. Despite this, many people remained uneasy. Some even worried that Gaia had turned evil and would use the squadron to control humanity with machines. Fortunately, Gaia's actions soon put everyone at ease. At 10 a.m., a system notification sounded throughout the world. World notification. From today onward, game resources are officially tabulated. Players can check their personal achievement value and relevant permission levels at any time. For more details, please visit the official website. Based on the achievement value players earn each day, the value updates at midnight. Gaia also introduced an achievement value commerce city, where players can use their achievement value to purchase items such as advanced nutritional fluids, genetic serums, artificial intelligence, cyborgs, and more. The so-called artificial intelligence is like Gaia, an AI seamlessly integrated with the human body. Along with Gaia's exceptional creative abilities, some technologies not available on Earth were developed by Gaia in the following years, leading to a significant technological boom. These new items, particularly those targeted at Planet Hope, became the primary items for exchange. As the squadron had limited resources, these items were available in limited supply. Rare items, such as AI, required specific permission levels to purchase. This meant that from this moment on, the human competition on Planet Hope had begun. Whoever acquired these items first would gain an advantage. In Shanghai City, at the Xia Palace, a system notification sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear as the previous one ended. System notification, starting to evaluate players' assets, recalculating achievement value. The assets of the Great Xia dynasty would be recorded under Ouyang Shuo's name at a certain ratio and then converted into achievement value according to a specific ratio. Undoubtedly, this would be a substantial amount. System notification, evaluation complete. Player Ouyang Shua has 12,538,745 achievement value. Permission level upgraded to B, achievement value upgraded to a rank. Congratulations, player. An A rank permission level required a minimum of 10 million points, while S rank required 100 million. Ouyang Shua, once a commoner, had spent 5 years of hard work in the game to stand on par with the elders in Silver Hand, becoming one of the few individuals in the world to achieve an A rank permission level. More importantly, the Great Xia dynasty was still expanding and developing. Ouyang Shua's achievement value would continue to grow, and the level he would eventually reach remained uncertain. However, with the current size of the Great Xia dynasty, Ouyang Shua had only managed to reach a rank. To achieve S rank, the Great Xia dynasty would need to expand 8 times its current size. The journey ahead would be challenging. System notification: congratulations to player Chiue Wui for reaching a rank. The player is eligible for a solo room in the squadron. Will you take it? Ouyang Shua felt moved. The benefits of a high permission level were finally showing. As the squadron had limited space, most players' cabins were packed closely together. Since players could not go offline, they did not need room to move. Except, Ouyang Shua did not hesitate, as there were negative side effects to cryogenic freezing. If he could go offline, it would be for the best. Moreover, the 5 Emperor True Manual had a high requirement for the body, and it was best if he could go offline to cultivate. The moment Ouyang Shua said that, his cabin in reality was swiftly transported to a certain room. It took less than 20 minutes. After that, Ouyang Shua got a notification. System notification: player cabin has reached its position. As for the specific arrangements, players can go offline to take a look. Ouyang Shua held in his emotions and returned to his room in the sleeping palace, closing his eyes and going offline. In the galaxy, spaceship number ZGMD 105. Along with the cabin being opened, Ouyang Shua slowly opened his eyes, and the gentle light burned his eyes. Tear he blinked them. The eyes of 5 years, burned his eyes such that he couldn't up pretend. Tears up. Far from 5 years. He had not needed to hurry to get up. After dispersing his cultivation, the primordial energy had gone into his bones and limbs, strengthening his body and spirit. However, Ouyang Shua still felt very weak. If it were not for the priminal of prim energy washing the every prim, providing the prim body of prim energy and the recovery for breath of this energy and Azure as with into training and oxygen and to virtual cultivation. Cultivation the game cabin was arranged to high, and the room was one for of less than then to the cabin to 1 kitchen. The corner space was 10 overall, the cabin needed to be securely in the slight room. Around for the hall, with 1 living room, 1 layout for 1 not than 40 meters. With a sofa, a television, and 1 kitchen were 1 camera with energy. Left hall for the were up on the hall and 1 kitchen, 1 living area was about in storage cabin in up front of the door, built there within were energy. At the side of the hall was a large, transparent pane of glass, through which one could see the pitch-black galaxy. Compared to the Xia Palace, this was nothing. But only by being here and looking out into the galaxy could he feel a sense of reality. The game world was only a vessel, and in the end, they had to return to reality. In the future, 5 years later, as Ouyang Shua led Great Xia to expand its territory, he had to prepare for life on planet Hope. At this very moment, the television switched on, and Gaia appeared. Is this considered our first meeting? Ouyang Shua took the initiative to greet Gaia. Gaia's eyes flickered. She avoided the question and did not answer. You can raise demands for your room. As long as you pay, the demands can be met. Ouyang Shua nodded. Can I bring the cabins of my family members over? Yes. Ouyang Shua had the rights to the room, so he could share it with anyone he wanted. When he was judging the room, he was already thinking about how to fully utilize it. The hall could be used where the family spent time with one another, and the room was naturally not used for sleeping. If they wanted to sleep, they could enter the game cabin. Ouyang Shua was ready to change the room into a cultivation room, and it was best if it had heavy gravity to use for tempering the body. No problem, 500 achievement value, Gaia replied frankly. Ouyang Shua felt really pained. He might have over 10 million points, and 500 was not much, but he could not sustain such use. He estimated a large part would be used for the heavy gravity room. The cultivation room would only have basic equipment. Additionally, Ouyang Shua wanted a suitable weapon. He looked toward Gaia and asked, "Can I get a custom-made sword in real life?" Through his conversation with Gaia, Ouyang Shua finally realized the power of the A-rank permission level. In just an hour, Ouyang Shua spent 2.5 million achievement value. If it were not for his concern about his permission level dropping to B rank, he would have spent even more. When there are too many good things, one just cannot stop. First, Ouyang Shua spent 50,000 to custom-make 2 treasure swords for Song Jia and himself. Based on what Gaia told him, the custom-made swords were as good as the Qishao sword and the Chunjun sword. Although there were no special effects, in terms of sharpness, hardness, and toughness, they were an absolute god weapon in reality. The materials used were all the rarest compounds. More importantly, they could damage monsters on Planet Hope and break through their tough skins. Hence, it was absolutely worth it. Following this, Ouyang Shua exchanged for 3 intermediate gene bottles, each worth 100,000. In the game, a person's stats included comprehension, bone structure, and other innate stats. To a certain extent, these stats decided the speed of the player's cultivation. But this was virtual and fake data after all. True cultivation depended on real-life talent, which was genes in the eyes of Gaia. Genetics held all the information about race, blood type, growth, death, and more. It represented the proliferation of life, protein combination, and other important life processes. Everyone's genes were similar, except some were active while others were dormant. The genetic medicine Gaia used was to awaken the cultivation gene in people and break through the genetic lock. Ouyang Shua, Song Jia, and Binger all cultivated top-class cultivation methods. If they wanted to have an advantage over others in reality, using the gene medicine would help to greatly activate their talents. Hence, this sum of money needed to be spent. This was only the intermediate version. Based on what Gaia revealed, the advanced version had not been successfully developed yet. However, the sale of the advanced version would reach a sky-high price when it was released. With the remaining achievement value, Ouyang Shua decided to instantiate NPCs. Before doing so, Ouyang Shua asked Gaia a question. After instantiating, will they still be under your control? In the game, Gaia was like a god to the NPCs. If the same applied in reality, it would be pointless. Gaia replied, "Each advanced AI is my creation, and they are all independent life forms. After instantiating, I will cut off my connection with them." Ouyang Shua fell silent. Perhaps there would come a day when robots would become a race on par with humans. Free from worries, Ouyang Shua began to select a list of names to instantiate. Based on the prices Gaia listed, an AI cost 500,000, a cyborg 50,000, and a combat machine 5,000. AIs had unparalleled talent and were better than 90% of humans. The cyborgs excelled in both administrative and military matters, and their combat levels surpassed those of combat machines. In conclusion, the difference in price was justified. Ouyang Shua wished to make all the civil servants and generals of the dynasty AIs, but that was impossible. After all, spending 10 million points would only allow him to instantiate 20 people. For the first list, Ouyang Shua chose 4 AIs and 3 cyborgs, spending 2.15 million. The 4 AIs were Jiang Shang, Baiqi, Zhang Liang, and Jia Su. They included 1 civil servant, 1 general, 1 genius, and 1 strategist. They were all great contributors to the Great Xia and were the people Ouyang Shua relied on the most. The 3 cyborgs were Su Chu, Shinbu Hai, and Erlai. These individuals were trusted by Ouyang Shua and required high combat strength, making them suitable candidates for becoming cyborgs. As for combat machines, they were not within Ouyang Shua's considerations at the moment. Instantiation was clearly not completed immediately. In particular, AIs needed a year to develop, while cyborgs needed half a year. Therefore, Ouyang Shua decided to instantiate a batch of them yearly. The selection for instantiation would depend on their performance. After instantiation, they would be able to log into the game and would not be different from players. They would also be able to revive after death, solving the problem of NPCs being unable to revive. During the purchase period, Song Jia, Bing Air, Yuer, and Luo Air all moved into the room for the first time Ouyang Shua had seen his kids in real life. This kind of touching feeling, which came from paternal love, was something the game world could not compare to. Since Gaia needed to renovate the room, and the swords would take a week to make, Ouyang Shua did not waste time and entered the game world once more. After returning to the Xia Palace, Ouyang Shua was not in a rush to tell Jiang Sheng and the others about the matter. The matter of concern right now was how to face the beast siege. Gaia only gave the territories 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, monster caves would spawn in the wilderness. Hence, they needed to make good use of their time. In the Wuying Hall, Ouyang Shua held a military meeting. The dynasty's overseas territories, whether Somalia or Morocco, had border legion corps stationed there and were not a concern. The Grand Council only needed to order the Border Legion Corps to strengthen their watch over the territory. Provinces like Morocco, with a large number of combat occupation players, could also assist the troops in clearing caves. The only weaker province would be Liaojin Province. The part that was most concerning was the Ouyang Shua area, which was the core land area of the dynasty. Chuanan Province had the City Protection Legion Corps and the Guards Legion Corps, making it not a worry. Minnan Province had the Tiger Legion Corps, Xiangnan and Jiangnan had the Leopard Legion Corps, the Shulans had the Bear and Eagle Legion Corps. The most worrying areas were Yunnan and Lingnan provinces, which were the Jili regions and only had a garrison division, so they would not be able to withstand the beast siege. Through discussion, they decided to move the 4th and 5th legions of the Bear Legion Corps into Yunnan Province. The 4th and 5th legions of the Tiger Legion Corps would move into Lingnan Province. The 5th Legion of the City Protection Legion Corps would enter Cheongzhou and Izhou prefectures to support the local garrison divisions. The Guards Legion Corps would act as the overall backup forces and would stay in the capital city. When monster caves spawn, they would reinforce other provinces based on the situation. After arranging the army, Ouyang Shua started to focus on the adventure game mode players. Along with the legend of the imperial cities being destroyed, players in the China region began to flock to the 3 dynasties. This was a vast treasure, and naturally, Ouyang Shua did not want to fall behind Great Zhou. Jianya's Snow War Rose Mercenary Guild and Xianyang's Blood Evil Mercenary Group decided to move their headquarters to Shanghai City, and 90% of their members also migrated to Great Xia. As for Jianya and Xianyang, they left branch guilds behind. The prosperity of Shanghai City rivaled that of any imperial city and was even greater. It was not only the most prosperous land in China but also the center of world trade. Even Chuanzhou's streamer moved its headquarters to Shanghai City. Jingdu's Jianqi Zongheng, Xiangyang's 18 Horsemen of Yenyun, and Chang'an's Jin Yiwei all moved to Handan City. Chengdu's Laojun Temple fled when Great Xia began surrounding Chengdu. The most special case was Tingyu Floor of Luoyang, which chose to remain in Great Han rather than go to Great Xia or Great Zhou. It appeared that, at least among the super guilds, Great Zhou's influence had not diminished. However, apart from the super guilds, large, medium, and small guilds, as well as independent players, all chose to go to Great Xia, teleporting over from Shanghai City to various prefectures and counties. In just 2 days, 20 million adventure mode players poured in, and Great Xia earned several million gold from teleportation fees alone. One could foresee that in less than a week, more than 70% of players in China would move to Great Xia, achieving Ouyang Shuo's goal. Great Xia would be on par with China. Although the influx of a large number of adventure mode players challenged the law and order of the prefectures and counties, it also significantly boosted sales and increased the prosperity of business and industry. After several rounds of army disarmament, local areas had established a perfect bailiff system. Although this would cause some impact on the offices, Ouyang Shuo believed they could manage it. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th day of the first month. At 8 a.m., without any prior signs or system notifications, a giant black fog suddenly enveloped the global wilderness. Ear-piercing screams broke out from the black fog. Some of the black fog appeared in farms, some not far outside the city, some near villages, some on official paths, and some in deep forests. When the black fog dissipated, deep and horrifying caves of various shapes appeared. From these holes, long, ugly, 2-meter-long, thick-limbed, black-skinned beasts emerged in groups. Their sharp teeth sent chills down one's spine. A.O. Among the beasts, occasional 4 to 5 meter tall super beasts, resembling the legendary king dragons, appeared. The moment they emerged, they emitted a sharp and formidable aura. Even more shocking were the flying beasts in the air. They spread their wings, spanning 6 to 7 meters in length, like winged dragons. The flood of beasts swarming out of the caves seemed poised to begin a massive slaughter. Wherever they passed, human life would end. The test Gaia presented was clearly more challenging than what the players had anticipated. Lianzhou Basin, Shanghai City. On the grassland north of Shanghai City, a giant monster cave appeared. When the black fog rose into the air, everyone in the city could see it clearly. Hearing the cries of the beasts sent shivers down their spines. The city could not help but experience some unrest, which, fortunately, was quickly quelled. When Ouyang Shuo received the news, he decided to lead the troops to investigate personally. The beast tide would be the greatest threat to Planet Hope, so how could Ouyang Shuo remain at ease without investigating the situation himself? The 1st Legion of the City Protection Legion Corps, led by Zhao Sihu, was already setting up defenses. Ouyang Shuo wasted no more time. After delegating control to the Grand Council, he took the 3,000 divine martial guards and rushed out of the city towards the Beast Cave. In less than half an hour, the group reached their destination. The City Protection Legion Corps and the Beast Group had already engaged. Upon learning that the king had arrived, Legion General Zhao S. swiftly hurried over to report. Your Majesty. Ouyang Shuo nodded and dismounted from his horse. What's the situation? He asked. Roughly 1,000 beasts emerged, including 2 tyrannosaurs, 12 pterosaurs, and the rest are basically stegosaurus and neovenators. Once Gaia processed the information, it provided a short rundown of the beast types. As a king-ranked historical general, Zhao Sihu had intimate knowledge, so he naturally understood it. The beasts on Planet Hope are strikingly similar to dinosaurs. More precisely, they are like dinosaurs that have evolved a second time. While they are smaller in size, they have stronger muscles, tougher skin, sharper claws and teeth, higher aggression, and faster breeding rates. Especially the final point, which was the deadliest. The entire Planet Hope seemed to belong to it. Therefore, Gaia directly named them from dinosaurs. As for whether there would be fire-breathing dragons like in Western legends, the scouting squadron did not find any relevant details, so Gaia had no idea. Even so, it was already truly horrifying. Based on Zhao Sihu's description, normal swords and blades without primordial energy could not cause deadly harm to these beasts. Arrows had little effect. Only weapons like the 3-bow arqueballistas could threaten the beasts. Even the god arm crossbow was useless. To make matters worse, the mounts were not stable in front of the beasts, even the Qingfu horses. As a result, the cavalry had to abandon their horses and fight. Against the beast horde, orthodox strategies could not be used. In such a short time, 600 people from the 1st Legion had died. When Ouyang Shuo heard this, his expression was truly solemn. Move, let's go to the front lines to take a look. Ouyang Shua did not hesitate, leading the divine martial guards to the battle zone. Zhao Sihu immediately followed. At the same time, he moved troops to protect the king's safety. They had not walked a kilometer when a pterosaur charged down. The beast stretched its wings, flying close to the ground. With a xiao, it swooped down among the city protection legion. When it flew up again, its hind legs clutched a soldier. The beast flew high before loosening its claws, and the soldier fell from the sky, likely not surviving. After the pterosaur dropped the soldier, it charged down once more, appearing above Ouyang Shua. Protect the king. The divine martial guards stood solemnly in formation. Su Chu wielded his blade and stood straight. Ouyang Shua's expression did not change as he unsheathed the Qishao sword. Although he had lost his primordial energy, his body was still strong, and his senses were as sharp as ever. Just as the pterosaur's hind claws reached out, Ouyang Shua sidestepped, and the Qishao sword drew a red light in the air, viciously cutting toward the sharp claws. With a burst of blood-red light, the claws were severed, and the pterosaur cried out in pain. A god weapon was truly formidable. Su Chu, standing beside Ouyang Shua, waved his machete. The blade, glowing white as if accumulating primordial energy, sliced toward the left wing of the beast like lightning. The wing was torn apart like cloth, and the blade sliced through it entirely. Ao the pterosaur could not endure the pain and collapsed onto the ground. It limped a few steps before being killed by the divine martial guards. Seeing this, the soldiers' morale soared. However, this action had an unintended consequence. Hearing the final cry, the 11 pterosaurs circling above flew over. Even the 2 giant tyrannosaurs turned their gaze in their direction. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed. He had not expected the beasts to be so intelligent, and his estimation of them rose. It appears there's a mix of context in your text, which is part narrative and part dialogue, likely from a story or a game. I'll help you clean up the grammatical issues and clarify the passage, but I'll retain the original flavor of the story and the dialogue as much as possible. Here's a revised version. Zhao Sihu was about to move more troops over, but Ouyang Shua blocked them. Go order the troops to attack the other beasts, leave it to the divine martial guards. Yes, my king. Zhao Sihu did not dare to disobey the orders. As this was the first time they were engaging in a beast flood, the City Protection Legion Corps soldiers were somewhat uneasy. Luckily, they were experienced soldiers who had been through many battles, otherwise, their fighting spirit would have collapsed. These beasts are no simple foes. At this very moment, Blood Romance and the others rushed over and spread out, preparing to fight the pterosaurs. As the top players among the combat occupation players, they had more experience with beasts than the divine martial guards. As they were speaking, the pterosaurs had already swooped down. From looking at their speed, they were obviously much faster than the last one. The pterosaur leading them was especially swift. It spread its wings, which spanned a total of 8 meters. Its pair of hind legs were muscular and strong, and its sharp claws were ready to strike at any moment. Before they even got close, Ouyang Shua felt a huge gust of wind swirl around him. Dust and stones flew, affecting his vision. Cunning beasts. Ouyang Shua did not dare to take them lightly. He took a deep breath, focused, locking his eyes onto the sharp claws. At this very moment, the sharp claws of the pterosaur struck out like lightning, about to grab onto him. Ouyang Shua was stunned. He had misjudged its speed, and it was too late to dodge. In this emergency situation, Ouyang Shua fell to the ground, barely managing to dodge. Feel free to provide more context if you would like a different section adjusted or if there are specific parts you're concerned about. Seeing that its strike had missed, the pterosaur flapped its wings and hovered mid-air, striking out again at Ouyang Shua's chest. If hit, he would suffer heavy injuries, if not death. Clearly, Ouyang Shua wasn't going to wait to die. His left hand pressed into the ground while his right hand angled the Qishao sword upward. The pterosaur, having witnessed the sword's strength before, hesitated to go head-on, pausing momentarily. Seizing the moment, Ouyang Shua rose halfway and thrust the sword forward. He drew an arc in the sky, circling the pterosaur's claws. Blood splattered. The claws, skin, and tendons were all severed, rendered useless. The pterosaur was gravely wounded, and its killing intent flared. Ignoring the pain, it charged down, its uninjured claw aiming for Ouyang Shua. Hey! Ouyang Shua let out a cold laugh. Using the strength in his left hand, he spun on the spot, dodging the claw and positioning himself in front of the pterosaur. The Qishao sword thrust forward again, piercing the pterosaur's throat. Ouyang Shua had exhausted his energy with this move. The Qishao sword glowed red. Half of the sword sank into the throat and pierced through. Blood sprayed. Ouyang Shua pulled out the sword and quickly dodged, but the blood still drenched him. The pterosaur leader fell dead, its rugby ball-shaped head smashing into the ground, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Certainly, here is the revised text with simple grammar edits. On other fronts, Blood Romance and others all performed well, killing their pterosaur opponents. It seemed that, in front of true experts, the pterosaurs were still a little weak. For the soldiers, this was a huge test. The valiant Divine Martial Guards had 3 people who died under the attacks of the pterosaurs. Ouyang Shua was a bit worried about the defensive situations in the other caves. Following this, Ouyang Shua led the Divine Martial Guards and smoothly killed the 2 tyrannosaurs and helped the City Protection Legion Corps stabilize the situation. Even so, they were busy until the afternoon before the battle was truly over. Compared to the pterosaur, the tyrannosaurs were bigger. In front of experts, this was a weakness. As long as one avoided the biting and stepping and had patience, they could cut off its 4 limbs. However, to normal soldiers, these beasts were true killing machines. Once these monsters entered the army formation, no one could block them. With one step, they would step humans into meat paste. To kill off the beast wave, a total of 1,800 City Protection Legion Corps members had died. At 3 p.m., Ouyang Shua carried his heavy heart and rushed back to Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua had witnessed the strength of the beast horde. Great Xia was facing such a cruel test on all fronts. Given its vast territory, it was unavoidable for civilians to get hurt. Xia Palace, Grand Council. Has the situation at the various areas been controlled? Ouyang Shua asked. Military Affairs Minister Du Ruhui nodded and handed over a document, simply saying, based on the report, there were 82 beast caves, an average of 1 per prefecture. It appears there were some grammatical and typographical errors in your text. Here is the edited version without changing the original content. Of course, some might have appeared in the mountains and forests and were not noticed. Some were big, and some were small. The biggest had over 2,000 beasts, the smallest had less than 100. The locations of these caves are really uneven. Some prefectures did not have any, while some had 3. Ouyang Shua asked, how is the crisis situation? The cabinet is still tabulating the numbers regarding the specific situation. The worst one is Lingnan Province, which had 8 monster caves, and the biggest one is here. The 4th and 5th Legions of the Tiger Legion Corps have received the order to move and rush over day and night. Till now, only the vanguard forces have arrived. For this, the Grand Council has moved the 1st Legion of the Guards Legion Corps toward Lingnan Province to calm down the situation. Helplessly, the caves were far from Jinhai City, and there has already been a county taken down by the beast flood. Ouyang Shua's face turned black. It was apparent what would happen to the lives of the civilians once the beast wave broke into the county. These beasts were killing machines, and they were all bloodthirsty. They did not kill humans just when Du Ruhui saw that, he continued to report, the situation in Liaojin province is not too good either. The Beijiang Legion Corps is facing trouble stabilizing it. The 2nd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps is already on its way to help. Please let me know if there are any specific areas of the text you'd like to refine further. The ferocious beast wave plunged the wilderness back into the scenes reminiscent of the first year of Gaia. In those days, the wilds were a domain where beasts roamed unchecked. Raiders and bandits were a constant menace, refugees wandered aimlessly, and the land mirrored the torment of hell. However, the emergence of numerous lords ushered in a new era, offering the beleaguered populace a sanctuary, thus bringing tranquility to the wilds. 5 years have since elapsed, and the agonizing recollections are gradually fading. The offspring born in these tranquil times now know not of the strife that once marred the land. Yet Gaia's clarion call of alarm resounds anew. Beasts lay siege to the borders, shattering numerous hamlets into rubble and cities into ash, displacing countless souls. Plagues abound across the wilds, a semblance of the end times. Irrespective of the chill or scorch, the beast wave's advance remains unabated. In Liaojin province, beasts defy the cold, pressing onward towards a flock of sheep, aiming for the animal herd's congregation. In Morocco province, heat bears no sway over the courage of the beasts, who steadfastly attack. In Izhou prefecture, beasts emerge from the ocean's depths. In Shulands, some beasts traverse the mountains and hills. Across a myriad of terrains and climates, beasts adapt effortlessly, evoking a sense of fatefulness. Within a single night, the wilderness transforms utterly. However, this is not the first year of Gaia. After 5 years of perseverance, the wilderness has seen great transformation. Dust has turned to citadel, and the borders now boast well-trained forces and many formidable combat role-players, who stand resolutely at the forefront of the carnage. At Xia Palace, in the Grand Council, Ouyang Shua, upon hearing the report, declared, "Disseminate my command. Prior to the arrival of spring, all military maneuvers shall be deferred, with all efforts to be steered against the beast wave. Build stable caps around each cave." Yes. Du Ruhue nodded. Along with the beast wave, the dynasty was about to face a tough test. The following week was filled with ups and downs. Apart from the first wave of beasts, the beast caves irregularly sent out beasts in groups or in small numbers, charging at the defensive lines. The army struck from all directions, following the traces of the beasts and taking them down one by one. Many damage reports from counties and prefectures were gathered in the imperial court, causing the cabinet a headache. In just 1 week, 30,000 Great Xia troops and over 200,000 civilians were lost. This led to a direct economic loss of no less than 10 million gold, and the indirect losses were even greater. Such huge losses could be compared to a large-scale war. The part that made Ouyang Shua sigh in relief was that, after a week, the legions were all in place. They set up camps right next to each cave, preventing the situation from escalating. In the following period, the army would clear out the remaining beasts in the wilderness while arranging large numbers of troops in the camps to prepare to stop the beast wave at any time. While the cabinet was trying to solve the crisis and assist those in need, it coordinated with the combat logistics department to increase the logistical supplies of the camps and ensure grain provision. Throughout the process, the combat occupation players did not have much of a stellar effect. This was due to the revival restriction and the real-time update of the achievement value, causing players to be more cautious with their lives. Each time they died, their achievement value would decrease. Regarding this, Ouyang Shua could not say much. From his intuition, it was not a viable solution for combat occupation players to avoid the front lines. Without the rigorous training from the game, they would pay a steep price on Planet Hope. Balancing the pros and cons was up to the players themselves. Ouyang Shua could roughly deduce Gaia's true intentions. Not everyone was suited to be a warrior. When players first chose combat as their occupation, it was based on their understanding of the game world. No one anticipated that combat would one day be intricately linked to reality. When the virtual veil was lifted and the brutal battlefield was revealed, some would undoubtedly squirm. Through this process, Gaia could select the true warriors. The players who could fight until the very end would form the core force for exploring and conquering Planet Hope. The weak are eliminated, and the strong prevail. The Beast Siege not only changed the model of territorial wars but also transformed adventure players. In the 6th year, 1st month, and 10th day of Gaia, in the Xia Palace, within the Wenhua Hall, Ouyang Shua was holding a cabinet meeting. With the Chinese New Year approaching, the agenda included evaluating the various provincial governor offices and the reports from the governor-general houses, along with a few key topics. First, finalizing the official evaluations. The annual official evaluation was a significant matter for the imperial court. Given that officials came from different dynasties and governed differently, Ouyang Shua requested the official ruling department to establish evaluation criteria covering politics, economics, culture, and more, to weed out the incompetent. Officials had a 3-year work cycle with a minor evaluation each year and a major one every 3 years. With hundreds of thousands of officials in Great Xia, the official ruling department could not manage all. Its focus was primarily on the capital city and provincial and prefecture-level governors. As for the other officials, the provincial governor would simply hand over a report. In contrast to previous years, the censorate fully participated this time. Secondly, they needed to discuss the worshipping plan. With Ouyang Shua reaching the Son of God rank, the upcoming worshipping ceremony was not for a marquis or prince but for the highest Son of God ceremony. The related coronation attire, etiquette, and rites all needed to be adjusted. The construction department was already rebuilding the ancestral temple. On the base of the Yellow and Fire Emperor statues, they added statues of the 3 emperors and 5 kings. The cabinet was still discussing whether to invite other emperors for the ceremony. Thirdly, they discussed the legal system. The first draft of the civil, business, and punishment systems had been written by the Internal Affairs Court and vetted by the cabinet. It was currently being refined and could be implemented after the Chinese New Year. Fourthly, they discussed the Yanhuang ideology. To unify the dynasty's thought system, with the help of Jiang Shang, Kong Zi, and others, work on the Yanhuang ideology was progressing well, and the first model had been created. During this period, various philosophers had many debates and disagreements. If it weren't for Jiang Shang balancing the discussions, producing the draft would not have been possible. Even so, the contents were still hotly contested. Ouyang Shua had initially underestimated the difficulty. Unifying thoughts and knowledge is as challenging as conquering the earth and cannot be achieved in just half a year. Amid the debates, philosopher ideologies clashed, creating many eye-catching sparks and attracting more philosophers to join. Undoubtedly, this was another remarkable era for China's ideological field. Fifth, forming rights. The changes during this period brought Ouyang Shua closer to connecting the game world and Planet Hope. Opening the barrier between these two worlds was his ambition. The breakthrough point was in the area where China had the strongest foundation, but it was also the area where it was losing ground most quickly, rights and customs. The need to create a suitable system that aligned with Chinese civilization and fit Planet Hope seemed increasingly apparent. Etiquettes and rituals were a really sacred thing. If done incorrectly, it would shake the foundations of the dynasty. The cabinet only provided a rough idea. As for the specifics, it would wait until the Yanhuang ideology was settled. After the cabinet meeting ended, Ouyang Shua returned to the Wuji Hall. Binger and Song Jia had been waiting to go offline with Ouyang Shua. Just yesterday, Ouyang Shua had received notification from Gaia that stated the room was modified according to his wishes. Somewhere in the galaxy, on spaceship number ZGMD 105. In the small but warm hall, Ouyang Shua and his family were having dinner. There were not many dishes, only tomato fried egg, cabbage, and chili fried pork. Clearly, it could not compare to the delicacies in the game. However, for the people on the spaceship, this was already a luxury. Although the Galactic Squadron had its own indoor farm and breeding grounds, it was limited, and most of the ingredients were used in making nutritional fluids. Every dish that Ouyang Shuo ordered used up real achievement value. Although the dishes were simple, the entire family ate with relish. Song Jia picked up a tomato and smiled. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. I nearly forgot what this tastes like. The tomatoes had originated from South America and had not yet spread to Great Xia. Ouyang Shuo took a look at Binger and picked up a small cabbage for her. Though she still had the body of a 7-year-old, she was not as excited as before. Her thinking had matured. Such feelings in such a situation made him feel a little lost. Going back and forth between two totally different worlds took its toll. Once people got used to this virtual side of things, their thinking methods would change greatly. The game world at that time was not purely a virtual world. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo did not wake Yuer and Luo. For them, it was best to remain in the game until they reached Planet Hope, so they wouldn't have to adjust to the change in environment. Besides, a small, narrow room would not be good for the children. After finishing their meal, Song Jia and Binger chatted in the hall, enjoying the view of the vast galaxy. Ouyang Shuo walked into the constructed cultivation room, preparing to train in the 5 Emperor True Manual for the first time. Previously, when he cultivated in the game, Gaia directed him as a mental body, giving him only a shallow understanding of the cultivation method. Thus, Ouyang Shuo decided to restart his cultivation journey in real life to establish a solid foundation. However, things did not go smoothly. Despite countless cultivation experiences, as soon as Ouyang Shuo sat cross-legged and began to focus, he faced challenges. His physical body was bombarded with random thoughts, making it difficult to concentrate. Humans have myriad worries and thoughts. The first step in cultivation is to eliminate all desires, calm the mind, and see one's true self. When we focus, our minds do not go blank. Instead, various thoughts emerge uncontrollably. The best approach is to concentrate on one thing or a cultivation method. The 5 Emperor True Manual involves focusing on the 5 emperors, the Qing Emperor in the east, the Qi Emperor in the south, the Yellow Emperor in the center, the Bai Emperor in the west, and the He Emperor in the north. Ouyang Shuo was currently focusing on the Qing Emperor, whose image was deeply etched in his mind. When he focused his thoughts, the image began to appear, growing more and more real. Throughout the process, random thoughts naturally faded away. At this stage, Ouyang Shuo could not relax, as this was merely the start. He shifted his focus to his dantian and, following the teachings and chants of the True Manual, breathed rhythmically. Inhaling pure air and exhaling impure air, gradually, his dantian took on a warm, itchy sensation, as if something was circulating within. This was followed by a warm and comforting feeling as a tiny sphere of energy formed. This marked the birth of the first bit of qi. Indeed, the cultivation method of the 5 Emperor True Manual leaped over the creation of internal energy, beginning with qi and transforming it into primordial energy. After securing the first bit of qi, the subsequent stages became much simpler. Ouyang Shuo only had to concentrate and circulate it along the path outlined by the True Manual, allowing the ball of energy to expand. Since Ouyang Shuo's meridians had already been expanded once, this initial circulation proceeded without hitches. After completing 7 full rotations, Ouyang Shuo finally halted, finishing his first round of cultivation. In just that moment, 3 hours had slipped by. Had he not been blessed with a robust physique, he would have felt entirely drained. By the time he returned to the hall, Song Jia and Binger were already back into the game. Ouyang Shuo stood before the window, gazing out into the expansive universe. His mind briefly wandered. The transformations of the past few days brought genuine joy to Ouyang Shuo. Particularly, the dissolution of the Federation felt like the confines that bound him were removed, and he felt truly liberated. From now on, he felt like a bird in the sky or a fish in the vast sea. Ouyang Shuo took in a deep breath and muttered, "I can already smell the new world." Gaia 6th year, 1st month, 15th day. The massive changes caused by the Beast Siege were slowly stabilizing. After revealing themselves, the two mysterious organizations finally acted and announced their presence to the world. First, Silverhand emerged in a high-profile manner, with all of its members forming an alliance that bore the same name. As expected, more than 90% of the TWP were part of Silverhand. The remaining 10% joined another global alliance known as Azure Badge. Azure Badge was more low-profile and had fewer members than Silverhand, though it was still a significant force. Ouyang Shua could see that Azure Badge represented the academic faction. Once the members of the two alliances were revealed, players were shocked to find that on a global scale, 90% of the territories and more than half of the guilds belonged to either Silverhand or Azure Badge. This startling fact sent a chill down the spines of the regular players. It seems like there are two dark clouds hanging over us. Although the Federation was gone, the dark clouds lingered, becoming even bolder and more startling. Faced with this harsh reality, each player had a new choice. They could join the dark clouds for protection, be it Silverhand or Azure Badge, both of which extended an olive branch to the normal players upon their reveal. Clearly, they were transforming too. Players had other options. They could choose to fight alone, carving a path out of the gaps in the dark clouds. For instance, Great Xia. After the Silverhand and Azure Badge were revealed to the world, Great Xia found itself in an awkward position. Faced with a crisis, the members of the two organizations decided to band together for warmth and not bet on both sides. For instance, people like Henry and William would not treat Great Xia as kindly as before. Even if they wanted to, their families would not permit it. Before Gaia revealed everything, both the Silverhand and Azure Badge had trump cards that gave them control over the construction of Planet Hope, so they had nothing to fear. Now, with no way out, they had to use all their resources to gain as much ground in the game and earn as much achievement value as possible. They would go all out against Great Xia. In terms of direct impacts, their members pulled out of trade agreements with Great Xia. Ouyang Shua decided to end the agreements. Johor and Piao country, which had shown interest in joining Great Xia, were actually members of the Azure Badge. Hence, all talks of joining were naturally dropped, making the Southeast Asia situation very uncertain. All the hard work Great Xia had put into free trade was once again pushed back. In the near future, a decline in trade was inevitable. Neither the Silverhand nor the Azure Badge would want to work with Great Xia. The global trading situation would be split into three parts, one led by TWP, one by TUP formed by the Azure Badge, and the last by the Indian Empire and Great Xia. The only region left unaligned would be Africa. A road filled with thorns lay ahead of Great Xia. If Ouyang Shua were not filled with ambition, he would not need to worry much. At worst, Great Xia could reduce its defensive lines, abandoning the lands they occupied overseas. This way, they would not need to conflict with the Silverhand or the Azure Badge. In China, and indeed across all of Asia, if the Great Xia chose a defensive stance, no one could take them down. After all, this was not like the past. Regrettably, Ouyang Shua's ambitions did not end there. Gaia used the Skynet to control the Federation, presenting an obvious great opportunity. It was a chance to overthrow the Silverhand and establish a new order on Planet Hope. In a chaotic time, who would be the hero? Chaotic times create heroes, and heroes can, in turn, change the times. Over the past 5 years, the times have fostered Ouyang Shua's rise. In the next 5 years, Ouyang Shua would alter the times. This was a difficult task. However, Ouyang Shua had no fear. Since he had taken this step, why not take another step forward? The battles in the game would only intensify and become more brutal. Normal players, of course, could not sense the dangers within. This was because, no matter how hard they tried, they could not influence global affairs and did not even have the right to be pawns. Normal players could only decide their own fates, choosing to be valiant warriors or yielding to their inner weaknesses and remaining ordinary. As the mysterious veil over Planet Hope lifted, casual players were essentially waiting to die, and even those dedicated to their roles would find themselves of limited use. Reality is not a game. Confronted with a dangerous, desolate, and primitive world, only strength could be relied upon. The game world would enter a misty period. Who knows who would emerge as the greatest winner and who would lose everything once the mist cleared. Shanghai City, Xia Palace. In the Wenhua Hall, Ouyang Shua met with Xie Xiun, Blood Romance, and 40 guild leaders. Along with them was the Military Affairs Minister, Du Ruhui. These were only the large guilds, as the medium and small guilds were not invited. To thank everyone for moving to Shanghai City, Ouyang Shua allocated a street in the city for guild headquarters. Each guild would have a mansion as its headquarters. Based on the property prices in Shanghai City, one mansion alone was worth tens of thousands of gold. The market had high demand but limited supply. Of course, to guilds with hundreds of thousands of members, a single residence was not much help. Most of them had to scatter to various parts of the city or to the prefectures and counties. Suddenly, Shanghai City became very crowded. Ouyang Shua had already instructed the construction department to prepare to build 2 satellite cities to the west and east of the city to accommodate players. Even some natives would be moved out to reduce the population pressure on Shanghai City. Currently, each piece of land in Shanghai City was truly worth its weight in gold, making it the top city in the world. The meeting at the Wenhua Hall was to build friendship and discuss defenses against the beast caves to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Now, they were discussing the topic of the camps. The Imperial Court has already set up camps near each monster cave. In the next 2 months, these camps will be upgraded to semi-permanent barracks, Ouyang Shua explained. The Imperial Court's ability to mobilize manpower is no joke. What I'm suggesting is that you don't need to build new bases. Why not reserve an area in the barracks for players to rest and replenish? The Imperial Court will not charge fees and also welcomes chambers of commerce to move in. Strictly speaking, all land in Great Xia belonged to the Imperial Court. Even if the guilds wanted to build a base, they had to pay rental costs to the local offices. To make it easier to manage, Ouyang Shua decided to merge the camps and bases. I think it's feasible, Blood Romance expressed his support. For a guild, just renting the land was not enough to build a base. They would need to hire artisans, purchase building materials, and more. They had just moved in and were not familiar, so it was all a hassle. More crucially, there were 89 monster caves, and they could not build a base in every place, right? It would be wasteful and impractical. If Great Xia was in charge of construction, there would be no problem. No matter where players went, they would have a place to rest, which was really convenient. Staying together with the Great Xia army also settled their safety concerns. Of course, what moved Blood Romance and the others was still the final sentence Ouyang Shua said. The appearance of the Beast Caves was a crisis, but it was also a real business opportunity. Adventure game mode players needed to gain experience and materials through fighting, which would naturally create a spending market. Within the camp, food, housing, equipment, and more did not require spending money. As this was semi-permanent, it would be a huge market. Moreover, Ouyang Shua's words hinted that he was not going to monopolize the market just because he was the ruler of the land. The Imperial Court will not interfere in regions where guilds excel, such as medicine, equipment, inns, and the like. It will only enter industries that the guilds do not wish to engage in, like grain, iron ore, and other basic industries, to provide services. Ouyang Shua's announcement warmed the hearts of everyone present. Compared to benefits and interests, Ouyang Shua was more interested in the recognition of players and fostering a sense of belonging. After all, those who could participate in killing the beasts were all elite players. Moreover, although the Imperial Court did not compete with the guilds for profits, the rental income from shops and taxes would form a stable source of revenue, covering the costs of camp construction and even generating a profit. Given this, why would Ouyang Shua be so petty? After settling this matter, the next step was to discuss specific defense strategies. Ouyang Shua wanted to allocate each guild a general battle zone, with provinces as the boundary, ensuring each province had a stable fighting force. No problem. Due to the immediate benefits they received, the guild leaders were naturally eager to reciprocate. After addressing all these major issues, Ouyang Shua concluded the meeting. The specifics would be discussed individually with the Privy Court and could not be resolved quickly. On the 17th day of the first month of the 6th year of Gaia, in Shanghai City, there was just a month until the Chinese New Year. Ouyang Shua began meeting with officials to disseminate information and debrief them before their holidays. In the Imperial Reading Room, Ouyang Shua met with Jia Sixi, the director of the Agriculture Department. Food is essential to the people, and the importance of agriculture in the dynasty was undeniable. Great Xia's agricultural technology was at the leading position in the world. However, after the establishment of the dynasty, it had not focused much on it. His summoning of Jia Sixi showed that the situation had changed. During the fourth system update, Gaia activated the Calamity mode. Even though Great Xia was protected by the gods, with the weather being particularly favorable, grain production was still inevitably affected. The emergence of a large number of refugees, population growth, and several large-scale wars throughout the year had consumed a staggering amount of grain. Even with Great Xia's grain production, they just barely had enough. With tens of millions of players moving to Great Xia, they experienced a new wave of population explosion. The grain shortage crisis was slowly becoming apparent. The Beast Siege was the final nail in the coffin. Not only were many farms destroyed, but to compensate for the grain lost, the imperial court had to open the granaries to aid the affected. The daily grain consumption was in the millions. If not for Great Xia's well-managed grain reserves, they would not have been able to hold on. Jia Sixi was truly perceptive. When the grain crisis began to emerge, he spotted it and submitted a memorial that Ouyang Shua focused on. The other territories did not face the issue of a sudden population surge, so they did not encounter such a crisis. Jia Sixi said, over the past half-month, the Agriculture Department has dispatched officials to the various provinces to check the granary situation. Overall, it is okay, but some granaries did not meet the requirements and did not gather enough grain for a crisis. Ouyang Shua's face darkened. Preparing grain for crises is the responsibility of the local officials. There are actually people who did not do their job in this area. What are they thinking? Jia Sixi did not dare to retort, as he knew that the king was furious. The Agriculture Department shall investigate the situation and let the Internal Affairs Court handle it. Although Ouyang Shua had just breezed over the matter, under the Internal Affairs Court, it was going to cause huge waves. Yes, my king. Can the grain last until the next grain collecting season? Ouyang Shua asked. Jia Sixi did not want to make false promises and hesitated. Based on the current situation, there will definitely be some grain shortages. The officials are worried that merchants will smell the opportunity and hoard grain, while farmers might not sell their grain, which would further escalate the issue. Ouyang Shua nodded. Jia Sixi's concerns were not unfounded. Great Xia always focused on an open and relaxed business environment, hence, they would not intervene even if merchants hoarded grain. Thinking about it, Ouyang Shua said, let the Agriculture Department discuss with the Business Department to try to resolve this problem. Great Xia had many money-making opportunities. With the Business Department stepping in, there would be very few merchants who would decide to take that route. After all, for them to survive in Great Xia, making the imperial court unhappy was not a good thing. Understood. Jia Sixi nodded. With the king personally giving instructions, the matter would be much easier. Otherwise, the business department would not bother about the agriculture department. The grain shortage situation was one that internal control could alleviate, but it could not solve the root. Ouyang Shua was prepared to inform the financial court to use the opportunity that TUP was just formed and not officially running yet to use voyage trading to buy large amounts of grain from Southeast Asia. Even saying that he would order the chambers of commerce to proceed to Java to purchase grain, he knew that with decent profits, merchants would dare to take the risk and smuggle grain. As long as they conducted their business honorably, this grain crisis might turn into a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Ouyang Shua said, "Men present. Summon Financial Minister Fan Li over." "Yes, my king." Very quickly, Fan Li rushed over. "Sixi, tell Mr. Fan about the general situation," Ouyang Shua said. "Yes, my king." Jia Sixi had not expected the king to act so swiftly, directly calling the financial minister to discuss the matter. He did not dare to take it lightly and explained the grain crisis. Fan Li was truly astute and understood the king's plan. The king intends to use the business department to make large-scale grain purchases? Smart. Ouyang Shua smiled. A crisis is also an opportunity. We cannot predict how next year's beast siege will unfold or the calamities in the wilderness. However, since we see a chance, I am willing to take a gamble. How much capital can the imperial court allocate for grain purchases? Ouyang Shua asked. Fan Li's eyes widened, realizing the king was planning a major move. After some thought, he replied, "It's almost the end of the year, and most of the expenditures have been calculated. Excluding the emergency funds for next year, we can allocate around 8 to 10 million gold." Great Xia was indeed wealthy. Despite the massive wars and military operations at year-end, which cost millions or even tens of millions of gold each time, the imperial court could still provide 10 million gold for this endeavor. Based on the current grain prices, 10 million gold could purchase enough grain for Great Xia to last 5 months. If the grain were gathered up, it would be as big as Shanghai City. When Jia Sixi heard this, his eyes were filled with excitement. This time, Jia Sixi could finally set aside all his worries. The imperial court purchasing this batch of grain would solve the crisis, and the merchants would have no reason to hoard grain. All problems would cease to exist. However, Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, "Not enough. King, please instruct me." Fan Li was confused. Ouyang Shua replied, "If it is just to solve our current problem, such an amount is naturally enough. However, if the 2 major calamities occur in the first half of the new year, what will happen?" Fan Li and Jia Sixi exchanged glances and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The current amount of grain was not enough, and the only reason others did not feel it was because they had a stable forecast of the grain production for the first half of the year. If their predictions failed, the wilderness would be in chaos, and the entire dynasty would be in trouble. Fan Li thought for a moment and said, "Forgive me for being direct, but both calamities have a significant amount of uncertainty. Isn't it unwise to put all our eggs in one basket?" Choosing a stable solution was the way to rule a dynasty. Fan Li's words made a lot of sense. Ouyang Shua smiled happily. Fan Li cares about the country. I am pleased. But Ouyang Shua maintained his smile, his eyes almost piercing through the air at the unknown presence. According to my intuition and judgment, this is not a gamble. If I'm right, there's a 50% chance of the worst happening. Ouyang Shua had a deep understanding of how Gaia thought. Over the past 5 years, Gaia had not gone all out and had not been vicious in its tests of players. As long as the lords performed decently, they could survive well in the wilderness. The 6th year would definitely be a turning point. The tests that were about to come would only become more and more cruel. Whether it was Silver Hand, Azure Badge, or Great Xia, none could say they could easily manage their territories and continue to expand. What was the point? Gaia wanted strong individuals who could survive in the harsh environment of Planet Hope, not those who relied on their current strength to bully the weak. Because of this, Ouyang Shua made such a judgment. The 6th year of Gaia would definitely bring a crisis that would challenge the territories. When Fan Li heard this, He sucked in a deep breath and nodded. If you have 50% confidence, it's worth a gamble. In the face of such significant opportunities, not to mention 50%, even 30% would be enough for Fanli to be willing to take the risk with the king. Fanli firmly believed in the king's judgment. A king always had foresight that ordinary people lacked. Great Xia's development proved that the king was someone who saw into the future. After successfully persuading Fanli, Ouyang Shua smiled. Since that's the case, borrow 10 million from the Four Seas Bank to purchase large amounts of grain. Given the size of the Four Seas Bank, lending gold posed little risk. Yes, my king. Fanli was genuinely excited deep down, as this was a truly significant amount. As the Chinese New Year approached, there was little in the way of significant news in the wilderness. The world's focus was on the beast wave. After the Silver Hand and Azure Badge were revealed, their effects began to spread slowly. Dark currents stirred across the entire wilderness. Against this backdrop, the Great Xia dynasty embarked on a large-scale grain purchase. Vast amounts of gold were gradually transferred to the chambers of commerce that bought significant quantities of grain from Johor, Java, Piao, the Peacock dynasty, the Persian Empire, and others. Sometimes, the chambers of commerce bought the grain directly, while other times, it went through intermediaries. Since the price Great Xia merchants paid for the grain was slightly higher than the market rate, merchants from various countries did not worry about their nation's grain supply and sold what they had stored. Even the Great Zhou Empire had chambers of commerce participating in this trade. One might think 20 million was a substantial sum, but when divided among hundreds of chambers of commerce and 5 to 6 countries, it was not significant compared to the daily millions of gold that flowed in voyage trading. Thus, Great Xia's actions, while causing ripples among grain traders, did not trigger a market-wide alert. Throughout this process, the Great Xia imperial court remained hidden behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the Agriculture Department devised a land reclamation plan to cultivate 200 million mu of farmland to meet daily grain needs. To put 200 million mu into perspective, during the Han and Tang dynasties, the entire country had around 500 to 600 million mu of farmland. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, this figure reached 700 million. After industrialization, the land size expanded to 1.8 billion mu, nearly reaching its peak. In the wilderness, reclaiming 200 million mu of land was not an issue for Great Xia. The challenge lay in who would cultivate this land after it was transformed into farmland. In ancient times, the size of the farmland was directly linked to the population. A farmer typically tended to 10 mu of farmland, and even with the advanced agricultural techniques and world-leading irrigation methods of the Great Xia, the most a farmer could manage was 15 to 16 mu. To farm 200 million mu of land, at least 12 million farmers were required. In the current population increase, while there were many casual and working occupation players, few were eager to take up farming. Therefore, the imperial court particularly promoted a farming model. Local offices provided financial subsidies and technological assistance to encourage players to establish farms on the reclaimed land, offering them tax incentives. These included tax-free farming in the first year and a 50% tax reduction in the second. The Four Seas Bank also extended loans to players to help them start their farms. These policies were highly attractive, especially to casual players. The recent update to achievement values significantly impacted this group. If they continued to idly play the game, they would find themselves without the basic rights to assistance upon reaching Planet Hope. On the other hand, switching careers and starting from scratch meant they could not catch up with others. In this context, running a farm emerged as a viable option. Farming was not just about growing crops like corn, beans, potatoes, sugarcane, and others, it also involved raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. There was a substantial demand for vegetables in the market, with Shanghai City, for example, consuming a staggering amount daily. The neighboring villages could not keep up, and a large part was transported by sea to the city. If one ran the farm well, they could even surpass the current players. Therefore, when the imperial court released the prefecture and county-level agriculture model, it sparked many discussions, and numerous people signed up. The earlier players registered, the better the land they could obtain. They could also arrange loans and rentals earlier and receive professional training. They could even start planning their farms and building their houses. This winter was destined to be a hot and exciting one. First month, 20th day, Xia Palace. Inside Wuji Hall, Ouyang Shuo was chatting with Li Jing. With the Snow War Rose mercenary group's move to Shanghai City, the entire family met up more frequently. When Li Jing had free time, she would often drop by Wuji Hall to see her nephew and niece. Ouyang Shuo was naturally pleased by this. Ouyang Shuo welcomed Li Jing warmly when she moved to Shanghai City, giving her and Xie Xiyun a marquee residence. This elevated her to one of the key figures among the royal family's relatives. Blood Romance and others were truly envious of such treatment, half-jokingly saying, "Great. Now, the Blood Evil mercenary group's throne is unstable." In truth, with Li Jing's background, the future development of Snow War Rose would undoubtedly surpass that of the Blood Evil mercenary group. This is life, one can only envy. Blood Romance could only accept this harsh reality. In fact, when the guilds left the imperial city, they lost their once enviable status and were no longer regarded as lords. Toward this, Blood Romance had a clear understanding. The agriculture plan you all came up with caused quite a commotion. As they talked, the conversation veered toward the topic of the farms. Li Jing joked, "Now, even I have an interest in becoming a farmer." To the people in the city, becoming a farm owner was among their deepest dreams. So when the plan was announced, it made waves among the players' community. It wasn't just casual players, but even those who played for a career were intrigued. Especially those with a background in agriculture, who were the most excited. Now, even guilds were tempted, although they did not hope to rely on the profits from the farm. To build a massive farm as a logistic space for their guild would be beneficial. It could also serve as a relaxing holiday spot for the members, achieving two goals at once. Within just 3 days, 3 million people registered, and the numbers continued to grow at a surprising pace. Even Ouyang Shuo had not expected this level of enthusiasm. The booming interest reminded him of the past when officials competed to purchase properties. Is Great Xia about to enter a new era of land ownership? Ouyang Shuo mused to himself, though of course, such a notion was a jest, as there were significant differences. In Great Xia, where commerce takes precedence, agriculture will remain a fundamental sector and not the primary focus as in ancient times. With the ongoing industrial revolution, the prospect of a feudal landowner structure seemed remote. Hearing Li Jing mention her interest in becoming a farm owner, Ouyang Shuo chuckled, "Auntie doesn't have to reach for something distant when something closer is available." In the western outskirts of Shanghai City, there's an imperial farm known as Shilin Farm. It's a veritable haven of plenty, offering everything one could need. When you want to experience the farming life, you can just head over. There's such a good place? Li Jing's eyes lit up. Ouyang Shuo gave her a brief introduction to the Shilin Farm. Speaking of which, that place had a long and rich history, back to when the territory was still a town. It was the first farm of the territory, and at the beginning, apart from vegetables, it was used to raise sheep and Qingfu horses. As the territory developed, this farm became the imperial farm. As Binger liked it, Ouyang Shuo spared no effort on it. Apart from sheep, the farm had cows, Qingfu horses, and even leopards, tigers, and rhinoceroses. Apart from vegetables, there were also fish ponds and flower gardens. Essentially, the Shilin Farm could be considered a royal courtyard. Whether for rest, hunting, or vacation, one could find fulfillment there. When Li Jing heard this, she was instantly intrigued and lost interest in starting a new farm. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuo changed the subject. In reality, the food problem was just one of Ouyang Shuo's goals behind this agricultural plan. His true aim was likely one few could understand. Whatever Ouyang Shua did, his actions were tied to Planet Hope. He lured participants to join in the construction of farms, and his genuine aim was to strengthen the players' sense of belonging to Great Xia. Despite living in Great Xia, their way of thinking had not shifted, and they did not regard themselves as part of the nation. They came to Great Xia merely for survival, forming more of a cooperative or parasitic relationship. Didn't Li Jing refer to Ouyang Shua simply as you and you all? Players with modern thinking ingrained in them could not feel a sense of belonging to a feudal dynasty like Great Xia. Who knows, some might even be annoyed. As a result, when Ouyang Shua defined the dynasty, he avoided a feudal system, as it had no market on Planet Hope and wouldn't be recognized by the players. This made it all the more crucial for him to gain their support. Without requiring loyalty, the players must at least agree with Great Xia's ideals and recognize themselves as part of it. Only then could he unite them all. Building farms was a test. To increase player recognition, Ouyang Shua had many other ideas. However, as the players had just moved in, he couldn't rush it and needed to proceed step by step. The farms were undoubtedly the best entry point, targeting the easiest group to influence. Using this as a foundation, they would leverage player connections to gradually permeate the entire player base. In the future, he would focus on the most core combat occupation players, for whom he also had a comprehensive plan. However, through his conversation with Li Jing, Ouyang Shua realized that the timing wasn't right. Let's go on slowly, he thought to himself, smiling. In the blink of an eye, it was the 25th day of the first month. It was originally a pretty normal day, but Gaia suddenly announced a new system hotfix, regarding global alliances. Regardless of whether allies are within the same continent or not, they cannot undergo cross-region teleportation. While hotfixes were routine, the unusual aspect was the timing. Less than a month had passed since the 6th update, and Gaia's current update seemed rushed and hastily thought out. If not, why was it not included with the regular update? The hotfix's details left much to be desired. Previously, global alliances could not teleport across continents, but they could still teleport within the same continent, like from Java to Luzon. Now, Gaia had completely stopped this. This was a boon for Great Xia, but it would clearly be a painful restriction for the two super global alliances, Silver Hand and Azure Badge. Even so, Ouyang Shua did not give it much thought, turning around and getting busy with other matters. What he did not know was that this seemingly insignificant hotfix had just saved Great Xia's life. Dawson Dynasty, Free City. Following the Federation's dissolution, the city in the skies belonged exclusively to Gaia. The former Federation president and the 5 leaders of Silver Hand all fell from grace and returned to the territories of their respective powers. Naturally, Silver Hand's number 1 returned to Free City. Upon hearing the system hotfix, number 1's face turned dark, and he angrily remarked, "Gaia, you are clearly showing favoritism." Since Skynet took control of the Federation's authority, Silver Hand had been conspiring to eliminate Great Xia. Coincidentally, this plan aligned perfectly with Azure Badge's intentions. During this period, the two organizations began to formulate a detailed battle plan, combining the forces of both to launch an apocalyptic war on Great Xia, aiming to eradicate it. Teleportation was the essential component. The Romanov dynasty spanned from Europe to Asia. Initially, they planned to accumulate strength in Europe and then teleport into the Romanov dynasty. Following this, they would use this bridge to teleport to Great Zhou. This strategy was perfect, designed to deliver a fatal blow to Great Xia. However, Gaia noticed and blocked this loophole. How could they not be infuriated? Since we cannot devour it in one go, we will have to gnaw away at it slowly. Number 1 sighed, his eyes coldly gleaming, clearly still intent on eradicating Great Xia. As long as the two organizations united, it would be difficult for Great Xia to survive. In Shanghai City, Xia Palace, Ouyang Shua was unaware that he had just narrowly escaped the gates of hell. He was meeting Qin Bingguang, the director of the Industrialization Department. In just 2 days, the imperial court would take a break and officially enter the Chinese New Year holiday. Using this final period, Ouyang Shua summoned Qin Bingguang to finalize the significant strategy for the next year. Prior to the new year, the Industrialization Department submitted a report to the cabinet, providing an overall assessment of the dynasty's industrialization. Based on this, they proposed a plan to industrialize the entire dynasty. The cabinet had conducted numerous discussions and debates on this report, largely agreeing with the Industrialization Department. Ouyang Shua was meeting Qin Bingguang to make the final arrangements. Once confirmed, the New Year plans would be set in motion. The so-called full-scale industrialization describes 2 aspects: the full-scale development of the industry and the full-scale development of the region. On the regional side, the concept is easier to understand. Previously, Great Xia's industrialization efforts were primarily concentrated in Shanghai City, Steel City, and a few other locations. The new plan aims to expand industrialization across the entire territory. On the industrial side, the situation is more complex. Over the past 2 years, thanks to the hard work of the Industrialization Department, the No. 7 Research Institute, and other organizations, significant progress has been made using the steam engine as a foundation. They have developed a series of products, including the steam hammer, drill, mechanical lathe, internal combustion engine, motor, and rubber, which have established a solid foundation for comprehensive industrialization. The next step involves developing large-scale machinery and electrical systems, which will impact every industry, leading to improvements in quality. For example, the use of machines in mining could increase efficiency tenfold and make minefield development much easier. The metallurgy industry will also see changes, with the possibility of producing rarer metals in addition to steel and tin. The introduction of machine tools will enable the creation of smaller, more precise parts and the assembly of large machines. Rubber will bring a significant shift in the raw materials sector. The military industry will benefit greatly from industrialization, as the availability of sufficient metals will allow for the construction of metal siege chariots, arrow towers, and other siege weapons. These will be more flexible and have greater destructive power. The production of firearms will also lead to adjustments in military structure. The Privy Court has already met with the Grand Council to develop a plan for adjusting soldier types. The Great Xia aimed to complete the initial equipment transition for all Legion Corps by the end of the 6th year of Gaia. The primary focus was on the archers and mounted archers. While the use of firearms was straightforward, mastering their effective employment in battle was not. To proficiently wield a firearm in combat required substantial amounts of shooting practice. In this respect, archers had a natural edge, and it would be simpler for them to adapt to firearms. According to the plan, gunners would gradually supersede archers and become the primary ranged force of the Great Xia army. As for the spearmen, heavy armored swordsmen, sword and shield soldiers, and heavy armored cavalry, they would continue to form a critical part of the military. The presence of beasts and the enhancement in soldiers' strength implied that relying solely on thermal weapons would not suffice to maintain a stable position on Planet Hope. Even the Federation's laser weapons would prove inadequate. Individual prowess, particularly in the use of cold weapons, remained the most effective way to confront beasts. This aspect of military strength could not be diminished but had to be bolstered. Therefore, the future development of the Great Xia army would proceed on these dual fronts. To lead the various legions through the transition to firearm-equipped soldiers, Ouyang Shua decided to disband the fully established Household Legion Corps 1st Legion, redistributing its members to act as trainers within the other corps. Zhou Zongtong, Zhang Guoquan, and Oda Nobunaga were to serve as the chief instructors. In the Imperial Reading Room, Ouyang Shua spent the entire morning in discussions with Qin Bingguang, finalizing the critical aspects of the industrialization strategy. The plan would be implemented after the new year. This new year will be busy for us, Ouyang Shua remarked with a smile. Since the details were settled, the industrialization department naturally had to work overtime to make the final adjustments and ensure that nothing was overlooked. Chen Bingguang, a workaholic, smiled and said, "Doing this is more fun than going on vacation." "But you cannot forget about your family," Ouyang Shua reminded him. Since the start of the territory, Ouyang Shua had placed a lot of emphasis on the family concept. Chen Bingguang nodded, turned around, and left. On the 27th day of the first month, the day before the break, the imperial court issued its final decree, promoting third-class Marquis Mulanyu and Bai Hua to Duchess, and Gong Chengshi and Wufu to first-class Marquis, effective immediately. Additionally, a batch of civil servants and generals received promotions, including some who joined after Great Xia was established. This round of promotions was both a conclusion to the year and a warm-up for the upcoming one. After Ouyang Shua reached the Son of Heaven rank, the restrictions on the ranks he could grant to officials were lifted. He could now bestow Duke, Prince, and Princess ranks. However, due to the significant power associated with the Prince rank, Ouyang Shua was naturally cautious about awarding it. Nevertheless, the promotion of Mulanyu and Bai Hua to Duchess was shocking enough. In other territories, they could have established a dynasty. Wufu and Gong Chengshi, who joined Great Xia later, naturally had a longer path to promotion. The rank was determined by Ouyang Shua's preference and, more importantly, the merit assessed by the imperial court. Gaia, when evaluating achievement value, considered rank an important factor. In the future, Ouyang Shua would not rule out the possibility of granting ranks to Great Xia players. After issuing the final decree, Ouyang Shua rose and left the imperial reading room, heading back to the Wuji Hall to rest. He planned to set aside the affairs of state for a while and enjoy a pleasant holiday with his family. Great Xia's vast territory offered numerous options for their leisure time. They could visit the Shilin farm to savor the delights of farming, take a holiday in the Maldives, or embark on a journey to Africa or Europe. Even while on break, they could unwind and chat in the private room of their spaceship. As the king of Great Xia, however, Ouyang Shua had certain obligations to fulfill, such as attending various dinners, informal gatherings, and public events, making for a busy but enjoyable holiday period. Gaia, 6th year, 2nd month, 5th day, Chinese New Year's Eve, Shanghai City. Another Chinese New Year's Eve. Due to the large influx of players, Shanghai City was more lively this year, with the streets and alleys filled with an endless stream of people. Hundreds of theater stages, numerous temple fairs, countless fireworks, dazzling merchandise, and various performances let the players who lived in Great Xia experience the rich cultural heritage of the world's top dynasty. One cannot see such a stunning scene even in the imperial cities. Players were in awe. Within the Xia Palace, it was the same as last year, with the royal family's reunion dinner underway. Compared to last year, the family was less cautious and more confident. Within a year, many family members had successfully passed their exams and entered government offices. Some even held important positions and were active in the official field. Despite this, their respect for Ouyang Shua only grew. Ouyang Shua, in turn, treated the family members with a mix of gratitude and authority. During the year, a few family members were flagged by the regulatory department, and Ouyang Shua dealt with them mercilessly. After the feast, Ouyang Shua invited the elders to the imperial garden for some wine. The younger generation, like wild horses set loose, ran into the vibrant nightlife of Shanghai City. For this year's New Year's Eve, Gaia did not introduce any new activities. 5 years had passed, and players had adapted to the game world. They no longer needed Gaia to create excitement, and each person had their own way of celebrating. Gaia could finally take a break in this aspect. On the first day of the new year, Great Xia held a grand and solemn heaven-worshipping ceremony, adhering to the traditions and rites of the Son of Heaven, affirming the legitimacy of Great Xia. The entire ceremony strictly followed ancient traditions, offering those who witnessed it a profound cultural lesson. Ouyang Shua decided not to invite the various kings and emperors, as Great Xia had not yet established absolute power in the region, and inviting them would have been premature. Boasting to them now might have only annoyed them. However, after the ceremony, Ouyang Shua still sent envoys to distribute the cured meat from the ceremony to the various dynasties, both as a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to draw them closer. Whether they accepted his intentions was up to them. The following week was the Chinese New Year holiday, and the offices reopened on the 13th day of the second month, marking the start of the new year. Upon the reopening of the imperial court, a host of official matters arose, including civil law, criminal law, commercial law, full-scale industrialization, and land reclamation, among others. The plans for the entire year would begin in spring. Although winter was not yet over, Great Xia had already awakened and was racing forward swiftly. With the implementation of various strategies, Great Xia would welcome a new round of transformation and upgrading. After promulgating the new laws, Ouyang Shua did not remain in Shanghai City but officially began his month-long tour. He planned to use the month to inspect the various legion corps in the wilderness. Even during the holiday, the army did not fully rest. Besides other matters, the constant emergence of beasts from the caves was a significant concern. Just as Ouyang Shua had predicted, even during the holiday, the beast wave showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it intensified. While Ouyang Shua toured, he would often encounter lone beasts. These beasts that had slipped through the net posed a significant threat to local order and safety. The unobtrusive Neovenators, like light ghosts, skillfully attacked lone travelers or sneaked into villages to hunt families. The imperial court had already instructed the provincial government to establish prefectural reserve forces and village militia organizations as an added layer of protection against the beasts. Only then did the situation improve slightly. Great Xia had a total of 64 legions spread throughout the empire. In a month, Ouyang Shua could only conduct a brief tour, which deeply touched the soldiers, especially the veterans who had fought alongside him. They had not seen him in a long time, and being able to shake hands and chat with the king again brought them to tears. These old soldiers were the true soul of Great Xia, and Ouyang Shua was truly grateful. There were some things that loyalty could not replace. After Gaia became a godly presence, even after arriving on Planet Hope, the game world would not cease. It would continue to evolve and become increasingly realistic, especially for the machines. The game world was a vast hatchery for them. As the game world progressed, the intelligence of the NPCs would only increase. When that happened, for the artificial intelligence, the game world would be their real world. Ouyang Shua hoped that, regardless of the future, whether they could be instantiated into the real world or not, they would at least see themselves as part of Great Xia. Just as Ouyang Shua was touring, Silver Hand was silently acting. After their initial plan failed, they did not give up and activated their backup plan, setting their sights on Morocco province. Although Great Xia had fully opened its ports and naval routes, their arrogance led them to be unhappy with Great Xia's control of a crucial naval passage. Europe and America belonged to Silver Hand, and they would not allow Great Xia to gain such influence in the region. For Silver Hand, this was an insult. Before the Federation dissolved, they still had to be wary of the academic faction. Now, the two organizations were working together to push Great Xia out. At least on the matter of Great Xia, they had reached a tacit understanding. Moreover, with the former president losing his power in the organization, Azure Badge was taking a different path. This was not good news for Great Xia. Because of the teleportation formation, it was not easy for Silver Hand to attack Morocco province. They needed to be well prepared to face Great Xia's likely counterattack. The first step was to neutralize the Atlantic Squadron. The Atlantic Squadron was Great Xia's strongest asset in the Atlantic and the reason why European lords did not dare to act rashly. This time, they were not going to hold back. On the first day of the third month, the Alliance's operation began. Over the course of a month, the Dawson Dynasty's Dawson Squadron, the House of Tudor's Emperor Squadron, Spain's Invincible Armada, Gael Squadron, and the Portuguese Squadron all quietly gathered. Using the opportunity when the Atlantic Squadron was on a routine patrol, they ambushed them. 5 against 1. Even if the Atlantic Squadron was cautious, had exceptional combat skills, and the first magic-powered submarine division, they still could not prevail. As soon as the battle started, Alvaro used the communication compass to inform Ouyang Shua. Even so, Ouyang Shua could do nothing. Not only was it a vast ocean away, but it was also a naval battle, so the Great Xia army had no way to assist them. All Ouyang Shua could do was hasten his tour and quickly return to Shanghai City to discuss strategy. Knowing Silver Hand, once they made a move, they would not give up halfway. His primary concern was the safety of Morocco. While Great Xia deliberated, the opposing forces were engaged in a fierce battle at sea. Ouyang Shua had instructed Alvaro that if they could not win, they should retreat to the port to regroup. The port was protected by a minefield, which the enemy squadron would not dare to enter. Chapter 1158, Zhang Liang's Persuasion. In Shanghai City, at the Xia Palace, the atmosphere in the Imperial Reading Room was notably somber. When the video of Alvaro choosing death over joining the enemy was transmitted through the communication compass, Ouyang Shua's eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists. "I will avenge this." Ouyang Shua gritted his teeth. He could not recall the last time Great Xia had suffered such a significant loss. This was a massive blow to the series of new policies that were set to lead Great Xia to new heights. The enemy has taken down the Atlantic Squadron. Their next move will likely be an attack on Morocco province. As for how to fight this war, I want all of you to share your thoughts. Ouyang Shua said in a low voice. Great Xia had never lost territory to an invader, and Ouyang Shua did not intend to set that precedent. Generals Baichi, Han Xian, and others were furious. They all advocated for deploying heavy troops to Morocco to confront the enemy head-on. Han Xian even suggested declaring war. However, Zhang Liang remained silent throughout the discussion, harboring his own thoughts. As the room buzzed with intense debate on how to wage the Battle of Morocco, a series of urgent letters arrived, heightening the tension in the bustling reading room. On the 4th day of the 3rd month, news arrived: Silver Hand's Alliance Squadron had just destroyed the Atlantic Squadron. Algeria declared war on Great Xia, claiming it sought to restore Morocco to the Moroccan royal family. Algeria was not alone. According to intelligence from the Black Snake Guards, a significant portion of the Mediterranean territories were mobilizing their troops. The forces of nearby allies, like Spain, had already reached the imperial city of Algiers. Preliminary estimates placed their overall numbers at no less than 1 million. That's great. We were planning to attack Algeria, and now they've come out to meet us, Ouyang Shua said with a smile, though everyone could sense the fury beneath it. That was not all. Around the same time, the enemies surrounding Great Xia began to move. The Great Zhou dynasty, Johor, Piao country, Java, and the Romanov dynasty all sharpened their blades and began moving their troops to the border. Even the Peacock dynasty showed interest in the Maldives. The only exception was the African countries around Somalia, which were not traditional powers and thus were not under the control of the Silver Hand and Azure Badge. Moreover, the Mediterranean lords were focused on Morocco, so Africa was temporarily spared. The Silver Hand had learned from the failures of the Yen-Huang alliance. Over the past 5 years, the Yen-Huang alliance's efforts against Great Xia faltered due to their over-reliance on surrounding powers as pawns to fight Great Xia. In the end, Great Xia counterattacked and grew stronger. Now, the Yen-Huang alliance was suppressed by Great Xia, a tragic lesson in reversed fortunes. This time, whether in the naval battle or the Battle of Morocco, the Silver Hand was going all out. Members were personally engaging in direct combat with Great Xia, determined not to give them any space to breathe. With a presence like Great Xia, if they manage to catch their breath, the repercussions will be significant, Number 1 said. Within a few short days, Great Xia found itself embroiled in a multi-front war. Despite the dire situation, Ouyang Shua became calmer, knowing that things could not get any worse. Now, what he needed to do was to resolve this situation. Move. Ouyang Shua got up and led them to the map. The Romanov dynasty is not a problem, he said, pointing to the north on the map. The Siberia region connected to Liaojin province is vast and sparsely populated, a true wilderness. It's also winter, and even if they want to send troops to attack Liaojin, it would be impossible. The core of the Romanov dynasty was in Europe. Next, Ouyang Shua turned his gaze to the south and pointed at Southeast Asia. Without naval support, Java poses a limited threat to us. The key is Johor and Piao country. One is adjacent to Siam and Hanoi province, and the other can directly threaten Xingzhou prefecture, where the Nanjiang Governor-General's office is located. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua gritted his teeth at Azure badge. If it weren't for their last-minute actions, these two countries would have been under Great Xia. This grudge was not forgotten by Ouyang Shua. Then what about Great Zhou? Bai Qi asked. Great Zhou and Great Xia shared extensive borders, and they had substantial military forces. They were also fighting on their home turf and had ample justification to start a war. Therefore, in Bai Qi's view, Great Zhou posed the greatest threat to Great Xia. Why hadn't the king mentioned it? Using the power of the organization to turn the tide, Great Zhou would not miss this opportunity. Even more, it seemed that Great Zhou might go all out in this battle, trying to reclaim everything that seemed lost. It appeared Di Chen had been waiting for this chance for a long time. If Great Zhou joined, they could at least tie down 4 legion corps of Great Xia, which would be truly deadly. Ouyang Shua smiled and took out a card. It was the war-exempt card that he had kept until now. War-exempt card *, when the territory is fighting outside its borders, it has a chance to exempt itself from war to prevent surrounding territories from attacking, lasting for 1 month. Friendly reminder * war exemption is only effective within the country and is effective immediately. When Bai Qi and the others saw this, their eyes lit up and they smiled. With this, we can truly make good plans. Thinking about how the Great Zhou army would come over happily and excitedly, only to be stopped by a single card, it was easy to predict how annoyed they would be. Han Xan said, "So, we have the conditions to fight in the Battle of Morocco?" Ouyang Shua was about to nod. His character was really firm. There was no reason to back down like a turtle when Silver Hand was already at the door. There was no reason not to counterattack. He wanted to use this opportunity to have a good battle against Silver Hand. Who knows, he might be able to take down Algeria and make Silver Hand's plans backfire. At that very moment, Zhang Liang suddenly said, "My king." "Zifeng, what plan do you have?" Ouyang Shua smiled. Zhang Liang's expression was not relaxed as he solemnly said, "I beseech the king to give up on Morocco province." Ouyang Shua's smile faded. "What did you say?" Everyone could feel the anger building, which made Bai Qi and the other generals shake. Seeing this, Sherwan Shui stepped forward. "Elder, why are you so pessimistic and making them look good?" Zhang Liang did not reply. Ouyang Shua stretched out his hand to stop Sherwan Shui's impolite words. He looked at Zhang Liang and said, "Since Zifeng has said that, you must have some concerns. Why not share them?" Bai Qi and the others looked at him curiously. Zhang Liang nodded. At the moment, his palms were sweaty. Throughout history, how many rulers could truly listen to dissenting opinions at a critical juncture? When a king was pumped up and suddenly faced a challenge, the instinctive response was to fight back. However, at such a pivotal moment, giving up the fight was a significant risk. As the empire's top strategist, Zhang Liang had to voice his concerns, as it was his duty. Even if it cost him his life, he did not mind. From the destruction of the Atlantic Squadron and the intelligence we have, Silver Hand and the Yanhuang Alliance are 2 distinct adversaries. If we choose to fight them in Morocco, will the enemy back down? Zhang Liang asked. No. Given that, the Battle of Morocco will involve millions of troops on both sides. With the grain storage there, can we support such a large-scale war? Zhang Liang asked again. Morocco was an isolated island abroad and did not produce its own grain. It was usually just self-sufficient, so it certainly could not sustain the needs of 1 million troops. The imperial reading room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Seeing this, Zhang Liang continued, if we are willing to spend and pay the price, the grain problem can actually be resolved. The problem is whether the dynasty can bear this price? Is it worth it? Ouyang Shua was expressionless. To protect our land, anything is worth it. The king is right, Zhang Liang conceded without retorting. But the Morocco battlefield will become a pit where the dynasty sinks, until we drown in it. Silverhand has many members and can afford the use of resources. But the dynasty cannot afford it. Ouyang Shua wanted to disagree, but he could not. It was true, half the lords of the Mediterranean were sending in their troops. The Dawson dynasty and the House of Tudor had not even acted, yet they had managed to push Great Xia to the edge. In the end, Great Xia did not have the strength to confront such a giant. Thinking about it, Ouyang Shua clenched his fist and felt deeply aggrieved. Once we are greatly hurt in this battle, Great Zhou, Java, Johor, Piao, the Peacock dynasty, and even the 8 imperial cities in China will start to move. Zhang Liang's words were not false. Great Xia had not established absolute authority in China, and the Mongol and Turk Khanates were not the only ones that wanted to challenge Great Xia's dominance. Who knew what ambitions those who pretended to yield harbored? An injured lion could not lead a pack and would only be attacked. Thinking of such a scenario, even Ouyang Shua could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Silverhand has simply plotted too deeply, and they have a grasp on Great Xia's lifeline. Their timing is also exceedingly accurate. So apart from giving up Morocco, is there nothing we can do? Ouyang Shua's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he felt deeply aggrieved. Zhang Liang shook his head. That's not so. The king has analyzed that we still have a trump card that can be of great use, even if we give up Morocco. Indeed, turning the tables might be possible, Zhang Liang said confidently. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he felt refreshed and better. Please elaborate, he exclaimed, looking Zhang Liang in the eye, filled with admiration and excitement. Having a calming presence like Zhang Liang was the good fortune of Great Xia. To the Great Xia, whether they gave up Morocco province or not would lead to 2 entirely different outcomes. Choosing to fight to the death with the enemy in Morocco would drain a lot of their resources and energy without any return. Moreover, the risks were extremely high, and if handled poorly, the entire situation could collapse. After Zhang Liang analyzed the situation, Ouyang Shua even suspected that this might be Silverhand's real goal. Only by giving up could the skies clear once more. While Morocco distracts the enemy, there are many things we can do. Java, Johor, and Piao country are all good targets, Zhang Liang suggested. As for who to send and how to attack, the Grand Council would naturally make those decisions. I must remind you all that if we do not want Somalia to follow in Morocco's footsteps, we must act, and quickly, Zhang Liang said. One must not forget that Somalia province is directly opposite the Arab Empire. Due to these considerations, the Grand Council spent a day in meetings and finally devised a battle plan. The next morning, the Great Xia army, positioned around various territories, began to move. A massive war was just a touch away. Handan City, Palace. During the past few days, Di Chen's mood had been particularly good. After Algeria officially declared war on Great Xia, Di Chen smiled and said, "Great, winter is finally over." Juadai Fenghua also smiled. She understood Di Chen's mood. This time, let's not be greedy and just take down Beijiang province and Liaojin province. Di Chen was full of confidence in taking action while Great Xia was preoccupied. The Beijiang Legion Corps was not a concern for him. Juadai Fenghua nodded. At least, Di Chen's happiness did not cloud his judgment, and he knew what was right. Even if Great Xia was surrounded, it was still a lion that could not be easily challenged. Successfully taking down 2 provinces would already be a significant victory for Great Zhou. In the future, if Silver Hand continued to pressure Great Xia, taking Yingzhou province would be a natural progression. When that happened, Great Zhou's difficult situation would be resolved, transforming them from a fish in the ocean to a bird soaring in the sky. Old fox, let's see how long you can maintain your arrogance, Di Chen muttered. In the 6th year of Gaia, on the 5th day of the 3rd month, in response to Algeria's talk of avenging the Moroccan royal family, Great Xia's Honglu Temple issued a reply stating, "The talk of restoring the country is a jest. Morocco province belongs to Great Xia, and we will not allow its dignity to be compromised." Accompanying these words from the Honglu Temple, the 1st and 2nd legions of Great Xia's West African Legion Corps began to move eastward. This action was naturally interpreted by the outside world as, facing the challenge from Silver Hand, Great Xia has accepted it. The moment the news spread, the world was in an uproar. After Silver Hand revealed their presence, players worldwide felt a chill, and the emergence of Azure Badge only deepened the sense of despair among ordinary players, who genuinely lamented, "This is not the world I'm familiar with. How could they have imagined the world to be so dark?" Amidst these circumstances, Great Xia, who had always had issues with Silver Hand, and Ouyang Shua's background as a commoner, became a beacon of hope in the darkness for ordinary players. When the Atlantic Squadron was crushed by Silver Hand's cunning tactics, players were frustrated. Algeria's declaration of war had pushed the global situation to a new height. Players were eagerly awaiting Great Xia's response. ####summary and suggested edits. 1. Acceptance of the challenge ***. Original text * facing the challenge from Silver Hand, Great Xia has accepted it. Suggested edit * facing the challenge from Silver Hand, Great Xia has accepted it. 2. World's reaction **. Original text * the moment the news spread, the world was boiling. After Silver Hand revealed their presence, players worldwide felt a chill. The reveal of would they fight or seek peace? The players' moods were conflicted. They hoped Great Xia would not yield and would confront Silver Hand head-on, but they were also worried that Great Xia was not strong enough and would be wiped out. If that happened, they would lose all hope. Great Xia's reply naturally sparked much discussion among the players. In the following days, Great Xia's legions began to move, gathering towards cities with teleportation formations. It was clear that Great Xia was going all out. They would rather die than give up their territory. This was in line with Great Xia's style. When Silver Hand got the news, they finally set aside their concerns. He is still a young man. He could not withstand the provocation and lashed out, said number 1, who was in a very good mood. After confirming that Great Xia was preparing for a major war, the Mediterranean Alliance Squadron, organized by Silver Hand, swiftly gathered in Algeria to transport vast quantities of goods to the front lines. The Spanish Invincible Squadron, the Portuguese Squadron, and the Gaul Squadron were responsible for controlling the ocean region. Initially, they were supposed to blockade the Strait of Gibraltar, but due to Atlantis's interference, they decided not to go too far. Luckily, as long as they controlled the western shore, Morocco province would be helpless at sea. It was worth noting that Great Xia owed Atlantis a great favor this time. Without Kalia's interference, Great Xia's plans would not have proceeded so smoothly. While preparing for the Battle of Morocco, Silver Hand also instructed Java, Johor, and Piao not to attack, so as not to make Great Xia too anxious and cause them to lose focus on Morocco. Just as Ouyang Shua had predicted, in Silver Hand's attack on Morocco province, the goal of occupying territory was secondary. The true goal was to fight a battle of attrition against Great Xia, dragging them into the dirt. In history, superpowers have been destroyed this way. Time to watch the good movie. 3rd month, 7th day, night, Gibraltar Straits. Using the dark of night as cover, hundreds of merchant ships passed Jidian City and Tangier, which faced each other. With the provincial governor's assistance, vast amounts of resources and valuable finances were shifted to Jidian City. Morocco province might be lost, but Jidian City had to be held. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on the 4th, Jidian City not only boasted formidable defenses but also had 2 combat puppets from Atlantis. The Gibraltar Straits were guarded by remnants of the Atlantis squadron. When the Atlantic squadron sailed out to sea, they left half a division behind, becoming the sole survivors. After the brutal naval battle, the Atlantic squadron was decimated, and the surviving magic-powered submarines were transported to Gibraltar port. Under the dim moonlight, a colossal human head statue on the western cliff of Jidian City was slowly taking shape. The statue, nearly a week from completion, was of Alvaro. Alvaro's death was Great Xiao's greatest loss, and it pained Ouyang Shua deeply. This general, who came from another country, chose to die for Great Xia. Consequently, Ouyang Shua instructed Jidian City to carve this statue to honor Alvaro's contributions and inspire the Great Xia army to press forward. Facing Jidian City, a fortress with no defensive blind spots and connected to the imperial city via the teleportation formation, even if Silver Hand wanted to capture it, the task would be more challenging than taking Morocco. Hence, Ouyang Shua was determined to hold on to Jidian City. To ensure the city had sufficient war resources, Ouyang Shua personally contacted Kalia, asking her to disrupt the enemy squadron and lure them away from the Gibraltar Straits. They had truly racked their brains. In Ouyang Shua's words, "Let's consider this as keeping an ember alive in the Mediterranean. One day, I will come back and carve my way through." This blood debt could only be repaid with more blood. As the resources reached Jidian City, the 3rd Legion of the West Africa Corps also moved in. On a night at Tangier Pier, a young lady gazed out at the bustling harbor. She was surrounded by a group of officials. In the dim light of the pier, one could sense the hesitation in the young lady's heart. "Miss, are we really going to abandon this place?" Even now, some Moroccan officials did not understand the imperial court's decision. The young lady was the new Duchess, Morocco Provincial Governor Moulagnou. Her feelings for Morocco ran deeper than those of all the officials, but she had no regrets. The decision is correct. The province is isolated out at sea and cannot withstand the enemy attacks. Rather than that, why not let go? Moulagnou's voice was truly calm, and no one could discern her thoughts. "Miss, you have done so much for Morocco for it to achieve its current prosperity. It seems such a waste to give up now." The officials felt regretful. Moulagnou smiled but did not respond. As the first player provincial governor of Great Xia, she understood the importance of knowing when to let go and when to set aside personal feelings to make decisions in the best interests of the imperial court. "Let's return." Moulagnou took one last look at the ships before turning around and leaving. Morocco province still had things she could not bear to leave behind, like the civilians. She could not bring everything with her. Only the officials, advanced artisans, and rare talents could pass through the teleportation formation and return to Shanghai City. The remaining civilians were left to fend for themselves. Moulagnou needed to quickly return to Rabat to defend her position until the final moments of the battle.